This is 25 to Life with Uncle Yahshua.
Rolling down 109 in a truck. On my ride, I feel alive, that's what's up. Look to my right and it's a ride rolling up. It's Lucci telling me tonight we in the club. He got the 24 on Escalade. He got the Lamborghini doors like they plays. His hammers ring cause that's how he was raised. His colors mob and tonight we get
I'm from the ghetto, the slums, the rats, the roaches, the bums, the metal that stuns, the addicts, the cracks, the crumbs, the level where funds is tragic and lavish is none. With rebels, they runs and rabbits like savages' sons. With did him and bigot and swiftly he shined the mug. That city a pity with 50 took 9 of them slugs. This is 25 to Life with Uncle Yahshua. This is 25 to Life with Uncle Yahshua.
rolling down.
What's good? What's good? What's good? 25 to Life Testimony TV family. Sorry for the long intro. Hold on, let me get my hair together. Get all this crazy hair together. All right. Sorry for the long intro, guys. But I'll be dealing with some technical difficulties sometime. Technical difficulties withstanding. All right. So, sorry, guys. This hair, dude. Like fighting with his hair. Like, come on, bro. Act right. Act like you got some home training here. Act like you got some manners. All right. That should be straight. All right. One loose one, and pull him to the back, and I should be straight. Sorry, guys. Sometimes technical hair difficulties. All right, let me get my wallet out my back pocket so I ain't sitting on this for hours. All right, let's get started. Uncle Yahshua 25 to Life Testimony TV. Welcome, everybody. Welcome back for this week's story. So tonight, this week, as I promised last week, I'm going to tell a story tonight of me. Hold on, let me make sure y'all can hear me. Let me go to the comments. Okay, good. Y'all can hear me. Shout out to Phyllis Richards in the building. Shout out to y'all's daughter in the building. Lara Yah in the building. Hold on, let me scroll up a little bit. Shout out to Zayala Yah, Justo, HNIC. Shout out to everybody. Hakanan, Yanat. Shout out to everybody in the building. All right. So everybody who in Hurley. Shout out to my New York people who be coming in a little later. All right. So now we about to get this thing. We got to get this thing popping. Let's get this party started. All right. So Shalom, why y'all? All right. So last week I promised that I was going to tell a story of me taking a loss. Because eventually, when I tell some of these other stories, I'm going to have to tell when someone else took a loss, like when that involved me, right? When I put it on somebody, right? So I don't want to tell a story about someone else when I didn't expose myself, all right? So if I'm going to expose me taking a loss and an L, then sorry, you shouldn't have been in my life. you shouldn't have been jealous of me or shouldn't have fought me or whatever. You know what I mean? Maybe I won't say their names. I don't know. I'll have to see how I feel when I get to that point of these stories. Maybe I won't say their names, but sorry, this is the real channel. This is a Testimony TV, right? I ain't never saying nothing that's going to incriminate nobody and no crimes or anything. But if we had a fight and you couldn't handle it, then it just is what it is. You heard? If it had some relevance in my past, in my story. So I feel that the best way to get ahead of that is to expose myself when I took a L, when I took a loss. All right. So tonight's story has a couple of different pieces to it. Truth is truth, Laria. Has a couple of these different pieces to it. I'm gonna tell a story of RAHSHALLAH, right? I used to love that name, that nation of gods and earths, the God bodies during the crack era in the 80s and 90s. I used to like the name RAHSHALLAH. My name was Rashawn, and he was RAHSHALLAH. Now, a story of RAHSHALLAH and his brother ARMEL. I can't go into too much detail about ARMEL because this channel is not about implicating people in anything, and I don't know the situation involving ARMEL right now, because some of these stories and people involve some really serious things. Okay, and this ain't Vlad TV. This ain't the channel to be trying to implicate people in anything. But some of these people and characters and stories that I will change their name. You know how you see those real true story movies, and they'd be like, some of the characters' name have been changed to protect the innocent or something like that. So some of these people's, I will change the name, but some people from where I'm from, Nassau County, Hempstead, Strong Island, and in Brooklyn and Queens and parts of the city, New York City, from the 80s and 90s, even if I change the name and tell some of the stories, some people could piece that together and kind of know, oh, he talking about this person, or he talking about, so I ain't doing that. We ain't doing none of that. So to avoid all of that, I won't be telling certain things on certain people. Okay. So tonight I'll be basically focusing on RAHSHALLAH, and I won't be telling too much on ARMEL, because ARMEL was no joke. All right. There's a level of people, all right, guys, who stoop to a level of darkness in our sin and transgression that they really nothing to play with. So yeah, it's just the life that I was living and others were living during the crack era in the 80s and 90s were some of the darkest times in history for Black people, because they pushed this crack drug into our neighborhoods, and it turned our neighborhoods into a war zone. It was a literal war zone, and there was a lot of killing and darkness and danger. So there's some really seriously dangerous people. And this channel, we won't be telling none of their stuff, because some of them are still in prison to this day. You know what I mean? 20, 30 years later, and probably still trying to fight their cases in the Supreme Court or something like that. People got bodies, like people killed, like murders and stuff. So we don't play here. We don't play with that here. Now something little like with 40 Deuce, when I was talking about 40 Deuce was boosting, we were stealing, boosting out of stores. That's nothing. They ain't no, that ain't nothing. Yeah, I was boosters. We was a booster. I was doing boosting at one time in my life, right? I did time in jail for all those little crimes. I did time in jail for my big crimes too. My biggest crime was only like selling drugs and carrying guns and stuff. And all praise the Most High, I never killed anyone, and I actually never even shot anyone. I tried to shoot people, but praise y'all for missing. Praise the Most High for bad aim, that every time I tried to shoot people, it missed. And I'm glad, because I was never trying to kill them, because I'm not a killer. I was never a killer. I would have defended my life. I probably could have took a life to defend my life, but I'm glad the Most High never put me in that predicament. But when I was trying to shoot people during the crack era, I've tried to shoot. I've had shootouts. I mean, I have been plenty. Y'all, for those who go in the earlier videos in this channel, y'all know some of my shootouts and stuff, right? So I've tried to shoot people, but I'm thankful that they missed. Because like I'm trying to shoot somebody, I could be trying to shoot them in the arm or the leg or the back, or just trying to shoot them, and then the bullet goes somewhere, because we don't know. We ain't got no aim. I ain't in no gun range, and they shoot them in the back of the head and kill them. Now I got a body. When I really didn't want to kill him, I just wanted to shoot him, because I never wanted to kill. Whenever was in something with someone and I tried to shoot him, I wasn't trying to kill him. You know, I wasn't shooting for the head, and I was just trying to shoot him. You know, we don't know. I was crazy when I was busting my gun like that. I was kind of half crazy. So, but I was never so dark that I wanted to like take someone's life. Like some of these killers, like put the gun to people's head and boom, they like trying to kill them, shoot people in the face 5 to 10 times. Like, no way, bro. I was never that dark. I'm thankful to the Most High. I was never that dark. You know what I mean? I'll pop the mess, I'll shoot you, right? But now when people were running down on me and we in shootout now, it's not like I'm trying to kill them, but it was what it was. But I'm thankful to the Most High that I never took no one's life. All right. So now let's get started. Yeah, that's next level, dog, Zayana. So how am I gonna get started? First thing, do I want to do that? All right, let's do it, because I need to introduce y'all to certain things, right? So let me pull up my note. So for everybody who watched this Uncle Yahshua 25 The Life Testimony TV channel, right? Y'all, hold on, go to make, okay, it's down here. Where is it? Don't see where you, okay, give me 1 second. Yeah, okay. Okay. All right. So for everyone who watched this channel, it's a certain, shout out to Q Dog. Yo, Q Dog, I took a loss in this story tonight, Q Dog. Your boy took an L in this one, Q. You probably don't know this story. Some of the people in New York, some of the people in Hempstead, they know this story, but they don't know the full background of it. Some people were there when this happened, right? And I know some of them probably like seeing me take a little L. You know what I mean? But I don't care. I'm not scared of my past. Shout out to Mia Mac in the building over on Facebook. I ain't scared of my past. I'm telling truth to power. You heard? It is what it is. I won a lot of fights. You know what I mean? Got to take a L sometime. So let me do this part, and then we're gonna get into the story. I'm kind of hot already. I'm probably gonna turn this fan up. So for everybody that watched this 25 to Life channel, it's mostly those who like real life stories. You know, y'all come to hear, you know, some street tales, street stories, some real life stuff, right? Those type of people are the type of people who actually, you know, are in the, everybody's in the real world. But what I mean is most of the people who like this kind of content also like, let me put this the right way. They also like the bag, meaning they like to have a certain point of financial stability going on. Like people who like these type of stories, they probably, you know, like a nice house or like a nice thing or like a good job or like a, you know, they because I don't know, the kind of stories that these channels tell, the people who really enjoy them, I don't know, it's just when you look at relevance of temperaments, of personality types, right? Like me, I'm the type, yeah, they lived a little bit of it, right? They lived some dark things, they like, or vicariously lived through it or stopped, you know what I mean? And with it, they can appreciate, like that's where I'm going, they could appreciate some good financial advice as well. So what I mean by is, let's say if I'm doing this type of channel and you come to this channel and all of a sudden I'm talking about knitting quilts, knitting, I'm from New York, knitting, you know, when they take the thing and knit a quilt, you know what I'm talking about? A sewing clothes, a watering plants or something. You know, they'd be like, what? And they come to the channel like, all right, I come here for some crash, bang, smash them up. This dude talking about watering plants and stuff. Like, what's going on here? But now let's say if someone logs in like now and they log in and we talking about some money, you know what I mean? We're talking about like that's not really outside of the scope of the people who enjoy this type of content. They're like, okay, I came here for some smash bang crash 'em up, but I don't mind a little good of money that might help me get to the bag. You know what I mean? Might help me build my financial future. That might help me get out of this little predicament. You know what I mean? I might be down in my car note or something. My bill might be due. So all right. So anyway, with me saying that, I'm gonna bring this here because I got some things that are coming from my people back home in New York as well. We have an investment group. I'm not a financial advisor and I don't give financial advice, but I've been in this cryptocurrency, digital currency space for years, and we actually teach. So a lot of people know that digital currency and cryptocurrency is a big thing. So I see a lot of the so-called Black people in the hoods and stuff, they starting to catch on. For those who didn't pay attention to Bitcoin and digital currency back then, it's starting to get people attention now. And we're in something right now that they call a bull market, right? Meaning the amount of crypto money is going on. People, you can make hundreds and thousands of dollars. Like you can make life-changing money. I know, see, that's what I'm saying. Me making a statement like that had the people who come to this channel like, okay, well, I came for the smash bang crash 'em up, but I don't mind somebody trying to tell me how I might make $100,000, right? I know ain't nobody complaining about that, right? So now I got a commercials coming. I'll be showing y'all stuff, right? And but I want to say some things because of what the market is doing right now. There's a cryptocurrency market, digital currency, right? So guys, for everybody, even at home, everybody who knew your monies, your dollar bills, dollar bill, y'all, right? your greenbacks, your cheddar cheese, your paper, your racks, your stacks, whatever little hip hop thugger phrase you want to call it, it is going to be going away. These banks and all that, the physical dollar bill currency is going to be turning into digital. All right. No matter what, you can't stop it. So a lot of people that like this content, we be from the hood and stuff, right? We be from the hood. So we be busy worrying about real life, stuff that we ain't got time to really be delving into learning all of this digital currency, but we hear about it. You hear about people making a lot of money, then you might hear about the dude talking about, yeah, Bitcoin and this and that and all that. So you hear it, but you're like, yeah, but I don't really got to learn. I can't learn the learning curve is really strong, right? So now the thing about it, guys, is digital currency is going to be the new money in the years that's coming, right? All of it, all the banks. So your bank that you bank with, Chase Bank, right? That's JP Morgan Chase. So these people that own these banks, these are people, companies, families, bloodlines, Vanguard, you got BlackRock, right? These are people, these are the powers that be. Y'all remember what they used to call the Illuminati? Y'all know Illuminati got my mind, soul, and my body. Y'all remember Prodigy rapping about that from Mobb Deep, right? These companies, whether you know about them or not, these are the serpent seed companies that run the world. So all these companies, your favorite banks and all that, they are all going to digital because the government is going to want to make a central banking digital currency. It's called CBDC. They're trying to take all the money that you got in your little bank, because once you give your money to the bank, it ain't yours no more, just so you know that. It belongs to the bank, and they take your money and they trade it. That's why you can go. That's why they can tell you how much you can take out at a time. That's why they can shut off your debit cards because you try to make a transaction. Next thing you know, your card is cut off. You got to call them to try to cut it back on. That's why Cuba right now, in the country, I guess Cuba is a country. What is that called? It's a continent? No, it's not a continent. That's South America. It's a country, I guess. Whatever. Cuba, the banks ran out of money. So they are all in the streets and they are rioting and stuff like that because the people went to go get money out the bank and the bank said, we sorry, we don't got no more money. So they can turn it off. They can turn your money off, right? They can, turn off your debit card. So everything is going from physical to digital because you have artificial intelligence. Everyone, we all heard of AI. Now I know this is outside. I'm gonna get to the story, but this people who watch this channel can appreciate real life money bag stuff. So it's still along the lines of 25 to life, right? Because it's going to affect your life for the next 25 years. You heard that part? You heard? Now listen, artificial intelligence, AI, we all heard of it, right? It came out 2 years ago, big boom, everything. Now everybody kind of rock back to sleep. We're used to it now. It's all over the place, right? Chat GPT and all that stuff. You might see Elon Musk got Neuralink putting it in people's heads and all this stupid stuff, all this crap they doing, right? Now, I know most of y'all and all of y'all have heard that artificial intelligence is coming for all of our jobs. Y'all hear me, right? That'll get the attention of even the thuggers in the street. Yeah, it's going to be affecting your re-up. If you still hustling some type of drugs or something, it's going to be affecting whatever you're doing. I don't care if you scamming, scheming, scaling, skimming off the top. I don't care what you're doing. It's coming for your livelihood. Artificial intelligence is coming for every job, from even down to the Uber driver, all the way to corporate America, all the way to everything is coming to replace everything. Now, what's going to happen is artificial intelligence, when AI, the PayPal, what's his name? The former PayPal CEO of PayPal just did an interview where he was talking about, I was going to show it, but I'll probably just say it for now. I don't know if I'm going to go into that because I got all the clips for y'all. He just said that Bitcoin will be the new currency of the artificial intelligence age, right? Now, we've been knowing this, those who are in the investment space of cryptocurrency and digital currency, the stock exchange and all of that, because they got something called Bitcoin ETF. I've told y'all, for those of my investment group, if you would have invested in the Bitcoin ETFs when it dropped in January, you'd be up almost 100%. Now they selling off right now for a reason, but y'all learn that when I invest in stuff. So anyway, hopefully this ain't, I don't want to give y'all no boring stuff. I just want to get to certain things so we can get to the story. So now this digital currency, AI, artificial intelligence is coming, and it's going to interrupt everyone's job to the point where in a few years, the robots, they will be taking over all of our jobs. So how will anyone be able to make money? Most will not. That's why they have universal basic income coming, called UBI. And most of y'all that, we can kind of get lazy in the hood because we don't like working and stuff. I understand that. You're like, well, man, I don't mind sitting back and let the government, they want to pay me $2,000 a month. They want to pay my rent and everything. And I just sit back. That ain't the end goal for that plan. That end goal is to kind of enslave you, make you dependent on them. So they'll start off paying you this certain amount, right, for everybody universally across the board, with nobody, because the AI taking all the jobs and but what happens is now you have to do the things that they say you have to do. Otherwise they can cut your money off and you won't have money for food. You want money, and then they're going to have drones and stuff dropping the food to you. The end goal is to have you locked in the doggone house like the test they did in the C-19. Y'all remember the Jim Jones jab juice, that test, and they locked everybody in and all that? Oh, yeah. So this thing got big implications. So if you're not learning or understanding or even able to comprehend the digital currency space, you won't once you'll be done in the first round of them cutting off currencies and that, because you won't know how the space works and manipulate. You won't know how it goes, and it's happening. You can't stop it, right? But you got people, this is for my people in the hood and my so-called black people, my people who really ain't got the time. That's why we got the investment thing for the everyday Joe Smo. We break it down where we walk you through and set you up where you really don't have to learn the technicals, because there's fundamental technicalities. There's TA and FA fundamentals and technical analysis. So there's fundamental FA and TA, fundamental analysis and technical analysis. The technical analysis, guys, is when you watch the chart and the the charts and the candles when you're watching the stock market, the charts. And the fundamental analysis is the real world things that happen in the world. Like when Israel started to bomb, when Iraq wanted to go to war with Israel, or when a bank or something closes, or something makes a big announcement, or when somebody sells something in the stock market, the stock exchange, the S&P 500. So those fundamental things affect the price of currency. And then the technical things, knowing how the stuff works, affects the currency, whether you'll be able to make money or not. I know this sounds like a bit much, but I'm trying to just have a little patience. Just listen, guys, because this, everybody, I know y'all want, I'm gonna get to the story. I'm gonna get to the bang, bang, smash them up. But it won't be no bang, bang, smash them up when you ain't got no money to buy no doggone food. when they cut off, when AI take your job and all that, you're gonna wish you knew something or had some access to be able to secure yourself. Because the one thing, guys, that is going to always be until the last coming, I guess, Armageddon. They call it in the Bible the day of the Lord, the big day of Yah, the big light versus evil, the culmination, the end of the world. Up until that day, listen, guys, up until that day, the only main source of income from the beginning was called bartering, barter and trade. When you go back in ancient history, bartering and trading was always the currency. Every so-called black person, listen, they bartered and traded us as a people. That's what slavery is. Bartering and trading. You had traders that would go from Asia to Africa to these lands, and they would barter. When they bought America, well, when they stole it from the natives here, even from Hempstead, for those who went to court in Hempstead, to traffic court, y'all know in the Hempstead that village, Hempstead thing, they had that big painting on the wall with the native Indians and then the white people, and they was buying. That's how they bought Hempstead. They bartered and trade. They gave you some corn and you gave them land. So the end, listen, guys, currency, the end way, the final culmination way to make money when they collapse everything will still be bartering and trade. Because what starts at the beginning always ends. Things go 360 degrees. They return from their foundation from where they started. Bartering and trading was always been the economy. Now, listen what I'm telling you. When the artificial intelligence starts to take all of our jobs, the only way to create, to be able to substantially have financial income, barring them being their slave, for you to know how to barter and trade. Now listen clearly. Digital currency, what they call Bitcoin and crypto, y'all learn that later. When I start, I'm gonna bring a commercial. I'm gonna show y'all. Y'all will be able to subscribe and do it all. I'm gonna teach you it all. All right. Now, the digital currency is the market exchange. Guys, it's called trading. You hear me? Now, the stock market is going to go away because that's based off financial currency, the fiat dollar, your dollar bill, y'all. But your dollar bill, y'all, is turning into invisible, y'all. It's turning from physical to spiritual, from physical cash to digital cash. That's what artificial intelligence is. It's the intelligence is digital. It's the digital age. We're in the digital realm. So but back years ago, when they started the FCC and all that fake dollar bill, that debt note that you think is worth something, it was off gold. It was based off the amount of gold. But they've been the Fort Knox and stuff is empty. If you go to DC and them and knock down the door to Fort Knox, you'd be like, ain't nothing in here. It ain't based off gold. All right. So now let me explain. So we can get started. The in currency when they collapse our physical dollars, when they close the banks, when they start telling you that, that's it, the money has no more value, and that's it, everything is going digital for this central bank and digital currency. If you don't know cold storage, hot storage, cold wallets, ledgers, if you don't understand the cryptocurrency, if you don't understand Bitcoin and Ethereum and Solana and Dogecoin, if you don't understand meme coins and altcoins, if you don't understand ordinals and sats and satoshis, if you don't understand BRC20 and ERC20, if you don't understand the Fibonacci indicators, if you don't understand the Hekanashi, y'all see, y'all like, hold on, when you learn Japanese? Yeah, I'm speaking the law of digital currency. Oh yeah, okay, no joke. Y'all know, well, some people know me. I became a multimillionaire from the hood. For those who were still in Hempstead that didn't know when I left, you be like, you wasn't a multi-millionaire in Hempstead. No, but over that time, I definitely made millions. Yeah, we all made millions. Oh, but no, when I disappeared from Hempstead, oh yeah, I was in North Carolina on the nightclubs, clothing stores, or a multi-millionaire. 15 houses, real estate, construction companies, real estate development company. You heard? So you thought ain't nobody stayed in the hood. I ain't stayed there. I went OT and started capitalizing. You heard? So that same mind frame, that same hustle mentality that had me become a multimillionaire in my late 30s, you heard? From the projects, from Parkside Projects, Hempstead, Strong Island, you heard? I'm talking about my flying spur Bentley, my 645 block joint. Y'all just seen the Escalade and the ARMEL and all that. That was still over $100,000 of my car. Y'all remember that I had those who saw me? Y'all had no idea. I scaled it up when I disappeared. We was Palace Mob all through. You better ask Jody. Ask Jody from Lakeview. Y'all better call Jody and ask Jody. She seen all the houses. She was there. Only thing she didn't make it to the club. By the time I opened my nightclub, I was already, not messing with Jody and her cousin and them. I was already just doing my thing. Okay. In North Carolina. So anyway, but everybody know all the stories. So anyway, shout out to Henderson, North Carolina, and Raleigh, and Bull Durham, and NC. All right. So anyway, so I ain't just speaking. I ain't never been nobody's fool. I've always been astute. I've always been the hustler's hustler. So I'm always going to follow where the intelligence is. So I found out years ago, I'm like, okay, what's this Bitcoin, man? This digital currency, I need to learn. So I sat myself down and I started learning. So that's why I can speak these things. I can show you trade patterns and candlestick patterns. I can show you, and I'm going to show you, I can show you the fear and greed index chart. I can show you how to do your EMA 20s and your SMAs, right? I know y'all like, what is he talking about? Yeah, that part. All right. So now, all right. So I just wanted to give y'all some understanding so y'all can understand that I know what I'm talking about. Now, listen, and I'm going somewhere with this. So the end currency way that you're going to make money when artificial intelligence comes to take all of our money, all of our jobs, is you're going to need to know how the markets work, the digital market, because the S&P and those fiat markets are going to collapse and close and everything will be digital, but they're going to want you to do central exchanges, central, not decentralized exchanges, what digital currency is. Central exchanges, SCEX, is when the banking system still owns it. So you still go to them you won't be owning the Bitcoin. You'll be owning the exchangeable, traded fund, right? That's the ETF. For those who ever heard of Bitcoin ETF, where you won't own the actual Bitcoin, you'll own the shares of it, like stocks. You understand? But they still own it. They can still cut your money off. But when you know the decentralized exchange, where you're called a degen, these are terms in the cryptocurrency space, in the digital currency space. When you're a degen and you got your own cold storage wallet and you know how to trade on the market on the degen exchange, and you know how to stake these coins, and you know how to do derivatives and stuff, then you will still be able to trade, because you will have the intelligence, the know-how, and you will have the resource. You'll be set up. But those who fail the plan to fail. So my job, I'm going to speak truth to power, and I'm going to tell y'all the truth, and I know what to do. You know what I mean? You heard? We got a whole investment group. All right. We just got the funny thing this coin that dropped about last week, I said everybody got free money, hundreds of dollars, right? And then we got more stuff coming. These free things, free coins is coming because this is a bull market. Now, the reason why I wanted to speak about, all right, let me finish this part and then we're going to move on. All right, so now I want to give you an example that the last way of economic independence to provide for yourself will always be trading. Now listen clearly. Once they collapse and artificial intelligence takes all our jobs, then guys, then they're going to, with only traders, those who know how to trade in the digital space, will be able to sustain themselves and not become a slave to the system who's going to want to use you to control you because you are dependent on them to feed, clothe you, and shelter you. You will already have your means of trading because everything will be traded because they will even be trading. But the understanding and the resources that you needed to have set up, started to get set up nowadays in 2024, by 2025 and 6 and 7, all those things will start closing. And those who don't have, you won't have. You will already be locked out with the masses. You won't have access to it. They're doing it now in the United States and Europe and the UK. They're closing exchanges and putting laws and stopping these things. And if you ain't already got it, you won't get it. Y'all hear me? Listen up, so-called Black people. Listen up. All right. And everybody else who listening, not just, but I'm talking to my peoples in the hood and stuff like that too. Right? I'm really talking to my Hempstead people now. I'm talking to my Facebook right now. And everybody else who watch ministry already know that we already, those who already know, they already, doing what we got to do. Now, I'm going to give you an example to show you that trading, when the artificial intelligence take the jobs, that it's going to be those who know how to trade who will be able to sustain themselves. Even when the whole final collapse of it all is over, right? The Armageddon, the end of the world, whatever, the day of the Lord in the Bible, the day of Yah, whatever you want to call it, right? That final culmination when the darkness, when they take over and try to, when it's chaos in the streets and everything. Can anyone here, and anyone back at home, anyone in the 25 to life, we like street story space, tell me, remember y'all, that street story stuff, right? Chaos in the street. They're going to be shooting and looting and coming and everything. Could y'all tell me what's going to be the last form of income? When everything stops, when there's no more government, there's no police, there's chaos, there's no jobs, there will be no more digital trading at that point, no trading, could there be no internet and all that type of stuff. Everything when there's chaos, what is going to be the last way that any of us will be able to feed ourselves, to sustain ourselves? Yashia said food. Abriya said food. Yadan said food. Wayat said food and guns. Laria said food. Zayana, all right? Now, the reason why they know, that's my ministry, because been teaching this for a while now. So my ministry is well prepared. They already know. Food, shout out to Drizzy, Buffalo, New York in the building. Food and protection, guns. Now listen clearly. This is what I mean. Y'all listen. Listen to this scenario. Everything collapsed, right? There's going to be no way that there's no buying food because ain't no stores. Everything's looted. Everything, this is the end of days. They show it in the movies. The end. Everything, all hell is breaking loose, right? Looters and people coming. What are you going to need? You're going to need a way to feed yourself, okay? And you're going to need a way to protect yourself. So what's going to be the currency? You know how these people in the, guys, listen, in the stock market exchange, they're always talking about gold. Gold is the new currency. Gold ain't going to be worth nothing. Gold, you can't eat gold when your ribs is touching. When you are hunkered down and your windows is boarded up and everybody's in the cities running like Mad Max and the purge is going on, they put all this stuff in the movies. This stuff real, guys. They put all this stuff in the movies, right? And all that stuff is happening. You can have all the gold you want. You got a big gold bar. You're like, Daddy, I'm hungry. The kids, you be like, eat this gold. Right? What you gonna do? You gonna take the gold and okay, let's make a gold sandwich. We're going to take a gold and melt it down, and we're going to put some spread it on some bread, right? You can't eat gold. What you going to do with it? You can't protect your house with gold. Fact, what you going to do? Hit them with the gold brick when they come? You know what you're going to need? You're going to need bullets. You're going to need gun, or you're going to need a bow and arrow, because it's going to get down to a point where it's a bow and arrow, archer and stuff. You're going to need, because then it'll be a time that bullets run out unless you know the art of blacksmithing to make your own bullets. And you got a lot of gunpowder and the different ways to make it. That's what we're going to be doing. We got a homestead we building. So we preparing for the collapse. I ain't trying to scare nobody. I'm just, those who failed, even in the Bible, he said, woe to those who don't prepare of the day of the coming calamity, right? I'm from the hood. You prepare for a rainy day. That's anybody smart. Fail the plan, you fail the plan, then you plan to fail. Now, so when all hell breaks loose, you can have all the gold you want. You can have all the money you want. They coming for food. So the new currency will be seeds. Seeds, guys, seeds. When you plant a seed into the ground and grow a fruit, you grow some lettuce, grow some tomatoes to grow the food. It's going to come down to food and bullets and guns. That's the end part. That's at the end. Now, when that time comes, what's going to be worth money? All right. See, I'm going somewhere. Listen, shout out to Unique in the building. That's why I said this 25 to Life people, they enjoy this. This real life stuff right here. What's going to be worth money? You be like, you know how you be on the block? Yo, I got that good, I don't know. I used to say weed. We used to sell sesamia in the 80s in crack era. I got that good cess, or I got that good chocolate. Most of y'all know what that was. That's marijuana. That's weed back in the day. I got that good Arizona, right? Or I got that good purple haze. I got that good sour D's, right? Now I don't know what y'all got. Y'all got some crazy type of weed, right? I don't know what y'all sell now, right? So anyway, right? You'll be talking about, I got that good lettuce, right? You be like, yo, homie, I got some lettuce seeds. I got some tomato. What? You got tomato seeds? Yeah, they going for, you see what I mean? Food. Now, what are you going to need if you're trying to hustle seeds? You got lettuce and cucumber seeds and sweet potatoes. Somebody mouth watering. You know, black people like sweet potatoes. Candy yams. You be like, I got sugar too. I got sugar cane. I got sugar cane to grow cane sugar. You be like, oh my goodness. What you gonna need? You're gonna need to protect that, because they gonna come for it. So you're gonna need what? Bullets and weaponry, or right? Now, so what else is gonna be currency? Bullets. You know how much a bullet is gonna, anybody knows this. Y'all see it in movies. When you can have a whole arsenal full of guns. You could have a house full of guns. You can have every AK-47, M16, 9mm, a Glock 40s, 40 cals. You could have 357s. You could have everything. But if you ain't got no bullets, you got a whole paperweight. You gonna throw the gun at them? You're gonna be like pow pow, bang bang, right? What you gonna need? You're gonna need bullets. I'm just putting your mind frame into a future worst case scenario of preparing for the day of collapse and understanding where the real value in this second world, this dark world of the devil of Hasatan, in this second world where your money is going to be. Shout out to Desmond Cox Jr. in the bill. I know, Cox, I know you can appreciate this, Coxie. I talked about you last week, too, when I talked about the football, Cox. I know you probably watched that with the Hempstead. So that was Cox, right? That's him. They lined me up with Cox, and Cox, a little short, stacked butt, hitting all hard. It felt like a freight train. I used to hate when they lined me up with you, Cox. I'd be like, oh, I ain't say it, but I'd be like, oh, my goodness. Like, all right, so anyway. Now, listen, guys. Now, the currency, so imagine if this collapse is happening, people is, thing is chaos, and you got bullets, you stacked up, you got bullets, you got money, and what are you going to do with the bullets? You're not going to be selling the bullets to get gold. You're not even going to be selling the bullets to get money. You ain't going to care about no dollar bill. You're going to be like, listen, I got a 9mm bullets. I got a pack right here for you. I want seeds. You're going to want food. So you're going to be doing what, guys? Trading and bartering. See, guys? So the end, all the way at the end, when it all falls, the last form of financial way of making financial security will still be trading. Trading and bartering. So now I'm going to be teaching y'all how to trade in digital currency, which will be the last stand before the full collapse, when no currency will matter no more. The only currency that will matter at the end will be food and weaponry to protect the food. Y'all understand? People are coming for your food at the end. Food. When the humans, when all else fails, when everything fails, no food, they resort to eating one another. Okay? So I'm preparing. See, now, of course, the Most High, the relationship with the Most High. But listen, don't get caught up in the spiritual, well, I just believe, because the Messiah, what they call Jesus, the Mashiach, the Messiah, he said, woe to those who don't prepare for the coming collapse in that day. That's what happened through the Bible. Our ancestors got wiped out through these different characters because those didn't prepare for the collapse. You got to do a work. You got to prepare. He gives you the wisdom and everything. We got to do a thing. Okay? All right. So now this, pardon me, guys, this is what's coming. So I just wanted to, let me make sure I hit, I think I wanted to bring that. I think that's the last point I wanted to make. When all currency goes away, we'll be left. Gold won't be worth, anybody trying to sell no gold. Okay, so don't sell their positions. Those who are in Bitcoin right now with what the market is doing, I'll tell y'all that in 1 second. All right, so and so now I'm almost finished. PayPal says Bitcoin will be the currency of AI. Trading will be the only job left when artificial intelligence takes all the jobs away. Barter and trade is the oldest form of employment that always existed. I just wrote these notes to myself. All right. Make a video showing them the market and where I got in at. This is to trade your portfolio. I'll be teaching y'all later. And to reset your mind all over, like start all over. I'll explain that in 1 second. Now we're going to get to the story in 1 second. I just want to show y'all something. So I'm just not talking. So I can't show y'all the video I tried to make because it wouldn't have been finished in time. So let me just go. If I just go to our, let me go to, give me 1 second. Let me go to my folder. I'll show y'all something real quick so y'all can see. I ain't playing no games. And for those who knew me back in the streets, y'all know, y'all know I always got that one thing I did. I always got that paper. I always got that bag. You heard? And ain't nothing changed. You heard? Because even the scriptures say about the parable of the talents. It's not money that's evil. It's the love of money that's evil. It's the heart over it. You need money to barter and trade to provide for yourselves. We're called to be prosperous, right? But you're supposed to be using it to help others. And that's what I'm doing. You see, I'm using my intelligence. Everything that I learned, everything I did, I'm using it to help others, to teach, right? To provide. And with that, when you help someone, those who give shall receive. These are tools in the scriptures, guys. All right, I live this. I don't play no game. I ain't no joke with this. All right, give me a second. Let me go to my crypto folder. Let me see. Where would it be? Not crypto class, not our crypto courses, crypto personal folder, portfolios, trading info, crypto videos. Let me see. It should be in crypto videos. Which one I want to show? I'm going to show one of the new ones that I just did. Runes, Bitcoin halving, Solar, stable. No, that one's old. Solana pre-sale, meme coin dump, crypto videos to do. Let me see. Solana meme coin abandoning. No, that's the ZK sync. Well, I could kind of do the ZK sync, but that's not the finished one, is it? Sorry guys, let me see. Crypto videos. Go to crypto videos. Where is it? Let me go down to ZK Sync. ZK Sync, L Bank links. That don't look like the full video either. Sorry guys. What is cryptocurrency perpetual contracts? No, not that video. Crypto trading info? No. Where would it be? Crypto, where would it be? I'm so sorry guys. I can go to my Patreon and show it from there, but I didn't really want to. Well, I might as well just do it from there. Let's just do it that way. I got so much stuff. I don't know where I put it at. GRV link, sign up video. Let me see. That might be the full one. Let me see. Because I don't want y'all to think I'm trying to. Oh, there you go. I can do this one. Let me see. Which one is this one? All right. All right, cool. I could do this one. All right. All right. So I don't want to go to my Patreon when people think he's trying to solicit. I ain't trying to solicit nothing. Don't listen. Don't listen if you don't want to. All right. So let me, I played that. So let me come here. Let me share screen. Now, for those at home, this is important stuff. For everybody else, you just want to hear about Fat Cat and Alpo and them, then go on. All right, then go on, mind you. But this is about that bag. Everybody should be worrying about your money, your monies. All right. So here we go. Present, share screen. I got commercial. I got stuff coming, but I just wanted to. It was on me because what's happening right now. The market is doing something right now, and most people don't even know. Y'all don't even know what's going on. Oh, I know what I got to do. I got to pull it in. So cancel that. Pull it into my browser up here. So close this, make this smaller, right? Open my other window, that one, pull that over here. Sorry guys, because I was making a commercial straight for this, but I was running out of time. It was starting, the live was starting. I was like, it's not going to download in time. All right, go back to here, crypto videos. I can go back to quick access, and I just played it, so it should be right there. Give me 1 second. There we go. And pull that up here to new tab. All right. I'm only doing this because I want to show, because my people, New York and Facebook and stuff, they don't know nothing about it. They know I do the ministry. They know I do the 25 to life, but they have no idea that we have a whole investment group. And we teach digital currency and all that and how to make this money. So I'm just going to show y'all a little, one of our videos, one of our clips, just so y'all can understand what I'm talking about and what's going on. So let me share screen. Okay, there you go. That's big enough. All right, so now this is one of our clips from our investment group. All right, this is me, and then I'll tell y'all what I'm talking about. And for those at home, this is what's going to get you this money. So in this video right here, I'm showing our people in the investment group how to set up to get free money. Literally, this thing will give you $500 and $600 and $700 money for free, but you have to do some things to set up to know how to do this stuff. Now, the money that it's going to get you, not only are you going to get initial, it's called airdrops. For those who know anything about digital currency, you might have heard that before. Now, the airdrop will give you initial free money, like $200, $300, $400 when the coin drops. But later, when this coin sets into the bull market, that could be thousands and thousands of dollars because you got a beginning entry point. It's like, if y'all ever heard of the coin called Ethereum, I know y'all heard of Bitcoin, almost everybody, because I know I'm talking over some people's head. Y'all might have heard of Ethereum. What's the famous ones? Bitcoin, Ethereum is really the only two. Some might have heard of Solana, but if I know Bitcoin, let's just say Bitcoin. Let's stay with that. Let's say you bought Bitcoin when it was $1.50. It was going for $1.50. You own one Bitcoin. Right now, today, Bitcoin's at almost $60,000 for one. You see? So that's what I'm saying. When you buy a price, when it first comes out, if that price, you buying it and you getting it for 50 cents, and then later that coin goes up to $50 and you own 1,000 of them, do your mathematics. All right. So anyway, so that's what this is. I'm about to show y'all right now. So this me. All right, let's just play it. Watch this. All right, guys, welcome to Crypto Price Alerting, the home for the average investor. Yes, us, the average investor, everyday Joe Schmoes and Jane Does. No! So, ZK Sync has this initiative called Hyperchain. So, this is the official block page of ZK Sync. Okay. All right. And you see right here. So I just want to show y'all, I'm not going to bore y'all with none of this stuff because I just want to show y'all, that's our channel, Crypto Price Learning. We have an app, all of that software that we make, right? So this is serious. This ain't no fly-by-night stuff. So this thing, ZK Sync, this is a new layer. This is an airdrop thing, right? So that's me on our channel, right? Has this initiative. So I'm telling the class and getting them set up how to get this coin that didn't release yet, to get it for free, to get it dropped to your wallet. See, you see how I got this wallet right here with my physical credit cards and driver's license, and we used to keep money in the wallet, but now the money is on our debit card in the wallet. You have a digital wallet. Y'all see everything. This won't be worth nothing soon with AI, because your debit card won't be a debit card. It'll be on the digital blockchain. It'll be a digital wallet. Okay. So what I'm teaching them in this video here is how to set up their wallet to be able to get this coin that's going to drop, and the process for them to get these things. See, look, this is me teaching. Listen, to show you all of them. But the first one, the one I need y'all to get on now, the most obvious one, is GRVT. Okay. All right. So that GRVT token, it stands for gravity, right? So now I'm showing them how to get it set up. See, this is what I was talking about a chart. See this, y'all might have seen this in the stock market. When I was saying a little earlier how to read this chart, right? These candles, these are called candles, these things right here. And these are called Heikin-Ashi candles, right? So they got line candles and Heikin-Ashi candles, right? And they have marks, right? This down here is called your volume indicator, how much money, liquidity is coming into the market, right? So you got a RSI, a relative strength index. So these are things I will teach you, not saying. Now remember, guys, those who don't, you know how we pay money. You want to go to college, you want to go to Nassau Community College, or you want to go to CCU in New York. You want to go to Fordham University. You want to go to you want to go to one of these colleges, or you want to go to NC State, or you want to do this, and you want to. Let me explain something to you. You need to invest in your own intelligence in yourself to learn this stuff. These little white boys and stuff is making $100,000 today. They done woke up and made $4,000 or $5,000 today, while we sitting around just doing everything. And this stuff is the system, the governmental system. They in it now. You see what I'm talking? Vanguard, JP Morgan, Chase, Bank of America, all of these, Wells Fargo, all of these hedge funds, these big companies, BlackRock, they all buying. They're trying to buy it up. So we won't even know what's going on. You understand? We won't even know how. You won't even understand what none of this is. You have no understand what this chart means or what this price means right here. And if it's a good time to buy in, what market value means, what the price of the coin or the stock means versus the market value. What's the good entry? What's an indicator to put on this chart? You don't know how to read the chart. You look at this, you have no idea what this says. Okay? I'm just showing y'all now because I want to show y'all. Shout out to Ray. All right, shout out to Ray Jacobs in the building. All right, so Ray, and I got a story coming with us, Ray. Matter of fact, I told the story. Ray hooked me up. Guys, there was a story I told not too long ago when I said I had the girl in Queens and my Mercedes, how the engine got messed up. When the Spanish dude, when I took it to him on South Ringer, he messed my Benz up because me and the girl from Queens, we were sitting in the car for like 24 hours down the street from her block in Queens. Ray hooked me up with Jackie from Queens. Shout out to Ray from White Castle parking lot. All right. So anyway, let me get back. Focus. So now, guys, listen clearly. So now what I'm doing right now, I'm teaching
what they are offering
class, right?
on GRVT.
All right. So what I'm doing, I'm walking them through how to set up these wallets to get these coins, right? So this is a wallet. See, it's GRVT wallet, right? So then you got to do certain tasks that they want you to do. And if you do these certain tasks, right, you see this mystery box, you got to refer to people. You got to do certain tasks to get these rewards. These are airdrops. So ZK Sync is a whole ecosystem that's going to drop, and you're getting a coin before it even drop. It's like, okay, I'm explaining something to y'all. For those, it's hard because a lot of y'all don't know nothing about it. Because I say these words, like I'll say, it's like getting Solana when it dropped, or Injective when it dropped, or Render when it dropped, or Celestia, but y'all have no idea what none of that stuff is, right? You have no idea what these coins is. But what I'm saying is, y'all, last year when we was all, now that's when I was learning, right? I didn't get this stuff back then. I had to learn and teach myself, learn all of this. Now, last year, 2020, the beginning of 2023 and 2022, people who do what I'm doing right now in this video, what we're doing now, what I'm going to teach all of y'all who listen, what I'm saying, I'll be on this channel, I'll be showing the commercial. I'm not going to be doing this every time on the commercial, but I said I got to introduce y'all and show y'all this. All right. Ray's still skating. That's what's up. Ray is the skate king, boy. All right. So now listen, guys, what I'm setting them up right now with this mystery box and these airdrops for people who did this 2 years ago in 2022 and 2023, right? They got airdropped coins called Celestia, coins called SUI, SUI, coins called SEI, SEI, coins called Render, right? Coins called Fetch, AI, artificial intelligence. Y'all hear this, right? Artificial intelligence coins, because they got narratives, real world narratives, artificial intelligence, gaming. You understand? Meme coins. All right. So anyway, listen, guys. So the people, what I'm teaching them to do now, what I'm going to teach y'all to do, those who did that back then, they got airdropped these coins before they went out. And right now, every last coin I just named are in the billions of dollars for their market value. So you would have got the coin for whatever it dropped at, right? For cents on the dollar. And right now, a year and a half later, all of those coins are layer ones. They on the exchange right under Bitcoin, the first page, top 100s. They worth billions, and you would have got it for free. This is what an airdrop is, but you have to know how, who, where, when, and that's what I'm teaching here. So I just wanted to show this just so y'all could see, oh yeah, I definitely know what I'm talking about. And yeah, this is our channel.
To let me know, and then they give me another referral link, I think every week. Once that gets,
all right, so that's it. I'm walking them down how to get this set up. And hold on. So this, I'm telling them about the mystery reveal, how to do it, what's happened, and then there's other ones. See, and then I tell them how to set up the wallet on it and everything. I give them the link and all of it. So anyway, I just wanted to show a quick video. I could stop sharing now. All right. And this one more time, this is the intro on all our videos. Look. All right, guys, welcome to Crypto Price Alerting, the home for the average investor. Yes, us, the average investor, everyday Joe Schmoes and Jane Does. No! So ZK Sync. All right, and we got an app and all that. Y'all can do it right. Y'all can go to cryptopricealerting.com and look. Go do it right now. Go and be like, wow, look, yeah, that's ours. And because my business partner in the United Kingdom, he's a software developer. Yeah, we creating. So yeah, I ain't playing. I ain't playing with these niggas. I ain't playing with nobody. We ain't playing. We preparing. And the scriptures say we got to prepare a place for your people. So I'm not leaving my people behind. I know I might have left Hempstead. I might have left New York, but I ain't left y'all in my heart. Y'all hear me? That's why, what did I did? I came back to Facebook, and guys, what did I come back to Facebook with? I came back to Facebook with the awakening. I came back to let you know the scriptures, the ancient books, history. I'm showing you that we were kings in Europe, and we didn't even come. A lot of us didn't even come up from off the slave coast from the west coast of Africa. We came from Europe with the Jacobites in them. Some of us came from the west coast. Like I came with history. I came with your identity. I came back, right? And I'm coming back with financial. So I might have left y'all physically, but I ain't never left my people spiritually. A weak man is someone who forgets where he come from. Y'all hear me? And that's for everybody. I don't care who you are and where you come from. Don't forget your roots. If everybody kept their roots first and foremost, then we'll be each other's keeper. Am I not my brother's keeper? Then we'll be, if everybody came back and gave back to where they come from, then every generation will have someone pouring in and sowing into them. And I ain't never been fake. You heard? I always been real. For those who got to know me even from back home personally, as y'all always know, I always kept it $110. I never front on my people. I never front. I don't give a crap who or where I go. I'm Hempstead till I die, born and bred from Parkside Projects. Now I rep Southside Jamaica, Queens. I rep Bed-Stuy because that's where I'm from too. My people, I live there and all that. So I have people there. I also rep NC because I was doing my thing in North Carolina. You heard? But I'm definitely Strong Island all day. Hempstead. You heard? Strong Island. All right. Now, yes, generational wealth. And if everyone go back and do it, so what do? I go back. Now, not only am I going back on Facebook to my New York people, what did I do? I'm on YouTube pouring into the so-called, not just Black people, right? I went back to our people to awaken and pour into our people, as well as the other nations, the Gentiles, the children of the Most High, creation. I want to take care of the planet. I want to take care of the animals. I want to take care of the food. Righteous man in spirit and in truth. This 25 life took a different turn. You heard? All right. So now, this is the last piece. We're going to close out right here with this, and we're going to get to our story tonight. All right. So I just want to show y'all this last thing. So just so y'all know, I ain't just talking out my butt. Unc ain't talking out his butt. So I'm going to show y'all what this dude said right here. So let me pull him. Oh, I got to pull him up to the thing. Let me do that right now. Pull him up right here. We're going to listen to this dude. This probably serpent seed. These dudes be serpent seeds. But y'all need to listen to the adversary. The scripture says we need to be wise as a serpent, but harmless as a dove. You need to learn from the mistakes of it. You need to learn, listen to these serpents and watch how they move. You need to know where they going. So that's why I follow BlackRock and them. Where they going? You know what I mean? And for the investment group, to everybody, I got a video coming. I'm gonna show y'all. Don't panic because it looks like, it looked like it's going to a bull market because all of the alts seem to be going up. I got something coming. Don't get tricked by that. But it is a time. It's a buy time. So if you cash out, guys, to your portfolio, leave your initial investment. Find out where you bought that coin at, what price, and leave that money that you bought it at there. Unless that price was higher than it is now. If it was lower than it is now, leave it there. But I'll show y'all what I'm talking about for the investment group. And everybody, I might talk about, I can't talk about it tomorrow. But anyway, I'll let y'all know because we need to reset our mind because right now we need to be buying because every coin is now, especially once the charts turn red again, every coin is at a buy position now. So we need to forget where we bought in high and we might be down low. We need to readjust our thinking and understand everything now is at like January levels and December 2023 levels. So, where we might have bought it at $45, right now stuff is at $20. It's a buy position. All right. So I'll be speaking on that a little later to the investment group and everybody else who know already. To everybody else who don't know, we got a beginning stuff. We walk you through everything from the beginning. All right, so let me show y'all this serpent seed, and then we're gonna get started with tonight's story. Let me show y'all this serpent seed. Sorry, everybody at home that just wanted to hear the story. I'm gonna get to it. This is so important, man. I can't leave my people out there like that. Y'all getting left behind and don't even understand. There's so much monetary value out there for you, but we don't know how to get it. We don't know how. All right, shout out to David Hutchison in the building. Shout out to Big Day. Listen, Big Day. All right, so I'm going to share screen. Where is it? Right there. So I took this little clip because I just want to show you that I ain't talking out my butt. I ain't talking on my own accord. And this video was just today or something. This is the CEO, the president of PayPal. speaking. Now listen, remember, y'all need to listen to what these people be saying. Listen to them.
Well, so once you build the conviction that Bitcoin is the neutral settlement network for all payments in the world, you know that it's secure, you know that it's decentralized, you know that its value can't be messed with. You have to make it fast and cheap. And so Bitcoin is very secure on layer 1, but it's slow. It takes 10 minutes for a new block to be added, about 10 minutes. And the fees, especially now that there are more things that are being published on the Bitcoin blockchain, the fees are quite high. And so here.
Now I know this sounds like boring stuff, but I'm gonna get to the part where he's talking about the future of what we're about to face. Okay, so what he was talking about Bitcoin being slow on layer 1, I'll teach y'all what that is. It's a layer 1 because Bitcoin is the foundation of digital currency. It's what everything is factored off. What Bitcoin do determines what everything else do. So the Bitcoin is your secure of wealth. It's your storage, right? Because it only fluctuates to a certain amount of percent, but it's unhackable. It's yours if you lock it away into your cold wallet. It's yours. Can't nobody come get it. The government can't cut your money off. None of that. It's tradable. Right. But now it's a layer 1. But now they got a ecosystem coming for Bitcoin with a layer 2 that he's about to talk about, where the things are faster. So if you want to do Bitcoin itself, it's a slow exchange. It take a couple of minutes, and everybody like everything fast. I know y'all know what that means, but I'll teach y'all. I'm gonna teach y'all once. And we start from beginner classes. All this stuff, some of the stuff that I'm saying would sound like I'm speaking Spanish right now, right? Right? But once it sounded like that to me 2 years ago when I had to sit down and learn all of this stuff, learn the financial literacy, learn the language of the digital currency space. Like, well, these nerds and stuff, these people, these multi-billionaires who know all this stuff. You know what I mean? I had to teach myself to learn, all right? Learn where the future is going. Right? If you don't head where the future is going and you know how you follow it, follow the money. You know that saying? You want to follow it? Follow the money. Just follow the money trail. And with the money trail, that's where the snake, the serpent is going. You know what I mean? The snake, these serpent seeds, the ones who want to make sure you don't got no money, the ones who want to hoard it all and use you for slaves, follow them. Wherever they going, that's where the trail is. And then you got to, everything they do, you do the opposite. You learn what they do. Now you understand whatever, some of the things they tell you. When they tell you to go left, you realize, okay, that means it's a hook to it. It's a double-edged, it's a serpent's tongue, double-edged sword, the tongue. All right. So anyway, so now I'm going to fast forward to what he wanted to say.
Here comes the Lightning Network, which is basically a payment layer 2 on top of Bitcoin. That enables really.
But what he's talking about is good for me because y'all don't know it. He's talking about there's a Lightning Network coming on Bitcoin. It's a layer 2, and it's going to make every exchange fast. That's why for the investment group. That's what I'm about to teach y'all next. So everybody in the investment group, what I'm getting y'all set up with, because we had investment class yesterday. It's every Wednesday. What I've got y'all set up, I'm getting y'all set up with the airdrops for the free money. But what's coming next is these ordinals and these Satoshis, these layer 2s for Bitcoin's ecosystem that's coming. That's the biggest of it all. Bitcoin got its own ecosystem coming. All right. So I'm getting y'all set up. That's what he's talking about. This Lightning Network where the transactions will go fast over Bitcoin, and Bitcoin is the daddy. All right. So listen.
Really fast, like near real time and really cheap movement of Bitcoin. And when we started that journey almost 2 years ago, we realized that Lightning was actually great at a theoretical level, but really hard to operate for mainstream companies. And so what we did at Lightspark is we built an enterprise-grade platform that enables companies to connect to the Lightning Network without any of the complexities of running a node, deploying liquidity, opening channels, finding.
So what he's talking about, he's saying they developed because they know what I'm going to teach y'all. They know the digital currency space and the language, but most guys, these big companies don't even know. These big, your president at Chase Bank and all that, they'll look at you. If you learn what I can teach you and go in there, they will hire you. You can get a position at one of these big corporations because they'll hire you for your expertise because you're speaking a language, like AI. They got large language models, right? And if you know prompts and engineering, you can become a prompt engineer and make $300,000 a year, and you just learn this. So the stuff that I'm teaching you to learn, you go in there and tell them you know how to do it. So what he's talking about is they created a product because these companies, the company you work for, you could work for AT&T, you could work for whatever big billion-dollar company for those who got these good jobs, right? Your companies and stuff, they're trying to institute AI and they're trying to institute digital currency because they know that's where all the banking, the whole world. I'm talking about what's it called? Hong Kong just did their Bitcoin Bitcoin ETF yesterday. What's the name? Buys Bitcoin by $1 million a day. What's this? These Venezuela, these countries are buying it, Africa and stuff, right? This is the world economy I'm talking. It's big. Y'all talking about big ball and shot calling. That's why I say, I know this is the 25 to Life channel. We want to talk about the street and all that, but we talking about the real money. Queens get the money, long time, no cash. We talking about the real bag, Dave Hutchinson. And I know, Dave, you doing very well. Shout out to my brother, Dave. I know he got the big Benzo. He probably got a Bentley or something, or airplane he driving in now. You know what I mean? But I'm saying, you know what I'm talking about. This the real money, the big money. So what this brother is talking about, this president, CEO of, president of PayPal, he said they created a Lightning network, and he said they know that these big companies, right, your company that you work for, your banks, Chase Manhattan Bank, these big multi-billionaire companies, right, Walmart and all these companies, they don't want to learn. They don't have the know-how to sit down and learn all this stuff. They don't want, so they built the Lightning network on the layer 2 of Bitcoin and took it to the company and said, okay, you get the speed of the transactions, you get all of this at a lightning speed, everything with the security of Bitcoin, with everything packaged right into his company, right into there. And that's what he's talking about. So I'm just walking on down, because if you don't know what it sounds like another layer. It sounds boring. But once you really start to get this money and get this knowing, none of this stuff is boring, because you know they talking paper. You talking about stuff where, this is what I need to hear. How can I secure for my family? How can I get myself foundated? You know what I mean? How could I get that little house? Especially New York is expensive. Y'all sitting up there paying all that money. You heard? All right, listen.
Routes, splitting payments into smaller payments and reassembling them on the other side to make sure that they arrive at the right destination. All concepts that are quite foreign for companies that are just looking to connect to an endpoint and send and receive transactions reliably. And so that's what we've been doing. And we're very happy that actually this week, Coinbase started launching support for Lightning on our stack. So that's
Now, let me explain. He just said Coinbase. Most of y'all don't even know what Coinbase is. But if y'all Google Coinbase, this is everybody in New York, everybody that watch this channel, Google Coinbase, Coinbase, and Nas, the rapper Nas from Queensbridge. Google Coinbase and Nas, and now y'all gonna say, oh, Unc is on to something. Oh yeah, I knew it before. Well, Nas been in it for a minute. All right, Nas got some stock in Coinbase and stuff. All right, so understand this stuff I'm telling y'all. This is where the celebrities, those in the know that's taking their money, the millionaires and stuff, the multi-millionaires and billionaires, Jay-Z is even into this stuff. So I'm giving y'all insight. All right. So again, it's not too far away from the 25 to Life thing, because we talking about the bag. It's about getting that money, right? That's why I'm telling these old stories. When I was getting the bag, you heard? This still about the bag. All right. So now he said Coinbase. They partner with Coinbase.
A major milestone for the network and also for our company, bringing one of the largest exchanges in the world with 100 countries and about 100 million customers onto the network, which is a big milestone for us.
Oh, it stopped? Oh, I messed up.
My bad. So once you build the conviction that Bitcoin is...
Oh, sorry, guys. I took the wrong... I was rushing to get to this 25 to Life. I grabbed the wrong clip. So in that clip, he talked about, I'm so sorry. He talked about AI. He talked about artificial intelligence using Bitcoin, and it's the future. And he said literally what I was trying to tell you. He said AI is going to replace everyone's job, and AI is going to be using Bitcoin as its currency. And he talked about the AI thing, that the AI started to create its own language as the artificial intelligence started to speak to one another. So anyway, I sorry guys, I was rushing to try to get this thing done for y'all, and I cut the wrong clip. But it's all right. I got enough. I told y'all enough. I showed y'all my video. I done spoke enough of the language that y'all see I ain't talking out my butt. I know exactly. And we put it into practice. We got software, everything. We trading. I done traded thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. Yes, I trade in bots. There's a bot. You know what we call robot? So there's Trader, there's exchanges, right? There's Uniswap, there's Phantom, right? Those are slow though, but they got bots where we got a Uni bot, we got a Maestro bot, right? We got to have a bot for Avalanche. And you take the address to the coin. Let's say if you want to trade Bitcoin, you grab the Bitcoin address and you take it and you put it into your bot and you paste it. And then the bot, a robot, it pops up on your Telegram, and then you'll be able to buy. You put the amount that you want to buy and sell, and you buy, and then you watch the chart and you time the chart. When I teach y'all how to time the market of the chart, and you know where to get in, you buy, and when it goes up to a certain percentage, then you click sell, and it sells it, and the money goes right into your wallet. Y'all hear me? These people are making millions of dollars. A week ago, there was a coin that dropped called Gummy. So that's the coin that our investment group, they all got it for free. So we all got hundreds of dollars for free. And that coin's going to go up later. Now, we got hundreds of dollars for free because I got them the airdrop. We ain't have to spend nothing or nothing. The only thing we had to do was run this thing, sign up for this thing. Matter of fact, I think I got a, what's the name? That'll be the last thing I show. I think I got a screenshot of it. Where is it? I did have a screenshot of it, but I got so many screenshots. But whatever, man. So anyway, because I was going to show it to the investment group. Let me see if it's in that folder. Let me open file location really quick. It might be in there. Is it? That would have been too easy. No. And I don't know where it's at. It's in the crypto folder somewhere. So anyway, there's a banter bubble thing. And the only thing they had to do was sign up for the banter bubbles and then let this thing run, and you get points. And there was going to, for the points, depending on how much points when you let this thing run, is how much of the airdrop they give you. That's how much of the coin and how much money it's worth. Now, everyone who did it, that when we set them up, they got the free coin and the free money, but later that same coin is going to go up and up and up. It's going to be worth more and more and more. That's why I tell the investment group, do not sell none of your gummy. Y'all could cash out some of your profits if you want to. If you want to cash out your profits, but you could just leave it. It was free anyway. It's free money. It's going to go up. All right. So now, anyway, that's enough of that. All right. So for everybody at home, I'll be showing y'all the commercial. I'll be showing y'all the link to our investment group. I'll be showing y'all the our YouTube. Y'all can go to matter of fact, the Patreon is cryptopricealerting.com. I mean, well, crypto price alerting for the Patreon, but I'll show it another time. But y'all can go to cryptopricealerting.com and y'all see the website if y'all want to look. But anyway, that'll be coming because I'm going to be bringing y'all this alpha. They call it alpha in the language of digital currency, this information early to teach y'all how. And in our group, because we have elders, like old people that are older people and stuff, and younger people, all age groups. Everyone don't have the time that I took years to learn all this stuff. So we get you set up. We get you the wallet set up. We get everything set up, and we allow you, we tell you what to get, put it in, how to do it, and everything. And the language and everything you learn over the time of you doing it. So it's not that you got to sit down, man, I can't understand, and I'm trying to learn Spanish, and I can't. No, we apply because you don't got time to waste. It's a bull market right now. Everything is going up. Well, now it's on a dip, but that dip is good because it's going to shoot back up later. Now we should be, they call it buying the dip right now, right? So everything is on most stuff is in the red right now. But anyway, for the investment group, I got that coming for y'all, right? Just don't cash out all your stuff. And if you want to take out your profits, make sure that the profits you're taking out are under the position when you bought in. So you'll go to your Kraken wallet, you go to your exchange, wherever you bought in an L Bank, and look at your buy-in. It'll tell you when you bought it, and look at the price, and then look at the price now, and make sure the price when you bought it is lower than the price. If it's lower than the price now, then you don't want to sell it. You don't want to cash it. If it's more, then you could cash it if you want to secure and then buy back in. But these are buy-ins, but I'll talk to y'all another time. All right, so let's get started now. How long? Hour and a half. I did not know I was going to be an hour and a half, but this was important. I see. I can't believe I didn't run the 25 of life too, but it makes sense because I was coming back to the New York people with the with with the investment because we got to prepare. They taking all our money away. They collapsing. You heard? They collapsing everything. All these big major companies, they all in. You heard? All right. So now, and don't be scared. The price is dropping because Bitcoin ETF, they all bought in at the top of the market. So they got it's called a correction, a market correction. All right. So I'll be teaching you all that. Fundamental analysis, technical analysis, all of it. All right. Let's get started. Here we go. The story tonight. Let me put the thumbnail on the screen. That was a lot. So I ain't going to get too deep into this story because I'm going to be tired. So it is what it is. I'm probably continue it next week. I apologize to everybody, but I know those who care about building their financial future, y'all appreciate that info. Y'all appreciate the pause and me telling the story versus me giving y'all some real life application of what's happening and what's coming. All right, so let me put the thumbnail right here. What is this? I could close this now. Close. Oh, I don't got to close that. I could switch it over. So let me put the thumbnail right here on the screen. Where is it? Bang, bang. Uh-oh. Bang. Where are you? Right there. Double click. Bang. And then go to here. And now we're going to get started in the story. Here we go. What do I do? Share, present, share screen, window, bang, share. This thumbnail is dope. I am getting so good with these thumbnails. This thumbnail, fire. All right. So the thumbnail, Larry Yah put the title of the video, RAHSHALLAH and ARMEL. I put the GIDS. It's supposed to say the gods in the title. I literally spelled it. Oh, she might have spelled it wrong. Hopefully she spelled it wrong. I hope you spelled it wrong. I think I spelled it wrong. It got GIDS. I hope it don't say GIDS on YouTube. But it says RAHSHALLAH and ARMEL, the gods, crack era, New York City. RAHSHALLAH, dark New York crack era king. Freeport and Hempstead war, the 90s. Let's go, Hempstead, stand up. All right. So now, for me, okay, good. She said it's her. Okay, good. I hope I didn't mess that one up. So now, in order to walk the story down, right, for the thumbnail. So what I did was I found this image, and this looked a little bit like RAHSHALLAH. So I try to find some image that might look a little bit like RAHSHALLAH, because RAHSHALLAH was kind of thick. He looked like that. This is actually Fat Joe when he was young. That's actually Fat Joe from when he was young. But it looked a little like RAHSHALLAH because he's thick like that, and RAHSHALLAH was fly like that, right? And he got the leather coat on and all that from the 90s or whatever, right? And then I found a picture of this brother, all right? And this is how we used to dress when we was balling in the night. Y'all remember my pictures, right? So he got the Fendi suit on, right? Y'all see the Fendi hat with all the little Fs? That's the Fendi Fs all in it. And then he got the Fendi pants. And then down here, he got the Bally's on, the Bally boots, right? The Bally shoes, right? Then he got to see the little dress socks, the white dress socks. That's how I know he got those red Bally's on. Then he got the big truck jewelry with the big Nefertiti heads, the big rings and watch. He was balling, right? That's how I was living back there. That's why I showed y'all my pictures, right? So, and I was having the Fendi suit. Fendi was my thing, right? So, so I put the ARMEL don't look like this, right? ARMEL look more like this, right? Look like more like RAHSHALLAH. They brothers, right? For those who know, and ARMEL. So I found the picture because I wanted to find a picture that denotes us getting money in the 80s and 90s. This is how we used to look. All right. So ARMEL, he didn't look like that. ARMEL was mean looking. ARMEL looked like Murder One. He got the mean, like I look mean too. Like if I don't smile, Oh, y'all can't really see me all big on the screen. When I don't smile and I look real mean. Like I got that mean eyebrow ridge, right? Armel looked mean and he was big. Right? So he don't look like this. This dude don't look mean. Armel look like a Armel, he not ugly. He look like a monster, but not because he ugly, but because he looks so mean. All right. So he nothing to play with. You know, some of the people who look like they ain't nothing to play with. RAHSHALLAH looks mean too a little, but not like Armel. RAHSHALLAH is younger than Armel. RAHSHALLAH could be little playful a little bit. You know what I mean? But he is no joke. These dudes, man. All right. So anyway, so this is how I made the thumbnail. So RAHSHALLAH and ARMEL, the guys, the crack era, New York City. It's the 90s and the 80s. This the 80s I'm talking about. Tonight's story is in the 80s, and then it goes into the 90s when it involves me. All right. Right. So, yeah, me too. Y'all got to lift my eyebrows and kind of smile a little to look friendly. Other than that, I look crazy mean. So, all right. So now let me reset this so that I can get set up to get the story started. It's time to tell the story, but I wanted to show one more thing before that. Okay, so I'm gonna set the foundation. So remember, guys, in the other stories, when I show myself and I show me and I'm sitting and I got I got the Fendi coat on or the MCM coat and I ain't got no shirt on. And remember, I told you, I said we didn't wear no shirt under there, and we have all the jewels be on your bare skin, like that one I showed with the LL Cool J story when I was in the Sunrise Mall with my daughter Star taking a picture, and I said I had the Levi stonewash suit on, whatever, the Levi jean suit, and the shirt, the jacket was off my shoulders. There was no shirt. I'm like, that's how we used to rock it. Look, I got a receipt. You see, he ain't got no shirt on, because we would rock the Fendi, the Gucci, the Louis Vuitton suits and all that with. And if you got a lot of truck jewelry, you would have no shirt. So your dark skin, the gold glisten off the dark of your skin. That was just how we rocked it. So I actually got a receipt. I'm like, good. I actually got a receipt to show that I'm not just making it up. It wasn't me. It was a thing. That's how we used to rock. You know what I mean? So this is how we were looking in the crack era. So I was going to show one more thing. I might as well do it. I was gonna show. Oh, I can't make it big, but it's all right. So I was gonna show that I've been representing Hempstead guys for a minute. For us, I've been representing out there. So let me show y'all. Stop sharing. Present. So this share screen. Some of y'all back home, y'all might not have knew this, but I've been holding this down for a minute without y'all even knowing. Right? Out to the world. You heard? I've been holding down Hempstead. I've been holding down Strong Island. So this Mechaopolis Instagram page, right? You see 116,000 followers and stuff, right? So I was on the other channels that get 50, 100,000 views telling Hempstead stories. So, right? So I was just showing y'all, that's this page right here, right? Mechaopolis, right? He got all the legends, LL Cool J and all them Nas and Fat Joe and Big Meech, and they got all these see this history, New York history, right? So I've been holding Hempstead down. So share this tab instead. That's the same page. That's this Mechaopolis page. That's me right there. Right? So look, that's Rakim and them. That's Father MC and them. Rakim and them, Raekwon and them. That's the original 50 Cent. The original one, the one that the rapper 50 Cent took his name from and all that. And the trippy thing is that's me. Like, that bugs me out every time when I have to go to these pages and see it. But guys, I've been holding this down. Okay. So like right here, when you click this one, that's if I click, there you go, it opens. So that's me, Pam. Everybody at home, that's Pam. Y'all know I'll be telling the stories. That's Pam, me and her, my rider. That's my gang, Biz Markie and Big Head Jeff. So when you look right here, Megapolis title, it says Megapolis, Biz Markie, Rashawn, Pam, and Big Head Jeff, 1990, origin, Hempstead, Long Island. And then he put Harlem. I don't know why he put Harlem. And then he says the setting is the Q Club in Southside Jamaica, Queens, because that's where we was at. We was in the Q Club. And then you got, well, you can't see it, but you got comments. I don't know why, because I'm sharing screen, but you got like thousands of comments and people writing and talking. And oh, there you go. I just scroll up. So then he tells a little story about what we got on. And he said the way that Rashawn and Biz Markie met is someone bought Biz. Look, guys, someone bought Biz to Rashawn's projects, Parkside Projects in Hempstead, Long Island. While Biz had all his truck jewelry on, dudes from those projects was about to rob him, but Big Head Jeff, the far right of the photo, prevented the robbery from happening. Big Head Jeff was a part of Rashawn's crew called the 98 Posse. See? And then he put hashtag Biz Markie, hashtag the Q Club, hashtag 98 Posse, hashtag the Nasty Four, because he says when Rashawn pulled up, Biz immediately recognized him. That's at the projects Campbell Park, and spoke of the admiration of Rashawn and his prior rap group, the Nasty Four. All right. They became good friends ever since. That's me and Biz. Right. So that's why we was in the Q Club. Right. We was enjoying ourselves. Right. So everybody's commenting from all over the world. Then you got people from Hempstead like Hempstead, stand up, and Strong Island, and right. So it goes on and on. I could just click that, right? So I'm showing y'all, guys, I've been holding us down, which y'all ain't even knowing. Now I'm coming back to Facebook late, but I was already out. These are thousands and thousands of people that I was holding us down. I got views where the dude got jealous. Now he took my videos down. I had 50,000 views and stuff on my telling my Hempstead stories on the big channels, but now the dude got jealous. I'm used to that, so he took my video down. I'm like, these dudes be girls, man. I swear, good dudes be all in their little feelings, right? I'm like, and they lucky I'm a man of the Most High. They so lucky I'm not the old me, because I would have got mad. I would have blew my channel up just off dissing them. You know what I mean? They dudes be getting in their feelings. They be little girls. They're little panties in a bunch, and then took my videos down like some little girl. I'm like, so I just ignore it, whatever. So anyway, shout out to Megapolis. I was hoping he did. I'm like, I hope he ain't, take my stuff down. So look, this is me right here in the Coliseum Mall. Look, origin, Hempstead, Long Island, Southern Coliseum Mall, Jamaica, Queens, right? That's me in my Fendi suit, and that's the leather pants. Those are those red bellies that reason why I'm showing it, those same red bellies that brother got on in his picture in my thumbnail with the Fendi, with his Fendi suit. And this is my red and gold Fendi coat suit with butter soft red Guess leather pants and the red leather belly boots. In Jamaica, having 4-finger ring, the big ropes and stuff. Okay. So, and then everybody talking about it, you know what I mean? All about the wares. Everybody like, Hempstead. So, you know what I mean? I've been holding us down. So this the one that I was talking about right here when I'm in the chair with no shirt on with the MCM. And so I said, look, I finally got a receipt. I told you we used to rock. We put no shirt on. So our wells, our Jews and stuff, you know what I mean, off our skin or whatever. So anyway, I just look, Hempstead, Strong Island, set in Southside Jamaica, Queens, because I was in Queens on South Road when I took that picture. So anyway, so all right, guys, so look, this is all hip hop history in this channel. All the, it goes all the way back. This is all the originals and all that type of stuff, right? So anyway, that's enough of that. So stop share. All right, I just wanted to show some of those that I've been out there holding it down. So now let me get to the story. Now, sorry that it took so long, 2 hours, we ain't get there yet. I'm definitely gonna have to revisit this. So now, let me get it all set up, and now I'm going in. So I wanted to set the stage for, that was a proper way to set the stage for the crack era and how we used to dress and look, okay? Because it's important. Present, share screen, window, bang, share,
And I'm gonna do the different setup where I share the screen with thumbnail. Bang, and that's do my drop down, and that's this one. There we go. And then take that and make it bigger. Move it over and make that, hold on. There we go. Right there. Bang. All right, that part. All right, so now let's get with the story. So the why I said dudes be having major Drake in energy. Why, boy, you learning some hip hop, boy. you definitely coming along. All right, so now the story, the thumbnail, RAHSHALLAH, ARMEL, the gods, the crack era. So now the nation of gods and earths was heavy during the crack era. They were, that's why Rakim was the god. Big Daddy Kane was King Asiatic. Busta Rhymes was actually Taheem. You had poor rights teach like the gods was no joke. And these gods, RAHSHALLAH and his brother Armel, they were a family out in Freeport, Strong Island. Freeport is where Public Enemy Flavor Flav is from. All right, Freeport, Strong Island. And shout out to Freeport, Strong Island. I'm originally from Hempstead, Strong Island. These are neighboring hoods in Nassau County and Strong Island, right? No joke. So Freeport, this is a, I got an image of Freeport. Let me do it. Y'all know me, I bring receipts. So let me present, share screen. Let me do this the right way. Window, there go Freeport, share. All right, so this, let me make it full screen. All right, so this, hold on, bang, there we go. This is a picture of Freeport projects. This is the projects in Freeport, Buffalo Avenue projects. Shout out to Buffalo Avenue projects in Freeport, Strong Island. I used to rock out there, Chuck and Vanessa and Buffalo Avenue. So I used to be in Freeport. Me and the Nasty Four, next week, I think I'm telling a little story of Unique too next week. Nasty Four story. I was going to do it tonight, but it would run too long now. I was going to tell a piece. But I'll tell it next week when I finish this story from tonight. So I used to be in Freeport too during the crack era. I just didn't stay in Hempstead, where a lot of people really wasn't in all of these places. It's because I knew all the gods, because I was the god Rashawn. So I knew Rakim out in Freeport. I knew Tislam and them. I knew the gods and stuff. And I used to get around because the Nasty Four MCs, we used to, hold on. So that's Freeport. Let me come back on the screen. So the Nasty Four MCs, we used to go everywhere because we used to be doing shows, parties. Shout out to Brooklyn Red in the building. We used to be doing parties, concerts. We were rappers. So we would be doing a show in Freeport. This is before Public Enemy and Flavor Flav and stuff. Now it made my thing blurry. Clear up, bro. We would be doing shows in Freeport. We'd be doing shows in Roosevelt. And these are neighboring towns, Warren. They don't like Hempstead people. It's like going into a blood going into a Crip neighborhood to perform a show. And you got a bunch of Crips in the audience. Listen clearly, this is literally what it was. So we, the Nasty Four from Hempstead, and we raw dog. So we battle and we obnoxious, right? We fly looking and we control the stage. We the best rappers like in the world back then of hip hop, right? Under Cold Crush 4 and all them, Fantastic Five and all them, right? We took the title after that. and we held it for a long time. We all through the city, Queensbrook, we everywhere, battling everybody on stage, in your armory, in your club, in your whipping everybody down. We battled. That's nasty. Mean we nasty on the mic. That's what nasty 4MC stood for. We the nastiest group out there. We nasty. We coming to it ain't gonna be good, right? So we in Freeport, man. It's still blurry. Come on, dude, clear up. Come on. I don't like it in my face. All right. I don't know what to say, guys. Is it clear? It's a little bit. I don't know. Whatever. I guess I got a blurry video. It is what it is. Y'all can hear me. So we battling. So we in Freeport doing the show because we got a show to do. So people who got clubs and roller rink and wherever, the Rush Center or community centers, whatever, they want to do a party and they make flyers. This is back in the hip hop era, in the 80s and stuff, right? Beginning of hip hop stuff, where you have flyers with your name and they'll put Nasty 4MCs. We doing a party at this place, community center, starring the Nasty 4MCs, and everybody coming because everybody want to see the Nasty 4 perform because we do a crazy performance. So we got people hiring us in Freeport, Roosevelt, Westbury, Wyandanch. We all are Queens, Brooklyn, we entering battling contests and stuff like that, right? So we everywhere. So we got fans, if so you will, but people who grew up on our music and stuff and seen us perform. So because of that, I'm everywhere because I'm used to being all in these places. Freeport and all of them, right? So you get people who like you, people who hating on you, but the girls used to love us. So you're gonna have people hating on us, right? So that's why I'm in all these places. And then I'm so popular because not only was I a rapper from the Nasty 4 and popular, but I was also, I'm gonna stop my screen and then bring myself back. I think that'll clear it up. I was also popular as a rapper. I was popular as the God, you know what I mean? So I knew all the guys too. All right. Yep, it's cleared it up too. All right, that was smart. Okay, so hopefully y'all let me know if y'all can still hear me. In the chat, let me know if y'all can hear me. All right, Larry, I say yes. All right, so now that worked. That cleared it up. I ain't want to do the whole video of me all blurry. So not only was I popular from the Nasty 4MCs all around, I was popular because we knew the gods. So when I became God Body, when we became the gods, they called me the Nation of Gods. They was happy that I became God and we was gods because they was the rapping gods. So it's like having Rakim as being a god, part of your crew, your nation. He the biggest rapper. It brings publicity. So we were known as the gods, but also we rap. We the Nasty 4. So I would be in Freeport. That's how I knew RAHSHALLAH and them. So a lot of these, that's how Shasham, remember the story in the channel, the guy Shasham, he's from Roosevelt and Freeport. The one when Cimarron snuffed me and Shasham whooped him out. Shouts, no disrespect, but shout out to Cimarron. No, we all take losses, right? That's what I said. Tonight I'm gonna tell a story of me taking a loss, right? So we all take losses. So that's why Shasham knew me, the guy, because they knew me as the young God, because I used to be everywhere. So guys, when we was the Nation of Gods and Earths, we used to be at the rallies in Fort Greene, Brooklyn, at the rallies and Harriet Tubman High School in Harlem. So we at the rallies in Pelon in the Bronx. We at the rallies and meeting all the gods from all over New York City and all over that would come from out of state too in Jersey. This is the beginning of hip hop, the 80s. This is the 80s. This is the Nation of Gods and Earth. It's huge, thousands. So we know gods in Queens, Brooklyn, everywhere. God Body's big. So they knew me because we would always go to the rallies, me and Unique and them, because Unique was my student, my eldest. So I became righteous. I was first. in our projects and all that, in Parkside and all that. I was first, and I was younger than everybody. But again, the same way I learned cryptocurrency, the same way I was attracted to that knowledge, wisdom, understanding, cultural refinement, freedom, justice, equality, love, peace, and happiness. You heard? I was attracted to all that. The circumference of the planet Earth is 24,896 square miles apart. Like, what in the world? The diameter of the planet Earth is what? I'm like, what are they talking about? I'm like, oh, I need to know all parts of that. So I was in from younger. I was a young guy. So I had students. So I was so popular, well known, because not only was I popular, I was a popular rapper, right? From the Nasty Four all over. Everybody knew the Nasty Four. We were like stars, like literally like girls with, people grew up on our music, right? We was stars before rap records and all that, before y'all know hip hop. It was in the parks, in the streets, in the armories, in the jams, in the convention centers, community centers, battles, right? So not only was I popular from that, but then I was popular from being the God and going everywhere, being the God body. And then I was in regular Hempstead. I was just popular because I was, just who I was from Hempstead, Parkside and all that, playing in the football team and all that, just my personality. So because of me being God body, I knew all the gods, and the gods, the nation of gods on earth, those were the most dangerous, strongest people during the crack era. Some of them, they were the most. So when you know the stories of like Fat Cat and Supreme from Supreme Team and Jamaica Queens and 50 Cent and all that, so the story with Fat Cat and Brian Glaze Gibbs and them, these Brooklyn legends, King Allah was the one that tried to kill Fat Cat and burnt his house down and all that stuff, and tried to kill like these. The gods was like, they were the renegade god. They were a terror. They weren't being righteous. That was unlawful for them to do that, but that just is what it was. They became dark. Call them renegade gods, right? So the gods was just powerful. They were just like, and they were like an enigma. So I'm trying to paint an image. The gods. All right, so good. Let me put it on to Brooklyn Red said everybody wanted to be God back then, including me. Yeah, it was no joke, Brooklyn Red. You know exactly what I'm talking about. So, because it was all through your parts of Brooklyn, everywhere. So let me stop share. Let me share the thumbnail now. So that was Freeport Project. Shout out to Freeport. I just wanted to give y'all a little image of it so y'all can have, a little image of it. Share screen and window, bang, share. All right, there we go. So now you see how they dress. That's how the gods used to look. Brooklyn Red to tell you, the gods used to walk around like this. Brooklyn Red heard the stories of Kendu and them, right? Kendu walking around like this. Brownsville, Brooklyn, Cypress Hills and all that. You know what I mean? All the gods was walking around like this. Fendi, Gucci, Louis, Yves Saint Laurent, Christian Dior suits, big Nefertiti head, big rings. You see how it showed me how I was dressed. I was God. On that suit I showed with the all red, and I said it was red and gold Fendi. On the back of that suit, it said Fendi. Then it said, think it ain't Parkside when it is, and it had a big universal flag. The universal flag is the nation of gods and earth's flag. You would get killed wearing that flag. Someone see you with a universal flag, oh, you got problems. Come here, God. They go, boy, you better know your 120 lessons. You better know how to show and prove. You gonna get yourself killed. All right. It was so bad that people stopped wearing kufis. A kufi is a little hat, the little knitted hat, a kufi hat. That people stop wearing kufis. They'll be like, oh, you God body? You God? People be like, I ain't God. They stopped wearing it. You definitely wasn't wearing no universal flag. So I'm saying it because on the back of that Fendi coat that I showed, I was in the Coliseum, Jamaica Avenue, was a universal flag on that leather, red and gold Fendi coat. That's making a statement in itself that you God body, you walking around in the 80s and the 90s with that on in the public. Oh, you got a death wish. You definitely must got some guns. You definitely holding that down because they coming. The guys is coming. So this is what the guys looked like during the crack era. They were the terrorists, just so y'all know. All right. So now, and Brooklyn Red is correct. Everybody well, not everybody, but most people wanted to be God body, right? Now, so RAHSHALLAH and them. So I know them because I'm the young God. Like I'm little, I'm young, but I'm all in Fort Greene, Brooklyn. I'm all in Harlem. Like we going to the rallies, and plus we performing everywhere. So not only am I the young God going to the rallies with our education and all them, taking us to all the rallies and stuff, but we perform everywhere too. So not only would they see me, RAHSHALLAH and them, now these the older guys, they look like this. They are, guys, the thugs in the 80s and 90s was super thug. Like the street, it was different. It was different, guys. The crack era was a different breed of people. They were just raw. They were just, man, shout out Lil Bump in them. Because there's another story where I'm gonna tell Lil Bump and Big Bump a story about them. Probably, if not next week, it'll probably be the week after. And RAHSHALLAH and Little Bump, this is the time where Little Bump became righteous. He became God body. That's when I first learned about Little Bump, when I first got introduced. And that's when RAHSHALLAH and them. This is Hempstead Movie Theater. Oh yeah, I'm going back, Hempstead. Y'all remember Hempstead Movie Theater with the karate flicks and the two karate twins, them dudes that used to, oh, that's the year, that's when the gods it was powerful. And all the guys from Freeport, Roosevelt and stuff would come. And RAHSHALLAH was a god. They were from Freeport. They had a family. They were all brothers. They was originally from Brooklyn and stuff, and they moved out to the island like most of us did or whatever, right? But they from Freeport. But, they moved when they was young. But, we all come from, everybody come from the South. We all come from the South, from slavery. Then we move into New York, and you move to Brooklyn, whatever, and then your people migrated out to Long Island or whatever, if your people migrated, right? So that's why I say my mom's is from Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn. You know what I mean? So, So my dad, he came straight from the South to Parkside Projects. They came from Tennessee, Memphis, Tennessee, right, where his mom did. He was raised in Parkside. So my dad is from the projects. He from Campbell Park, born and bred, right? So, and my mom's is from Brevoort Projects in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn, right? So RAHSHALLAH and them, it was brothers. So they had an oldest brother. I don't know if he's the oldest, but they had a brother called Al-Jabbar. He's the guy. Then they have ARMEL. He's the next oldest. Then they have RAHSHALLAH. He's the third. And then they had the younger brother called Shabazz, right? Not the Vine brother, Shabazz from Freeport. Shabazz was my age. He was a young guy. So I used to run with Shabazz and them from Freeport. And the twins, Justice and Supreme from Roosevelt. And their brother, not Lamel. What's their brother? I forgot their brother name. Lamel or Understanding. One of them two. I gotta remember his name. I gotta tell his story. These are these dark street legend kingpins. Justice and Supreme brother became a kingpin. He's dead now. They killed him, right? A lot of these legends, dark legends, and these stories that I'm gonna go back and tell, they all dead. They didn't survive the crack era. They dead, like shot up, killed, in the game. But these were kingpins. I'm talking about multimillionaires in the 80s. I'm talking about Mercedes Benzes and Saabs and Audis and houses and just millions. All right. So when we go back, I got so much history. I ain't even touch on stuff. Tonight I'm touching on one of these dark legend, powerful, dark crack era street legends, RAHSHALLAH and ARMEL, this family of brothers. They were terrors. RAHSHALLAH was the God body who they were like handsome, like pretty boy type, right, with looks. And this is when RAHSHALLAH was kind of slim. Not slim, but he was still kind of thick, but later he got bigger. But this is young RAHSHALLAH. So he had the like me, like a mean look, right? See my eye ridge, my brows and everything, right? So he had this mean look, pretty boy type or whatever, but he was like, his personality, he was loud and aggressive, really aggressive, like, and feared, like literally feared. And I was young, God. I used to look at them like, man, the power that they have and their presence, like the power. These are so-called black men in the fullness of their power, but the power is used for darkness, right? So they're not understanding this power of the Most High, of them being like the chosen people, like these powerful kings of this earth. But the society has placed them in the dark circumstances of ghetto, of the hood, and the crack era and stuff, right? But they're powerful. So RAHSHALLAH, so this is the time of the gods they be building. So let's say if you go to the movies, or the movies having a big party, a concert, and thousands of people there, the gods will be in a cipher, a big circle, and they'll be building, where they be one person go, how you see today? I see today's mathematics, God is knowledge, wisdom, understand. Knowledge is the foundation of this, and they breaking down, they're adding on, building knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, and being tested on the things that they learn. And you don't want to get caught out there. You don't want to look, and so RAHSHALLAH was a god and sharp. So when they call you sharp, that means you know all your lessons. And guys, knowing your lessons is like learning the Bible, being able to quote the whole Bible by memory. Where somebody asks you, what is Deuteronomy 1:7? And you be able to say, it is this, thou shalt now do this, thou shalt do this. And they be like, what is Corinthians 2:4? Corinthians 2:4. If a man with his wife, then thou shalt do this. What is Genesis 7:19? Genesis 7:19. If a man like that, off of the head, knowing the Bible, 120 lessons, and being tested on it. So as they building, let's say I'm using the Bible so y'all can understand it. RAHSHALLAH is in the middle of the circle, and he's like, Corinthians 3:4 means thou shalt do this. And what it means in 2,000 years ago, when Abraham did this and Sarah, and it, like breaking down and understanding how he see it, and the history, and Hannibal and Titus and 70 AD came amongst them, and this, and it was 2,000, 3,000, 3,000 years ago. And Musa went into the caves of West Asia, as they now call it Europe. EU means the, hillsides, and ROPE means the rope to buying in. It was and breaking down, the earth is 67, Mercury is, Venus is 67 million miles away from the sun. Mercury being 36 million miles away from the sun, with the sun's earth rotation, which is called gravitation, at a fine mist at which the naked eye can hardly detect, as this mist ascends higher and increasing with other mists and different layers of current of the atmosphere. You explaining what makes rain, hail, snow, and earthquakes. You're doing meteorological and geological temperatures and times, but you a thug in the hood. And you got this fly Fendi Gucci leather on with these big chains, and you got this hat, and you fly, and you talking. That's why I talk with my hands, guys. That's why people come in like, you doing Mason sign. I'm like, man, get out of here with that stupid stuff. I'm from New York, bro. You don't even understand. This is a whole, you crazy? We talk with we express the expressing of showing, improving, and breaking down. We talk with our hands. That's where the 52 fighting come from. That's where the rappers come from when they rap and be like, yo, I do this and I do that. That's where that comes from. You heard? Come from building, adding on. It's a flow, a movement of the body and the mind, all connected in one. Ahad. So that's why even when I teach the ministry, I teach with my hands. It be looking like I'm doing sign language. I'll be like, yo, as you do this and this from the mouth, and then it's like, this isn't rooted in me. And these stupid people in this awakening talking about the Masons do this and this me. Man, get out of here with that stupid stuff. Mason, my son. I ain't worried about none of these stupid Masons, serpent seed. Get out of here. I'm the fullness. This is created the image of the Most High. I'm fluid with my motion. I'm speak where my whole body is an expression. It's an instrument, a tool. That's why I speak like that. It's a flow. It's a rhythm. That's where music come from. My body is music. It's poetry. You could literally turn off the volume and just watch me. And I'm like, there would be some type of sign language. I'm like, when I be watching it back, I'm like, dang, it's like I'm doing sign language. It's freaking amazing when you see it, you think about it. I'm like, that's amazing. You could turn off the volume and just watch him just talk with his hands. Okay. So now the God, you see, Larry, now I understand the whole God body. Yes, your whole body. It's a movement. It's the flow in your whole temple, right? From your head to your toe. All right. So RAHSHALLAH, he would be in the ciphers building, and I'm young, right? So I'm the young God. I'm in the cipher, but I'm not, I'm on the outside. So every now and then I would speak if someone like, yo, let the young God talk or something, because I was popular. But a lot of times you don't want to talk because you don't want somebody to question you and you can't answer the question. You don't want to. It'd be nervous, bro. I would be scared, right? It's no joke, bro. You get yourself. People get themselves hurt too, physically too. We don't play with knowledge of self. You held accountable, right? It ain't like, that's why I said awakening is like everybody just do what they want. It wasn't to do what you want. Now later it became that. That's when the darkness that's the crack era did that. The darkness seeped in, and the crack the money from making crack started to make some of them start to worship mammon, the money, and they start to disregard the nation of gods and earth, the 120 lessons where we got instructions, we held accountable. Father Allah's teaching, Clarence 13X Smith, and they started to go outside, but nobody could tell them nothing because they was the powerful renegade one, and they were just crazy killers. So that's how, it got like corrupted. The serpents always come in, but there was always still a natural righteous branch, the righteous ones. That's why it's called being righteous, the righteous nation of gods and earths. All right, so now, and they were saying that we are God's physical manifestation of the Most High, the Creator, and we call them Allah because it's an Islamic offshoot of culture. So you look at Allah would be the Most High, and we would be created in His image. So we would be the gods in the image of the Most High, the body, the physical manifestation of the Most High. The Most High is not a God. We are the gods. And now I found out that was correct. We are Yads. Do you not know you are gods in the scripture? We are creating an image of the Most High, no God. All right. So we are to be the manifestation, his reflected image in our ways, thoughts, actions, and deeds. When they see us, they're supposed to see. So we're supposed to be his mouthpiece, his image of him, because we were created in his image. All right. So now, we came in the name. That's why my name was Prince Rashawn Justice Born God Allah, or Prince Rashawn Manique Y Allah. We came in the name of our Father Allah. That's why in the awakening, I'm like, these people tripping. They don't even come in the name of Yah. Who's your God? How you Muslims come in the name, of Allah? You gotta, who are you? That's why you see his name is RAHSHALLAH. My name was Rashawn Allah. It's ARMEL Allah. So we all have our last name. It's like now I come in the name of Yah, because that's my Allah Yah, right? And that's the Allah and Allah Yah are the same thing. One is just Ishmael, that's my cousins. Now I know the Hebrew. One is Ishmael and the other is Isaac, Israel, Ishmaelite, Israelite. Ishmael is Arabic. That ain't who we are, but we adopted it because of the slavery captivity. I'm sorry, I'm not Arabic. No disrespect. Now I know who I really am. But the reason why we adapted to the Arabic, the Ishmaelic, the Islamic so easily, because that's our cousins. We're bloodline descended from them. Ishmael and Isaac, you see? But we're from the line of Isaac, not Ishmael. That's Arabs. All right, so that's why they got Allah and we got Allah Yah. See? It's the same, but it's just a different dialect. So there's a Allah and ours are Allah Yah. See? Simple. All right, for those who don't understand, who be like, how did God? Oh, no, I understand now. The fullness of it. All right, so now RAHSHALLAH, right? RAHSHALLAH was so powerful. I mean, so when he would speak, so RAHSHALLAH, when it's his time, so RAHSHALLAH, so their family was so strong, meaning RAHSHALLAH, you know how you got those families in every neighborhood, in every ghetto, right? And in every ghetto, you have the family where they can really fight or they really powerful. It's a bunch of them. And people fear that name, that family, right? Like you don't mess with the Hendersons, or you don't mess with the Johnsons, you don't mess with the Jacksons, you don't mess with the, the Keefers or whatever name that is. You're like, yo, bro, you're going to have some serious problems. Like them dudes is no joke. They come in, and so they had that kind of family name, right? Those brothers is powerful. So it was so much respect and fear there. And RAHSHALLAH, he carried it. He carried himself like that. He carried himself like a king. He knew when he walked, and it's always a bunch of them, right? So wherever he go, he got like 10 dudes with him. But he's like the centerpiece. So he walk and he looked like mean, like, and he's still a pretty boy. So, the girls like him, just powerful. I used to love that stuff. I used to sit there looking like, man, because I'm young. You know what I mean? I'm like, man, these dudes are so powerful, right? So RAHSHALLAH, so I'm giving y'all a straight, true example story. We had Hempstead movie theater. The movie is over, and everybody's outside. And right across from the movie theater was that park thing where you walk through and you go across to the police station. That thing, and the cipher is right there. And I remember, and that in this story, I remember Little Bump from Hempstead was there. And Lil Bump was God, and Lil Bump was powerful too. He had just started. Lil Bump, that's when he got his name. I didn't know who he was before, man. But I'm gonna tell that separate when I tell Lil Bump story. But that's when Lil Bump first started to cement his reputation of a dark, street-feared warrior, like facts, right? And he was young too then, so he know what I'm talking about. He know RAHSHALLAH. He know what I'm talking about. That's when he established himself. And later he stopped being God body. And that was something you couldn't stop doing. That was something, that's like trying to put your flag down. You a game. Like, he's like, yeah. And ain't nobody gonna do nothing about it. And they didn't either. Bump was official. Shout out to Lil Bump. So yeah, I'm gonna get to Lil Bump story. I'll let y'all know. I'll title it and stuff. Shout out to Big Bump too. And happy birthday to your son. Your son, Big Bump. I see you put that on Facebook. All right, so now, this story I'm telling y'all, this little scene right here that I'm setting up RAHSHALLAH. So when I tell my story, y'all have foundation. RAHSHALLAH, guys, he was so powerful and so fly, right? So picture, this dude with this leather on, but with big chains, and this leather said Gucci or Fendi all over it. And he got a bunch of dudes around him, and he's just face not fat, like, but look mean and just, handsome, but just raw dog, bro. Just a war, like a spirit. Just, so I remember they was doing the cipher. So I come across and I got across the street, and it was RAHSHALLAH building. And I was like, ooh, I'm like, RAHSHALLAH building. So I ran, and I'm little, so I kind of like make my way in to look, because it'd be a whole cipher, a circle, and a bunch of us, be like 40, 50 people, and others on the outside, because people used to just stand around just to hear the guys build, just to hear, hear us build, add on of the light, of intelligence. So I'm listening. RAHSHALLAH's in the cipher. Yeah, God, you don't go, and he's loud, right? And loud, and we do this, and I'm like, and he just walking and building and turning circles and mathematics and the days and 130 lessons he traveled through this, and Hannibal on his way, and he did this, and they went to the caves of West Asia, and it's this, and it was 2,000 years old, and Musa came 2,000 years later in Jerusalem, and the outposts in the jungles, and they put a trading post, and the year was 1705, and 2,000 years later, when it was 1666, and this, and they just breaking down dates and times and flowing and walking and building and his power and election and demeanor And it was just like, my goodness. I'm just like, the power. And that was RAHSHALLAH. And he's building. And everybody like, peace, God. So when you finish, he finished. And everybody like, peace, God. Peace, God. You're like, peace, God. And then he go off. And he was just, but it was a level of danger too, because these people were nothing to play with. Right? So it was danger too, guys. It wasn't like the fullness of us awakening to the fullness of us being children of the Most High now, and an accountability to be righteous and light and not do anything negative. No, there was a lot of negativity going now. It wasn't part of the laws in our 120 lessons, but there was no, it would start to become renegade. It was, who's going to tell, who going to tell this group of killers who are righteous, they know 120, you going to tell them no? They killers, literal killers. I'm talking about they killing people, running up in stores, houses. They got guns. It's a group of them, right? The A-team, they assassins that's in Brooklyn, and they gods. It's King Allah, just me, born free, born, born this, and understanding Lamel and Lamik, the Lamik true indeed. These are these names, right? They the guys. They so powerful. You can't, boy, this stuff was a whole different energy and world going on. Okay. And it was all through New York, Brooklyn, Queens, Staten Island, Strong Island, everywhere. And then it spread out to Jersey and stuff like that. These are the guys in the crack era. And this is RAHSHALLAH. Now, RAHSHALLAH was the second to the youngest. His bigger brother, ARMEL, was bigger than him. And ARMEL was meaner than him. Looked meaner, bigger, but ARMEL was quiet. ARMEL was straight danger. ARMEL wasn't building in the cipher. RAHSHALLAH would be building, yeah, God, right? And then ARMEL would be just there like with a team of killers around him. Y'all hear me? Brooklyn Red said, those Brownville gods, oh my God, right? Tell him, Brooklyn Red. See, Brooklyn Red was young. He came up under, he watched it. It was the most dangerous. I can't even paint the proper picture. All through Brooklyn, Queens, it was the most dangerous stuff in the world. These were killers, dude. I'm talking about killers. These people, not your fake TV stuff. Yes, strong, silent, and so deadly. I mean, his look alone, and he was big, and he always had a whole team of killers, but ARMEL was silent and just like this face looked like this. Just, and big, and just, man. He knew who I was, but he never spoke to me. RAHSHALLAH never really spoke to me either, but he would acknowledge me. Like he would like look at me and like smile, because I was young and I was always fly. Like I got the leather bomber or the sheepskin with the big fur, like stuff like you would get robbed and you can get killed for your coat or your leather bomber, your leather goose, your sheepskin. Don't have a bro. They was taking everything from like sneakers, more or less. So I was always, with leather bombers and British Walkers. This before Wallabies, Playboys, shoes. These are shoes. These are like, guys. All right. So anyway, ARMEL, he would never speak, but he knew who I was. And then also, remember, we doing the parties, Nasty Four. So I'm on stage, and I'm God. We doing our thing. So they all know who I am. They know who we are, who I am. So Armel knew who he was. No, not no Oxfords, Wyatt. No, bro. No, we didn't do. These are nobody wore Oxfords. I think Oxfords was something from the 60s. That was a generation before us. So the shoes that we wore, you have no idea what they are. You're going to learn that on this channel when I go back, because I'm going to start showing the shoes. I'm going to show you British Walkers. I'm going to show you some of the shoes y'all learn is Wallabies, and that's because Ghostface Killer from Wu-Tang Clan started wearing Wallabies, but that's when they were way out of style. We had Wallabies we had two-tone Wallabies first. Me and Unique, and then we got them from Delancey Street, two-tone Wallabies and stuff. Like, I'm talking about, well, we had some of them first on Long Island, me and Unique with the two-tone Wallabies, but I'm saying New York started making two-tone Wallabies and stuff way before Wu-Tang. You know, Wu-Tang was a child. He was ghosting them. They were little kids when we was back then. All right, so this was the crack era. So we were British Walkers, Playboys, later Wallabies, Clarks, Desert Boot Clarks, and then Bally's came out. That's those red shoes I had on in my picture, Bally's, Bally boots. And this before Timberlands and all that. The first Timberlands really was like 40 belows. But yeah, so anyway. All right. So yeah, Clarks are Wallabies. Clarks. And that's the Desert Boots are Clarks. That's what they are, Laria. So Wallabies are Clarks and Desert Boots are Clarks. Yes, Clarks we rocked. Clarks, British Walkers, Playboys. I'm probably forgetting one or two of the others. But yeah, so that's what you were rocking on your feet. So now, I gave you the image of RAHSHALLAH, and they're from Freeport and Roosevelt. Now, Hempstead is one hood. So from those from New York, like Hempstead might be like Brownsville, right? Or Hempstead might be Bedford-Stuyvesant. And then Freeport is Brownsville. And then Roosevelt is East New York, right? For those who know Brooklyn, right? That's the easiest way I can explain it, because a lot of y'all know the stories about all these dark street legends from Brooklyn, some of the most notorious ones. So that's how Long Island is, Nassau County. So you might Hempstead, might be East New York, and then Freeport might be Bed-Stuy, and then Roosevelt might be Brownsville, right? So they're all neighboring, but they all ghettos and got their own kingpins and ruthless. But you don't want to get caught. You don't want to be a dude caught in this hood, and because they don't like one another. You're in the wrong hood. But I was always in all of them because I was part of the Nasty Four, and we was performing in all of them. So we got a party to do in Freeport when most of my Hempstead dudes ain't in Freeport like that unless you posse'd up, because it's more than likely going to be a shootout. You see what I mean? It's more likely those Freeport dudes are like, oh, all these Hempstead, who don't know Hempstead, they here, they going to likely get guns posse'd up. So most people ain't coming through like that. But the Nasty Four, I'm there because we performing in all these places, and we were fearless. It takes some straight heart to be on this stage in this rival hood, and the girls are screaming for you, and the dudes, half of them are jealous, don't like you, and the other half is enjoying the show. So it's like a mixed reaction. Then after the show, it's like, it's always on. So I was going to tell a story tonight, but I'm going to tell it another time. One time we did a show, because I'm going to get to my story because it's getting almost 3 hours. I'm going to get to my story. One time we did a show in Freeport. So Freeport and Roosevelt, Long Island are right next to one another. They're connected. So they mix with one. It's like Brownsville and East New York, right? Cypress Hill, Brownsville, and East New York. They're like right next to one another. So they're kind of like the same hood, but they're separate. But, most people, some of them go to the same schools and stuff. Well, it's not like that, but it's like that. Freeport and Roosevelt. Roosevelt is from where Eddie Murphy and Charlie Murphy and them are from. And I'm trying to think of some famous people who y'all might, just really Eddie Murphy, Charlie Murphy and them is from. And a Public Enemy and Freeport. They're from, and then Prodigy from Mobb Deep, they moved to Freeport. That's some of only the famous people that y'all might know that's from it. But these are hoods, right? Now Hempstead is separate from them, and Hempstead would be more like the Harlem of these areas, meaning Hempstead was more known for getting money and flashy, right? So it's more like the Harlem where you got your Rich and Alpo, you know, you got your 125th Street, Apollo Theater, Willie Burgers, Grant's Tomb, these places where people come show their cars and their money and got the fin. So Hempstead was known for like the money, right? Manhattan keeps on making it. Brooklyn keeps on taking it. That's where that rap KRS-One came from. Manhattan was known, Harlem, they was known as the money. They making it, but Brooklyn was known as taking it. They was known as the stick-up kids, all right? So that's the, and on Long Island, we had our own Strong Island. We had our own separate little world just like it. So in Strong Island, Roosevelt, Strong Island, right? Roosevelt would be known as like the Brooklyn. They're known for taking it. Grimy, dirty, like hungry. Roosevelt would be the Brooklyn. Freeport would be like the Bronx. Freeport would be like, Freeport was, well, it's twofold. They were like the Bronx. Freeport would be like, they were known for like fighting. Freeport was, they could fight. They were fighters. But another part in Freeport, they were the ones in this part of Strong Island during the crack era. That's where all the biggest kingpins came from. They got the most money. The biggest kingpin. I'm going to tell some of those stories later. These, I'm talking about multi-millionaires. Multi-millionaires. I'm talking about Lamborghinis and Ferraris and houses and Benzes. I'm talking about multiple $100,000. I'm talking about millionaires, hustlers, kingpin, drug crews. Now y'all hearing about them like the Supreme Team, and y'all hearing about them, what's the Big Meech and them paid. But Strong Island, we got our own. Oh yeah. Whole history of them, even bigger than Fat Cat and them, some of them. And most of them came from Freeport, and some were Roosevelt. Freeport, they were the biggest. I gotta give them their props. We had our own kingpins too in Hempstead, but Freeport, Roosevelt, they were the biggest. Just keeping it real, keep giving dark props where dark props, because this is dark stuff. This ain't nothing to promote. All right. Now, so RAHSHALLAH and ARMEL and them were from Freeport, and ARMEL started to come up, I guess, from when we were younger guys. And I guess they, like, at one point, everyone started, because even me, I started hustling, right? Because we were young guys in the crack era. See, they flooded crack. In the crack era, with the guys, we going to get money. So we became the proliferators. And I started hustling too. So I guess out there, they started hustling. RAHSHALLAH and ARMEL and them, they started, and you know, they so powerful that of course they're gonna have a whole crew. So next thing you know, they became kingpins. And ARMEL, his biggest brother, I can say this because he locked up, he been locked up for like 30, 40, I think he got life. I'm not gonna tell no other personal stuff, but I can say this part because I think ARMEL got life in prison. Someone from, nobody from, oh, I can't see it. Yeah, I can't see it. That's right, people from Facebook was here. All right, so anyway, so I can say that he became a kingpin because he in prison now. I think he's been in there for 20, 30 years. I think he got life too, for all type of crazy, I don't want to speak on it, but some of the, yeah, name it. Yeah, he's probably in what they call that 24 lock-in for the most dangerous prisoners in the world. He one of those, ARMEL, right? So, so I guess they started hustling, and then they became kingpins. So now, not only is Armel one of the most strongest, meanest looking gods, but now he's also a kingpin. Like they also, but I'm trying to say stuff without saying stuff. But he's doing more than just getting money and selling drugs. Kingpin, he's also a threat to the streets. Okay, let me paint it this way. If you were getting money, oh, he's a problem. You know what I mean? If you were getting money during the crack era, like I was, and you had Benzes and you had all this jewels and you was, oh yeah, they're a problem. He a problem. And he got a crew. They're a problem. So y'all can fill in the blanks on that. And these dudes they're dark. Do you understand what I mean by that? They're dark. If they come, they coming right. Okay? I ain't got to say no more. So I always kept my eye. And they knew who I was. They knew me from the 98 posse with the cars. They knew me from the rapping. But I always, and he had a crew around him of darkness, right? Darkness. So again, I'm not going to speak certain things, but if you find out what's on his record when he's in prison now, it's on his record. But again, you don't tell people stuff because I don't know what you know, they could be fighting. He could be still trying to get out 40 years later or something like that. Or, you know, you don't tell people's business like that. Not when it involves certain things that got no statutory limitations and stuff like that. You don't mess around with that. That's what I said. Little stuff about stealing stuff out of candy stores. I mean, you know, we could talk about stuff like that, but I'm not incriminating nobody and nothing. All right. So they were very, very respected and feared. And for Brooklyn, Queens, Harlem, the whole New York City during the crack era, oh yeah, you had a problem with them. So some of y'all, most people didn't know. Most people back then thought Strong Island was the suburbs. Just like we thought New Orleans, Nolens, we thought that was just, you know, Mardi Gras. We didn't know it was something called Callio Projects in Magnolia, where they was killing people every day. You know, the murder rate. We didn't know it was a Baton Rouge. You know what I mean? We didn't know it was a Bankhead in Atlanta. We didn't know that it was a, you know, Little Rock, Arkansas. We didn't know that everywhere. So people were sleeping. They didn't know Strong Island. We connected. We New York City connected to Queens and Brooklyn. It take me 7 minutes to get to Brooklyn from on the highway at night with no traffic. So it's like, what makes you think that it's a different, like something soft? You come out there and you ain't leaving. You come out there thinking it's suburbs. You ain't going back. You won't make it back to Brooklyn. You'll go back to Brooklyn with a story to tell. If you make it back, you'll go back saying, trying to gather a posse. We need to bring the whole project because they did me dirty out there. All right. So the whole New York City had a problem, not even knowing. You probably thought these boys that was coming was from the Bronx or Brooklyn, or there was some Strong Island boys. You had no, they didn't act they was coming in talking about, we from Strong. Oh, no. These boys was no joke. All right. And we were everywhere. I was everywhere. And all through Brooklyn, Queens, everywhere. That's why I said when I showed my pictures, I was outside with all my chains and my Fendi and Gucci with my Benzes. We was outside. That's why I said I ain't got to talk all that tough stuff because I wasn't the toughest where I'm from at all. Y'all can hear from my stories. But I was official and I was outside. So you know I had to be official to be wearing what I'm wearing outside. Went no indoors. I had a universal flag on the back of my Fendi, my Dapper Dan $3,000 Fendi coat. In the 80s, in the crack era, in the early 90s, you done lost your mind. This boy is about that life. He had to be wearing that. Anybody, Boo Boo the Fool, would tell you that. Receipts. That's why I show receipts for everything. Now, these brothers, they ain't them on the screen. But this family, now they became kingpins. So the bigger brother, Armel, started running the whole, he had his crew. They running the whole, I don't want to tell his business because he locked up. Put it like this. All the kingpins, and there was quite a few in Freeport. This is the 90s and the 80s, late 80s, early 90s, like 88, 87, 86, height of the crack era, up into 90. I think by 90, they started to get locked up and killed off. It was a war outside. They was getting murdered and killed. I'm going to be telling some of those stories of those who got killed. My man, Rich Latimer, was one of them. I showed his picture last week when I did the story of Blase. And I said, that's Rich. And he had on the suit. And the sisters was like, ooh, they got on suit and tie. And I said, he was clean. Yeah, he was a casualty from this crack era war. Now, these RAHSHALLAH, so Armel and them started to become huge kingpins. Now he in prison for it, so I can tell he's doing his time now, 40, 50 years. I think they gave him life. So he became kingpin. And now RAHSHALLAH, his little brother, I remember that's when I started to see RAHSHALLAH, just money, just Benzes. I'm like, and he was already fly and fearful, but now I'm like, wow, he fly and the money. I was just like, I really admired RAHSHALLAH. I looked up to him. He was just fly to me. So anyway, so one time, I'm gonna get to the story. I'm gonna tell this story another time. One time we was doing a party in Freeport because somebody hired us. Girls, they loved us, Nasty Four. And we was doing this party at this big center, something in Freeport, and the Nasty Four. And the dudes didn't like us because all the girls loved us. And we would hold it down, Nasty Four. We was no joke. We Hempstead, Parkside. Well, it's before Parkside. It was Campbell Park, but we in this place in Freeport. And Unique could tell you. And so the dudes would be growling. So one time we finished and we were battling. So we whipped up the people from Freeport. We battling and stuff. And we finished and we did it. And all the girls screaming everything. We finished. We got off the stage. So now if you get off the stage, you in the party. So now we in the party in the hood. Like we Crips in the blood party. I could paint it that way. When this before Bloods and Crips. But I'm painting the image so you can get the feeling of the tension, right? It's like a bunch of Bloods in a Crip neighborhood, all blue, all Crip party, everybody Crip, right? And you Bloods and you performing and you battling other Crips and you beat them in the rap. You beat them, you win. And because they always have competitions. So you win a trophy of money and stuff. So it was always battle. Beginning of hip hop was all about battling one another. Rap battles. It was all about rap battles. So, and you would win something, money or whatever, record deals and stuff like that. So let's say we Bloods in this Crip neighborhood, in this Crip party, and we battling all these Crips and we win. So now after the battle's over, we get off the stage, we got the trophy and all the girls. Now you in the party, a Crip party with all red on and everybody's eyes on you, right? Everybody. That's how it was. Unique could tell you. For most people in Hempstead who didn't know, this how it was being the Nasty Four going and battling in these places. It was a threat. That microphone was a dangerous thing to get the mic. You had to be powerful to get the mic, first of all, because people so this why we were so official. Most people in Hempstead don't know that because y'all used to seeing us in Hempstead performing. Yeah, we in Hempstead, we home, right? We might be on the heights, we in the hills, we doing this, wherever we doing the show at, we home. But guys, everybody, we used to go to Queens, Brooklyn. We all in Freeport, Roosevelt. We in Wine Dance. Oh my goodness. Wait till I tell these stories. The Eastern Long Island. Oh, them country boys out there. Huntington and stuff. Wine Dance. Oh my goodness. Them country boys will kill you. All right. So now I'm painting the image. So we finished this battle. Let's say like we were Bloods. We weren't Bloods. This before that. This is the 80s. Right now, when I'm telling y'all, this is like 1980, like, man, like 83, like 84, 82. Yeah, country boys in Long Island. And yeah, big, we call them country boys. You would call them city boys, but this is a whole different generation. Why? Just, yeah. So this is a New York thing, right? Those out there in East Long, we call them country boys. Them boys out there was big bone. Them boys would tear you up out there. We were like city boys. We were right next to Queens, Brooklyn, New York City. So they out on Eastern Long Island, they separated from the city. So we call it like country boys. All right. They'll tear you up out there where Rakim is from. Not public enemy, EPMD and Bismarck E and Craig Mack and stuff like that. Beginning of hip hop. Those boys out there. Suffolk County, Strong Island. All right. So now, shout out to Suffolk County, Strong Island. So we finish this, we battling, right? So we get off the stage, and now all the girls because remember, a lot of times it would be girls who would hire us to do the show. And back in the days, guys, in the crack era in New York City, everybody ran in a crew. It was called a crew. Now, later it became a posse. And now they call it a gang, but now it's really gangs, but it wasn't gangs. It was like a crew. So you would have a crew. Nobody ran dolo. It was always a crew of you, and it would be called a crew. The red top crew, the high top crew, the hillside crew, the don't stop crew, the one time crew, everybody's name was crew. So, and then later became the such and such posse, the hillside posse, right? This is hip hop. It's our beginning of hip hop music. I'm taking y'all on the ride right now. Y'all, I drive, you ride. Get in the car and take this ride with me back to the crack era. Teach y'all some history. It was a crew. And everywhere you go, it was a crew deep. Not only did the dudes have a crew, but the girls had crews. The Sheba Baby crew or whatever. So the girls would be in a posse, a crew too. You were never solo. It was always a crew of you. Because everywhere you go, you had to be in a crew. Yeah, that's where the 2 Live crew, facts. Everywhere you go, you had to be in a crew because it was a posse. It was a gang of people going to come. Like, it was so dangerous everywhere. You had to be 20, 30 deep, 10 deep. Otherwise, you about to be running for your life. You understand? Everywhere you go, okay? Justo said, that's a fact. Wine Dance cats get active. Speaking from experience. Facts, Justo. So, very active. Them Suffolk County boys ain't no joke either. All right? So everybody was in a crew. You had to be posse deep, crew deep. We was the stay up posse, the stay up crew. We was the whatever crews, right? This beginning of hip hop, right? When the rappers were nobody, when the streets ran everything. So when we would do these parties, it was usually the girls would hire us because the girls loved the Nasty Four because we were fly. Nasty Four was a fly crew. We was one of those fly crews. So a posse of girls, a crew, would usually be hiring us in Freeport, especially this crew in Freeport. So it was this crew in Freeport. Vanessa, I'm gonna tell her story another time. She's a dark, New York City street legend during the crack era, female who became a kingpin, Vanessa. And she had a crew of girls. Nessie Ness from Freeport, Buffalo Projects. That project I showed y'all on the screen earlier. Shout to, she dead now. R.I.P. Ness, right? So Ness was, I'm tell a story later. Ness was a kingpin. That was my girl. We was driving cars and Benzes and Jettas and big chains and stuff. I'll show y'all her image when I tell a story. I got her with Bally's on with the big chains. She had a crew of girls, 30 girls. Fly girls. That's what we used to call the girls in the crack era. Fly girls. They used to be fly. That's what fly was the terminology. Fly girls. All right. And fly guys. Fly girls and guys. This was the rappers. Used to be fly girls in the place to be. All the fly girls in the house, throw your hands in the air and say, ah. Right? And all the girls, ah. Say ho. And all the fellas go, ho. All the ladies, all the fly girls in the place to be, right? That's what we used to say. That was hip hop. We're on the mic. MC stands for Master of Ceremonies, right? Mic control. That's what MC. When we weren't rappers, we were MCs. So at the beginning of hip hop, guys, there was no rap. There was no rappers. I know y'all got Rappers Delight and y'all thinking rap. There was no rap. There was no such thing. We were MCs were first. MCs and DJs. MC stands for Master of Ceremonies and DJ stands for the disc jockey. So it was DJing and MCing. This before rap records. So most of y'all know about rapping, hip hop, but I'm teaching y'all the beginning. You really from New York, LOL. Only we know the difference between crews, posses, and gangs. Facts, Brooklyn Red. You already know. You already know New York City all day. You already know from these stories I'm telling, I'm original New York head, right? You had to be there to know this stuff I'm talking about. Now, guys, there was no such thing as rap. There was no such thing as hip hop. Okay, I'm giving y'all, let's go. And then I'm going to tell my story in a second and we're going to end out. And then I'll do the part 2 another time because I had the beginning of the cryptocurrency thing. It took up time. All right. So guys, there was no such thing as hip hop, but there was rapping. Well, it wasn't called rapping. Okay. Listen, guys, before there was a such thing ever called rapping, it was called rhyming. Rhyme. You weren't a rapper. You were an MC and used to rhyme. I was never a rapper. It didn't exist. I was an MC and I used to rhyme. That's what the lingo was. And it was an MC and a DJ. Okay? And the DJ was number one, not the MC, what you call a rapper nowadays. The DJ, it was all about the DJ. It started to change. Remember, that's why you had Run DMC and Jam Master Jay. That's why you had Eric B and Rakim, right? It was Eric B and Rakim. Eric B was the DJ. Eric B for president. You understand? The DJ was everything. The MC would be there to shout out my DJ. He would give props to the DJ and work the crowd. He was the master of the crowd. MC means to move. Rakim said that's why MC means to move the crowd. So I would get the mic and the DJ, my DJ was Big Elliott Brown, Bug Juice, Junebug brother, right? Or Bill blasting them from the 98 posse, right? Or whatever, whoever I was DJing the Nasty Four, or Vic from Puerto Rican Vic. All right, shout out to DJ Vic and all that, right? Whoever was our DJ. And we would get the mic, and then I would get the mic to control the crowd. 1, 2, 1, 2, and all the ladies in the place, all the fly girls rub the face. And if you got a dance in your face, throw your hands in the air, let me do it in the place. Everybody say, right? And the crowd go, you get all the crowd dancing, you get the crowd hype and have them repeating what you're saying. Say ho, and then you start rocking my DJ, and you just hype the crowd. That's how rapping, what y'all call rapping, started. It was all about the party and the clips before the Serpent Seed came and took it. It's before there was ever a thing called rapping. There was ever a thing called hip hop. There was no hip hop. There was MCing, DJing, and b-boying. The b-boying come from Bronxdale projects in the Bronx. Bronxdales started b-boy. B-boy was a dance. Okay. B-boy was a dance. It was called the b-boy dance, the B dance. By the time it reached Queens and Brooklyn and all that from the Bronx, it became the b-boy. Later, they started to rename it break dancing. There was no break dancing. It was called the b-boy. So we're going to go back. So I'm about to start going back to the beginning of hip hop, and I'm going to show y'all and play y'all the clips and everything. So we did the b-boy. It was a dance before we were called. So then later we started to be called b-boys and b-girls because the b-boy dance started to take over, and that came from the Bronx, Bronxdale boys. All right, this is just hip hop history beginning. All right, now, when we got off the stage, the Nasty 4 MCs, that's why we were the Nasty 4 MCs, not Nasty 4 rappers or Nasty 4, we were masters of ceremony. So when we got off the stage, so let's say we were symbolically a bunch of Bloods nowadays in a crit, right? So we got off, and a crew of girls, the Fly Girl crew, there's Freeport, they always used to hire us. It was a crew. Later it became Vanessa's crew, and they were fly, right? And the girls back then would girls, okay, so in the crack era, guys, girls were tough too. So not only did you have to worry about guys in the crew and posse, oh, you got a posse of girls that will rob you too. You hear me? They will beat you down and all that. Guns, bats, a posse of girls was no joke. The girls were official too. Fly girl, fly. It was the crack era life was not nothing to play with. The girls was dangerous too. You get a posse of girls, they official, they holding it down. Facts. And they be fly, dressing all fly and all that, right? Fly girls and guys. So this particular party, we got off the stage, and the crew who hired us, they would always hire us. Some of them like me, and so it'd be a bunch of them, 30 of them in the crew, the girls. So they're around and we dancing. So the dudes getting jealous. So I remember this one time we in Freeport, and this one Flavor Flav. So this is Flavor Flav from Public Enemy before y'all knew him. So Flavor Flav used to be there, and Flavor Flav was a musician, used to try to rap and stuff like that. But the Nasty 4 was the most famous crew in the 80s. We were the stars of hip hop. And so Flavor Flav, I mean, he was in that particular party, and Flav like, yo, Nasty 4, and this, and all that stuff. So we in the party, right? And I remember the dudes, I don't know if Flav told us or somebody, because we had a bunch of people who used to like the Nasty 4, right, and all that. So somebody came up and was like, yo, y'all might want to get out of here. They about to set it on y'all, right? They about to, right? So we like, look, and it was a whole, like 30 of these dudes. And it was only probably the 4 of us and probably like 2 more, probably like 6 or 7 of us, right? Magoo and Leroy, somebody, whoever is there is with us. And so we was never scared. We like, yo, but we smart though. When it's time to go, because you might not make it out the party. So I just remember that when they was trying to posse up and set it, I had seen RAHSHALLAH and his crew. Now, they the dangerous boys. These are just regular dudes trying to set it. The regular, dudes from the projects in the streets. But RAHSHALLAH and them, those the gangsters. So I remember seeing him whenever he always just look at me and I'm like, I was always looking at him because I guess he could tell I liked him or something, looked up to him or whatever. So then I remember they was trying to set it, and then we was like, because I was little, I was always the youngest, and I'm like, yo, so we was trying, I'm like, oh, we need to get a way out of here because they're trying to close the back door, and they trying to they trying to wet us in this party. And it's like, yo, so then I guess somehow RAHSHALLAH and them got wind, and I seen him, and he looked, and someone was saying them to him. He was like, and he pointed like, who them? And then when I seen him, because everybody was doing stuff, I looked over at him, and he looked at me. He looked me in my eyes, and he seen that I was looking, and he looked at me. Then he looked at the dude who was telling, like, I guess they wanted to get permission that they about to set it on them. And because he was pointing like, who, them? And then when he looked, I was looking, because I'm always observant. I watch everything. So I'm always looking. I can always see when someone want to set it. I'm watching you all my life. The Most High gave me this gift. That's how I got out of all these situations that are sticky situations, because I'm always on swivel. I'm always observing everything that moves. So I'm always on it. By the time you trying to set it and you turn around, I'm looking you right in your eyes. You're like, oh my goodness, he looking. Yeah, I'm looking. I already know you're trying to set it, and I'm trying to make a way to get out, right? That's me. So when he looked, he pointed, I was looking at him, and he looked at me, and then he said, them? And he said, nasty four. I could see his mouth. And he was like, yeah. And he looked at me, and I'm just looking at him. And then he looked at me, and he looked at the dude, and he said, nah. And the dude was like, what? I don't know. We about to set it on them Hempstead. Like, I could see his mouth, right? Because, the music playing all loud, and they over there, like, them Hempstead. And he's like, what'd I say? I could see him like, and then he looked over at me again. And I'm looking at him. He's like, man, and then the dude is like, yo, they in our town. You know what I mean? He's like, no. That's it. And then they was like, and so the dude left RAHSHALLAH and his little crew and went over to this big gang of them dudes and was telling all of them. I'm watching. So RAHSHALLAH looked back at me, and I looked at him, and nobody in Nasty Four know this. They have no idea of this. And he looked back at me, and he did like this. And I was like, thank you. I didn't say thank you, but I was like, oh man. So I did like this, and I'm like, and I'm like, wow, right? Because he never really spoke to me. He would just see me and nod his head. And I guess he like, that's the little God. You know what I mean? Like, nah, y'all ain't setting it on the little God, right? So so the dude, now my eyes left from him and it went back to the dude, and the dude went back to the crowd, and he's telling all them, and they mad. You can see them. And then another dude left the circle, the posse, and because we posseed up by them, probably still crew. We probably still in the crew. It's the early 80s, like this in the middle 80s something. So he left and went back over to RAHSHALLAH and them crew, and he back over there, and RAHSHALLAH like, get out of my face. He sent this dude, get him out of here. So he went back, and I could see him shaking his head. He said no, like, and they were mad because they wanted to set it. So I was like, all right. So that was my cue. I'm like, all right, we need to go because we don't need to overstay our welcome, right? So I told the crew, I'm like, yo, all right, let's go. But nobody knew. I don't even think I even told them what happened with RAHSHALLAH, that nobody knew that he actually saved us, right? I don't think I ever even told Unique. I don't think Unique even know this story. I don't think I told nobody this. So I remember, because we was already trying to plan an escape anyway, because we always, as a crew, we always peeping everything anyway. That's how we all through Brooklyn, everywhere we go, and we got to get out of the projects because we performing in somebody's projects, and we battle the crew. And then after we win, you got a problem. You got beef. It was a crazy life, guys. It's like you win the battle, but after the battle is over and you get off the stage, you might win the money or the thing or whatever it is. But now after it's over, you got beef because you in these people hood, right? We in Southside Queens battling these dudes. It's like, so we had it rough, the Nasty Four, but we always, because we survivors, we always make it out. So my crew is already planning to escape because we used to that. We have to escape everywhere we go because we finished battling the crew and now we got to escape out of the party. Y'all have no idea. And after you make it, if you can make it out of the party, you got to make it to your car. And then you got crews outside and you got this life was crazy. And we did it everywhere we go. The only time that you was in like neutral land is when you were in Manhattan. Manhattan is what they call New York City. when you're in the club, let's say you're at the Roxy or the Red Parrot, and you're doing a show in Manhattan, all the separate crews are there, but it's nobody's hood. Manhattan is like a city. So it's nobody, unless you're in Harlem and doing the show, then you're in the hood in Harlem. But Manhattan, right, when you're in one of the clubs in Manhattan, everybody's there. But when we doing the club in Brooklyn or Queens, we in somebody's hood. Even in Long Island, Roosevelt, Wyandotte, we in their hood. So when we finish, we got to make it out of their hood. Like it's like you got to make it out, right? So yeah, you can hide in the city, right? Everybody in the city. So now once the second dude went back to the crew and was like, RAHSHALLAH said no. Now I turned to the crew. They was already planning. I was like, yo, we need to go. And they was like, yeah, we already. And I said, nah, we could just go out. And they didn't understand. They was like, no, we going out. And I'm like, whatever. I think they ushered that we went out the back door because we had like Flavor Flav. We had certain people from Freeport who liked us and looked out for us, like the Flavor Flav from Public Enemy, that Flavor Flav. Before he was Flavor Flav, before he was none of that. He was always still crazy. The way he is, the way he Flav, he was always, that's Flav. That's who he is. And his name was Flav. His name was Flavor back then. So Flav and them would usher us out. And some of the other rappers who we were battling that had respect, they would usher us out. So thank you. So we went out I think we probably went out the back door or something. Now, so that was the first, my first experience with RAHSHALLAH, where he kind of helped me when nobody knew. He helped us get out of that, right? Because there was other times I would see him every time we battle in Rosa or something or whatever. So now I'm gonna go to my story. So fast forward. This is my story. So there was a club. I wish it wasn't so late. I wish I could have started right away with this story because I needed somebody to help me out, but it's okay. There was a club. It used to be a strip club too. It was across the street in Hempstead. I think that's called Fulton Avenue. I think it's Fulton. And it was across the street from Nagasaki. So everybody from Hempstead, if Q Dog was here, he would be able to tell me what it was called. So this before Nagasaki, the nightclub, Nagasaki. That's a famous, y'all gonna learn what that is later when I tell another story about Nagasaki. Busta Rhymes, Lil Kim, Puff Daddy, everybody was at Nagasaki, even the comedians and stuff. Mike Tyson. I got some Nagasaki stories with everybody that I just named. Mike Tyson. I got a Mike Tyson Nagasaki firsthand story. That's what I tell you. I got big stories that I've been saving. I'm saving them for big I don't want this to be just told to 100 people. I'm saving it. It's 40,000, 100,000 people stories. All right. So anyway, so Nagasaki is one of the most famous nightclubs in the 90's, right? It was on Strong Island. A Japanese Caribbean, Japanese Jamaicans. So I didn't know, but Jamaica got a lot of Japanese people. They actually Jamaican rosters speak, but they Japanese. It's a whole a thing, right? I didn't know that. So the Japanese Jamaicans opened a club on Strong Island called Nagasaki in Hempstead. And Nagasaki was huge and it was big. All the stars this is the 90's hip hop. All right. Right. So now, and it's in Hempstead. So you get yourself taken out. You get yourself hurt. So now across the street, now Nagasaki wasn't there. It was the parking lot. So across the street, I don't remember, across the street from y'all remember that strip club? And it was a bar. It was a club. It was named different things, but it became a little strip club before. But this one, it wasn't a strip club. The story I'm telling, it was a bar. I don't know what it was called. I can't, that's why I wish Q Dog was here. I know it's too late. It's 3 hours. I'm just telling the story. Q Dog would be able to tell me the name of that little club, what it was called then. So it was like so guys, for it, I'm gonna give y'all, it's not a big club. It's like a small little, like a little strip mall. So it's like a restaurant type of club, small though. Like one of those, not a hole in the wall, meaning it was like grimy, dirty looking, but it's small. It's one of those spots that you go in and it's only one way in and one, like it's one of those death traps, one of those spots you in somebody's hood type of thing. One of those joints you don't want to go into. Like in Brooklyn during the crack era, they had a spot called Free People. You don't want to be in Free People if you ain't official in somebody, because you're gonna have to shoot your way out of there. It's one of those spots, right? Like Opportunity Lounge or Roosevelt, you know, those lounges, a bar type of thing. So it was one of those. So at this time, it's I forgot what it was called. Now they would change names. Cause one time Eddie Murphy's brother owned it, I think too. Not his brother, Eddie Murphy's uncle, Ray Murphy. I think he owned it and made it a strip club or something, whatever. So it's called something. So now I'm gonna set the stage. This is the 90's. I can't remember what year, probably the early 90's, because I got the green and white 98, the 98 posse. Brooklyn Red said he remembered Nagasaki. The green and white 98 from the 98 posse, my most famous car. All right. So this before I had my big Benz and all of that. Right. So this is that era. We weren't in the 98 posse. It's after that, but this before I started getting my Benzes and stuff. So this is when we was smoking weed and putting cocaine in our weed and our blunts. This is when we was getting high. All right. This was when it's called lace blunts. We was called lace ones, right? And it was cool to do. This was a cool guys did this. This is what was not crack, but you sprinkle cocaine in your weed. I know it's horrible. This is just what we were doing. All right. And we were getting a lot of money. This is the height of the crack era, where the fiends were in the streets. Cars would pull up in the streets. Cars. All right. I want to put the correct picture on the screen as I tell this story. So cars, this is when the height of the crack era, when cars would pull up on the block and we would fight one another to run to the car there we go. We would fight one another to run to the car to make the sale. It's so much money that everybody's making thousands and thousands of dollars. It's 100 people on South Franklin on the block at one time, and everybody can make $1,000 tonight. It's money everywhere. Cars are pulling up, white people just by the carloads. Police are not running down on us because they're kind of scared, because the streets is so wild that they only come in if they really got a call, and there's so much shooting and crime going on that they busy, right? And you got the D's, the super cops, Puma and them, and stuff like that. But it's like a free fall. It's literally like the Wild Wild West. Money is everywhere, guns are everywhere, girls are everywhere, and we getting high, right? It's cool to smoke coke in your blunt, right? So I'm painting a picture because I'm letting you know at the mind state that I was in. I'm the God, Rashawn, and I'm at my fullness of making money. I wasn't no kingpin status. Like it was before I didn't have all my Benzes and stuff, but I still, had my 9/8s, but I was dressing Fendi then too. So at this time, I have a black and gold Fendi suit on, right? Black with gold Fendi. And the back of it said, "Think it ain't Parkside what it is," with F's and big F's and gold hood, gold thing, right? Fendi. I got the whole suit, the pants too. I don't got the pants on at this time. This suit I got from Bell's, and Bell made this suit in Harlem. And it was high, like maybe $1,500, $1,700 for this suit. But this back in the 80's, the early 90's, the crack era, right? So that's a lot of money. All right. So let me share screen, share window. Let me set the stage correctly. Let me see how it looks. There we go. Let me see. So this was, yeah, that's perfect, right? That's about the best I can get it. So this was my car. This was my 98, my famous, we was the 98 posse. All right. That's white wall tires, tire on the back, all that. And it's lime green, and it got white leather seats, all white interior, all that white. It's lime green and white with the lime green lights, the opera lights, and the other light up at night, the leather roof, the wheel on the trunk, chrome running boards down the sides, trues and big basket spokes, rims, tires, white bumpers, and all that. So this is my most famous, one of the most famous 98s from the 98 posse that Public Enemy talked about, my crew. So this when I was in this car and my crew, and we would, on the weekend, this was a weekend, and that little bar across from Nagasaki that used to be the strip club, that's where everybody was going. Because in Hempstead, we would go, like a certain bar would open up a neighborhood and people would go there until it gets shot up, right? Until it gets shot up, then it would close and then they would open up somewhere else. Now we going over here on the Heights to this bar, and then that'll get shot up and closed. Then we going over here. So, y'all know, hood life, that kind of thing. So at this time, this bar is the one across from Nagasaki. Everybody's going there every weekend. So my crew, we in the 9-8. I got on the Fendi. So I got on the coat, the jacket. I got the big, of course, I'm always wearing some big chain or something. I'm always heavy. That's just who I was. That was my MO. And, I'm all lace, whatever, Jordans or whatever I got on my feet or whatever. But I got that big Fendi coat on. Think it ain't Fendi when it is. So at that time, they thinking my name is Fendi because we all over Brooklyn. And that's when EPMD had that dancer from Far Rockaway, the light-skinned dude, in his videos. Dun, dun, dun. If you watch an old EPMD video, watch You Got to Chill. Dun, 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 EPMD. And the dancer, the light-skinned one, that's Fendi. That was his name. But people thought I was Fendi. So I remember he ran up to me in White Castle and like, you the Fendi, because I had a Fendi Audi, Fendi coats, Fendi out. They thought my name was Fendi, but I just liked Fendi. Like, so I had Gucci, I had Louis Vuitton, I had Yves Saint Laurent. So these were the number one wares, and MCM. As y'all see, I showed y'all my MCM. I had a couple of MCM. So I rocked all the different labels, but Fendi was my thing. I liked Fendi better. I liked it F. So I had the Fendi Audi 5000, brown and gold. Put the Fendi on it, got the Fendi interior done later, got the Fendi roof and all that, right? So, and I always rocked the Fendi, and I had Think It Ain't Fendi When It Is on my back of my coat. Now, that was the saying back in the crack era, think it ain't when it is. So on my other red Fendi coat, I put think it ain't Parkside when it is. What that means, well, you think it ain't Parkside when it is, you think we ain't official when we are. Like, that was a saying, right? So when I put you think it ain't Fendi when it is on the back of my black Fendi suit, I wasn't saying, people thought I was saying you think it ain't, think I'm Fendi, like my name is Fendi and I'm saying you think it ain't Fendi when it is. Yeah, Fendi had the nice bags. I always like Fendi. I still do. Fendi, I don't know. I used to like the Fendi. I don't know. They probably some serpent seed designers, you know what I mean? But anyway, so when I had the coat that said think it ain't Fendi what it is, most people thought, people who see me in Brooklyn, Queens, everywhere we go, and girls, they thought that's Fendi. So they thinking my name is Fendi, and I'm saying you think it ain't Fendi when it is. But that ain't what the coat meant. The coat meant you think this coat ain't a Fendi coat when it is. So that's what I put. So I put the you think it ain't Fendi. It was in gold and black letters with the big F, the Fendi F on the back with the gold and the black leather letters. You think it ain't Fendi. It said you think it ain't. So across the top of the back, it said, you think it ain't? And then it had the big Fendi Fs, the FF with the black and gold. And then it had when it is. So it said, you think it ain't FF Fendi. So it had the FF and then it had Fendi under the FF, the Fendi logo. And then it said when it is. And what I meant was, you think it ain't Fendi. You think I ain't rocking Fendi. You think it ain't official Fendi. You think it ain't. I was talking about the clothing, but people thought I was talking about my name. So you have people all over Queens and Brooklyn and girls, everything saying Fendi. They were calling me. So that just became like my nickname. So they thought I was Fendi. So when I met the Fendi, the one who really is called Fendi, EPMD dancer, he was like, oh, this the few Fendi. You the I'm like, that ain't my name, bro. He was like, what do you mean ain't your name? I said, my name is not Fendi. I'm like, I'm the guy RAHSHALLAH. He's like, what? Everybody call. I'm like, they think because of my car. And so they just start calling me Fendi. So I even put it in my song. What do I say? Brown and gold Fendi design, crazy shine, pretty ass Fendi insides. I'm that kid, used to call me Fendi-ish. Custom suits, gold Gucci neck laced it. What a waste, all that talent but no face. Never would they ever let Parkside in the place. So we couldn't get in Nagasaki nightclub because they wouldn't let us in because we was Parkside. We was a terror. Parkside became a nightmare, especially the young ones, the Henderson Parkside Massacre. They wouldn't let us in Nagasaki. So I said, I'm that kid, used to call me Fendi and SHIT. Shit, custom suits, gold Gucci neck laced it, gold Gucci link chains. What a waste, all that talent but no face. Meaning we rappers, we got all this talent but they can't see our face. We ain't, cause never would they ever let Parkside in the place. We can't get in the club no more to rap. All barred, ghetto scarred, branded a thug. We all barred from all clubs. They used to have a sign, no Parkside allowed, outside the club. No Parkside boys allowed. So we used to have to hide, and the bouncers be like, we know you from Parkside. Y'all can't get in. That's how we was raw. So I say all barred from all clubs, ghetto scarred, branded a thug. All right. So now that was, I was very gaudy, insanely gaudy. I was about that life. I was really nice, respectful, humble, give to others. I'll take care of you. But I was flashy. That's just who I was. That's just who I was. I was fly. I just liked nice things. And that was just who I was. So anyway, but yeah, it was definitely very loud and gaudy. Unapologetically too. That's who I was. All right. So anyway, so now I'm giving y'all the foundation that I'm wearing the Fendi. I got the black and gold Fendi joint on this night. So I'm going to this, we finished hustling and we smoking. Now, so I gave you, the reason why I gave y'all the premise of me smoking weed and we was putting coke in our weed because we was getting so much money and we were Parkside back then, right? Now this before Nagasaki. This one we was like to stay up Parkside, and we would be at Campbell Park, at the projects on South Franklin, getting all this money and smoking blunts after blunts. And I wasn't in the gym working out. I was getting so much money and so like fly that I was like a zombie. You know, it's kind of like the rappers today, like the little rapper from Atlanta, Young Thug, before he went to jail, right? They were taking so much Percocets and so much weed that they can't even talk. And they skinny, they look like zombies, but they rich, right? They got multi-millionaire. He got diamonds and Cartiers and all this, got limousines. He rich, but you see him, he look like a shell, like can't even talk. That's how we were in the circle. So I got all this money. I got this Fendi stuff on. I got this car that's on the screen. And all this girls, but if you could take a screenshot of me, I probably weigh 101 pounds soaking wet when I'm probably supposed to weigh 160, 70 pounds because I'm young. It's back in the days. I'm probably, for my body weight and everything, I'm probably supposed to be about 160 pounds, maybe 170 if I'm kind of thick for my size. This is when I'm young. But I'm wearing like, I'm talking about before he started wearing the dress too. Sorry, I shouldn't have picked Young Thug. But these youngsters, I was talking about the Young Thug before he started wearing the dress when he first started, when he first got rich, before He started wearing the pink dress and all that. I shouldn't have picked Young Thug. I don't know these young rappers. Well, pick another young rapper. That was a wrong pick, Larry. I take that back. Not Young Thug. Not young Thug misses. Right? So now he done went back. Look like he went back to a boy. He in jail now. He done filled out. He talked clear and everything. I'm like, Dad, he cleared. He sobered up quick. But maybe pick another thug. Pick what's the young one pick one of them from Chicago. And they be, they ain't wearing no. What's that young one from Chicago? The one that got killed, that did all that killing. Pick him. They don't be wearing no dresses in Chicago. Shout out to Chi-Town. I ain't promoting that they killing each other, but yeah, King Von. That's who I'm talking about. Yeah, pick King Von. All right, choose King Von. All right, multi-millionaire, but just All right, so yeah, I'd rather have King Von and Young Thug. Young Thug wearing tights and skirts. Like, I'm not with all that. All right. And we're not promoting none of these young rappers and they're killing and murder and all that. All right. So yeah, somebody said Young Dolph. I don't know who that is. See, y'all lose me once y'all start talking about all these other. I'm too old. I don't know who Young Dolph is. I know King Von because I don't even know his music. I just seen him when he got killed. I know his story a little bit, right? So anyway, I don't know these other ones. All right. So now. Let me continue. So I'm at my foot, like I'm getting all this money, but I'm cracked out, right? Meaning we smoking so much weed and putting coke in it, and coke. Okay, so cocaine. So weed makes you hungry, right? Weed gives you an appetite, but cocaine is an anti-hunger, right? Cocaine. You won't eat. So we mixing the cocaine with the weed, so we're not eating. It's like the weed, instead of the weed giving you the munchies, the lace blunt with the cocaine in it's the opposite. You don't get the munchies. So we smoking and we partying and we hustling and we messing with girls and stuff, and we're deteriorating. But I don't know it. So I weigh like 101 pounds, probably soaking wet, when I should be weighing like 160, right? And we ain't going to no gym. I'm not working out. I'm like 5 foot, maybe 5'10" at that point, 5'9". I'm probably like 5'9", probably weigh 100 pounds soaking wet. My chain on my neck is heavier than me, right? I got a big, whatever, rope chain or something on my neck. It's probably heavier than me. My big Fendi coat probably way more than me, right? But I got a lot of respect, right? My name, I'm already like I already got kind of like legendary status in the streets. So ain't nobody messing with me, you know what I mean? I'm still official, I still hold it down. I still bust my gun, and my gun is definitely bigger than me. My gun is definitely heavier than me, right? So I'm still a bust that gun. So I got respect, right? And I'm the God. By then, that's what I said. This is later. After the 98 posse, after Nasty 4, after the God, I'm just, my status is cemented, right? And we Parkside, so we established our name, Parkside, at this time. This is when we created Parkside, that name, my project. We created this, call it my hood, Parkside, and we were raw dog. We were, we were running through stuff. So we were just in our own little zone. So I don't realize that I'm like a shell of a man. I don't realize it, but I got money, and like that's why I said, like one of the rappers, how they be skinny, they pant, like they so high, taking all these pills, and they got all this money, and they don't realize you're like a shell of yourself. That's why now Young Thug is in jail. He look all filled out. He look like a regular person. I bet you he ain't wearing no skirt in there. I hope not. Anyway, but anyway, so I'm setting that up because I want y'all to understand I'm going to this party, right? We're going into this club, and it's in Hempstead. So we going amongst our own, right? And we high. So we coming in high. And then when we get in the club, we gonna roll all type of blunts and drink, and you know what I mean, girls all in there, right? But it's dangerous. So all the hoods in there, Terrace in there, the Heights in there, Hills in there, Midway in there, all the hoods in there, right? And then you got Roosevelt and Freeport dudes that come. But tonight, Freeport is coming in, but I don't know this. So now, here we go. Now I painted the story. So we get timestamp 3 hours and 28 minutes. I'm telling the story of me. So we finish hustling, and we ready to go to the club. But it's a bar, right? But you know, we call it to the party or the club or whatever. Let me take a drink really quick. That is good. Sorry, guys. Woo-wee. That's carrot and apple juice, organic, and a blend in the juicer, and it's ice cold. Oh my goodness! Hold on, I gotta give me one more, and I promise I'm gonna get started. That is so good. That's gonna feel good. Daughter, yeah, could you come get this and put it back in wherever it was cold like this? So when I finish, I can have this ice cold. I can sit back, put my seat back, and relax from telling this story, and drink the rest of this, because this is so good. Oh my goodness! All right, here we go. Let's go. Now I got a refresher. So we finish in the hustle and everything. And everybody like, yo, wow, come on, we're going to the spot. I'm like, all right, let's go. So we posse up in the car, and we get in the car. This car on the screen, the 98. Lime green. So we drive to the spot, Fulton, and it's lit up at night. So at night, it's a busy street. Fulton Street is a street that goes all the way through Hempstead. I think it goes all the way out to the eastern Long Island too, because it goes past the jail. That's where Hofstra University College is. It goes, and then it goes the other way. Does it go all the way to Queens? Yeah, that's the way that go to Queens. I think it goes to Brooklyn too. Yeah, this one street, I think it turns into Atlantic Avenue in Brooklyn, if I'm correct. It goes all the way from Hempstead. I think it goes all the way and turns into Atlantic Avenue in Brooklyn and Queens. For Brooklyn, those who know Atlantic Avenue. This one street. That's why I said, well, y'all don't know, but Brooklyn is on Long Island. Sorry, but know your history. Look at, it's on the island. Sorry, guys. So anyway, that's why one street takes you right in, right? So anyway, so Fulton Street is a busy street, and this is downtown Hempstead. So Hempstead, this is like the city part of Hempstead, like the downtown Hempstead, where the class, why Nagasaki Club is there, and all that. That's where the shopping stuff, the club. This is the downtown, the business part of Hempstead. So the street is lit up. It got lights and stuff. So it's like it could be a car show. So when we pull to where the club is, the street, all the girls, the cars is there, double parked cars, slow with their music going, boom, boom, a car show. Y'all know New York City in the crack era, right? So I pull up in this 98 right here on the screen, right? The famous lime green. Hold on, let me see if I can, I wish I had the blue background. It popped a lot better than this black background picture, but it is what it is. Right? The famous Mac Daddy, they call this car the Mac Daddy because that's what was written at the bottom in all white, thick white letters, right? So we pull up, girls know this car, everybody know this car. So when we pull up, everybody know who in that car. That's Parkside, that's the Nasty Four, the stuff in that car, right? That's the guy RAHSHALLAH or whatever. Right? This before Fendi. This before I had my Fendi Audi, right? So when we pull up, hold on, my life pictures. Let me do my upbringing. Come on, do me right. I know it's at the bottom of there. Come on. Bingo. That one. I like this one better. This one looks, y'all know me. Well, y'all don't know me. Some of y'all do. Y'all learning me. For those who know me, y'all know I like pretty bright colors, right? That's how I used to dress. I dressed in pretty bright. I still do right now. I wear a lot of lime greens and light blues and royal blues. There you go. I like that one better because I like the bright colors. I like bright colors. So we pulling up in this pretty lime green and white thing, right? So it's already a car show going on, right? So now we pulling up. I got the crazy bumping system, my crew in there. We got the windows down. Once the girls see the car, we come on the block. They already know who it is. So my boys, Saquon, I'm surprised he ain't here. He usually hanging out the window. Somebody all out the window. Yo, money, yo, mommy, yo, baby girl, yo, Rob, park. Yo, matter of fact, stop, Rob. That's how my crew be. Stop, Rob. Because they want to jump out the car. Because the girl, yo, stay right there, baby. Stay right there. Yo, Rob, stop. And they jump out and go like, we like that. We live wires, right? We have fun, right? And we high. We smoking all in the car. Smoke coming all out the car. So we got the window down, system bumping. Boom, boom, boom. You know what I mean? We driving up. So we here. It's a car show going on the block. Everybody there, they're like, yo, Rob. You know, I'm pulling like, because like, I'm like popular. Like I got my, like, I got people. I got a lot of people. I'm known. Like I know everybody know me. I know everybody. So it's always somebody like, yo, Ra. I'm like, yo, what up? Yo, homie, yo, so me, yo, you got that? Like, ask me, do I got weed or something? I'm like, yo, I got you. Or, yo, Ra. Somebody over there, yo, Ra, what's good? I'm like, yo, what's good? Now I'm driving like out the car. Yo, what's good? You know, that kind of life. You know what I mean? It's like a movie. It's just our life was a movie during the crack hour. It was no joke. It was pretty fun and pretty dangerous too, right? So yeah, past the Van Wyck Expressway. Yep, that's it. So so we pull up, right? The street is lit, you know, party popping, everybody out. You know, it's summer. No, it's not summertime. No, because I got the big Fendi coat on. So, but it's not cold. It's cold enough to have a coat on. But, you know, in New York, we used to the cold. So what y'all would think is cold, we used to freezing. So it's not freezing. Ain't no ice and snow on the ground or nothing. But, you know, we got the coat on and everybody outside. It's lit, right? It's really lit. Everything. So we there. It's like, oh, it's popping girls everywhere. We like, oh, so my boy parked the car. So we trying to find a spot. So we going up and down because there's a parking lot. War bombs, supermarket. That's when Nagasaki was. A big parking lot. But we don't want to park there. We want to park the 98 on the strip. I want the car to be seen. We want to, you know, we want to park where you can see the car. You know, plus, I don't want to park too far because if you park too far, somebody break in your car. You know what I mean? I ain't trying to have my car way in some parking lot and then you get some jealous dude, yeah, right? They like, you know, somebody in the parking lot jealous because they don't like me, but they won't do it in my face. They've been keyed my car or something. You never know who did it. So I got to watch where I park because, you know, you got haters. You know what I mean? They won't do it in my face, but, you know, people sneak thief or do something, bust your window and flat your tire, and you never know who did it. You know what I mean? That type of thing. So I can't just park anywhere because this car is too famous. You know what I mean? Everybody know who it is. They literally know who this car is. This car is very famous, right? It's one of a kind in the world, right? So you know who this is, right? They know you by your car, so you can't hide. You know what I mean? That's where that story with Z Block when he came into the gym, I'm like, my car outside. No wonder he found me. My car was outside. They had told him I had this car. So anyway, so we keep going. Then somebody like, yo, Rob, that dude coming out right there. And so when he said it, it was a parking spot right across from the front door of the club. You can get on Broadway, right at the center of attention. I was like, yo, grab that spot. And I think it's probably Saquon used to be the one who always grab the spot in the car. I'm like, yo, Say, go grab that spot. So Say jump out. And he go, because he want to grab the spot, he ushered a person out and to hold it, this spot taken because we got to come around, right? So he grabbed the spot. So we got an ideal spot. Back the car up, back it in. This car right on Broadway, shining, lime green, chrome from the wheels. Eric's car stay clean. So we get out, and as you know, we all high, we get out, you know, girls looking and all that. We like, yeah, it's about to be on. So we get out. Now, at this time, I carry a big knife. Now, this knife, I wish Unique was here. This knife, we used to call it pork chop. We had a couple of them. We used to call our knife pork chop. I don't know. I guess because it's so big it'll chop your hand off. We'll chop your arm off with it. So they had knives in the hood in New York. It's probably everywhere. Called 007. So it's a knife that's this big, closed. It used to be wood. It's this thick. So when you open it, the blade is like this long, right? It's big, and it's called a 007. It's huge. So it's not a switchblade. You just open it, and it's a big knife. They used to sell them everywhere in the Jamaica Avenue and all that. So I keep 007s. I was a knife carrying fool. I carry guns too, but I always got a knife. Always. Like I always like protecting myself, right? So we had 007s, but then later they made a knife, and it was like it looked like a wood grain handle, and the ends of it had gold, like not gold, but like brass, but it was a gold color. And it was like this big. Larry Yasha, they still got 007s. I wish I could see a 007. The handle was like this wide, and it was like this big. And the blade, when you open it, the blade was like this fat and like this long and fat. A big knife. You know how Crocodile Dundee down there? That's a knife. I don't know if y'all seen Crocodile Dundee. He said, "Now that's a knife." Now that's a knife. Yeah, probably yellow brass. Now, I don't know what it was. It wasn't a 007 because it was too big. 007s were all over the place. This was like the size of 2 007s. So they made a knife with the blade was so big. I mean, the blade came out was this big and that wide and sharp. I mean, this knife is crazy, and it heavy too. And you take it and you open it up, right? No, it's not. It's not a. It's an open knife. Yeah, now that's a knife. No, that's a knife. That's the Crocodile Dundee. That's hilarious. If y'all ain't seen it, y'all ain't. It's an inside laugh. So you know, I'm Fulio. So no, it was closed. I don't know the Bowie. I don't know what this. I don't know knives like that. Anyway, right? So this knife, they start selling it, and you open it, and it was so big. So we used to call that pork chop because it looked like it'd chop a pig in half. Like, and I had that. I used to keep one. So whenever I lose it or something, or the cops take it, right, arrest me and take it, I go get another one. I buy another one. So I had that big baby. So I remember we got out the car, and I always keep it on me. I always keep a knife, no matter what. Right? A gun, you don't want to get caught with it on you all the time. So, but I always kept a knife. And at this time, I didn't have a gun I didn't have a gun, period. I don't know why. I had a gun. No. I didn't have it on me. Because I think I wasn't carrying a gun really. I was chilling. So sometimes, guys, through these stories, it'd be different times when I'm really wilding, and sometimes when I'm just chilling and in cruise mode and getting money and more in like player mode, player. So I'm not player. Like ain't no beef. Ain't nobody got no problem with me. I ain't got no problem with nobody. I don't need no gun. Like I'm good. I got pork chop though. And Unique used to carry a hatchet. A hatchet. What do you call it? Hatchet. He called it something else. A hatchet. Unique, we'll tell that story. You tell his story. So anyway, but I keep pork chop, right? So I keep pork chop. So when we got out at the thing, pork chop was in my Fendi coat, and it's heavy. So I was like, I remember it almost fell out. And then I was like, yeah, machete, but a little hatchet. No, machete is a long knife. Unique had a hatchet. You know how you get a hatchet to chop down a tree? He used to carry a hatchet, like cowboy tomahawk in Indians. Facts, in a bag too. Unique is crazy. He used to use that hatchet too back in the day. So anyway, so it almost fell out my coat, and I'm like, oh crap, I got pork chop. And then I'm like, I'm not gonna get in because they always checking us, because we from Parkside, and we do like they check us. Okay, we the type that when we get to the door, they check us more than they check other people, that type of thing. We're like, I'm gonna check him again, like the boss. And you think that's cute when they saying it, like, because you like, no, check him again. The boss, the owner be like, check him again. You come check him again. I'm like, bro, we ain't got nothing. We ain't bringing nothing in, that type of thing, right? So I know I can't get nothing in because they're going to check me more than they check regular people. They're just going to, right? Because they say, the crew, our crew from Parkside, are troublemakers and stuff like that, right? So even though I wasn't a troublemaker. So I was like, okay, I can't get this in. But we already out the car. So we are already out. We already out the car. We closed the car and locked the car. We was about to leave, and that's when it almost fell out. And I'm like, crap. So I'm like, what am I doing with it? I'm like, all right, I'm gonna just put it in the trunk. So I went to the trunk of this car, and I put it in the trunk, lifted up, put pork chop in the trunk. Bang. We went to the club. Now we get there. We talking to people outside and everything, and we everything's cool. So now it's time to go in the club. So now it's time to go in. We go in. And they do what they do. They search us down and everything, and it's extra crowded. It's so crowded that they're like, all right, you gotta wait. It's that crowded. We're like, wait till 4 people come out, and then we let 4 people in. It's that crowded. So when you ever in a hood party and it's that crowded, it's a hot mess. You know what I mean? It's trouble, right? It's that's not good. A fight break out, it's a mess in there. So it's mad crowded, but it's popping. Music is popping. Dun, 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 dun. We like, we got to get in. Smoke come every time you open the door, smoke and heat. When them parties smoke and sweat, all these hot smoke of people sweat and heat coming out of there. It's a hood party, right? So we finally go, we get in. So when we go in, now I'm in. We're in the party, and I get in now. I'm not big. Like I said, I'm like 5'10", 5'9", 100 pounds soaking wet. Now I'm not knowing I'm 100 pounds soaking wet because that's just where I'm living, how I'm living right there. But I'm giving y'all the picture. So we in there, and I remember we at the bar, girls coming up there like, yo, raw, we in there and everything. So I just remember it was a big group of dudes. And I look, and I know mostly everybody from Hempstead, and Hempstead's huge though. Even if you from Terrace or somebody know you and you got other people with you might have some dudes with you from Brooklyn with you or Harlem or whatever, I could see who you with. But I remember looking, I'm like, these dudes. So it was a group of them, and they were big, like tall and big, like men. Like I look like a little boy almost, right? Because I'm still young, but they look like big grown men. So I remember it was a group of them, right? So then I'm looking, I'm like, I don't know who they are. So I seen them look at me because I got so I came in and I got the Fendi, the gold coat, and I got the big chain on, you know what I mean? And I seen them look at me, and I'm like, so they looking at me, I'm like, I don't know, and I'm like, oh crap, I don't got pork chop. You know what I mean? And I'm like, crap, I don't got nothing. I usually have a razor, ox, but I didn't, because they searched me so hard. I usually have one of these, a box cutter, but they searched me so hard. I left that too, because I'm like, they're going to find it, because you like, search them again, search like so I knew not to take it in, but we going in Hempstead party, so I don't need nothing anyway, right? So I'm cool. So I'm like, crap, I ain't got nothing. Somebody, man, whatever. I don't know who them dudes are. They tripping, whatever. So we at the bar, we getting stuff. So then we finally make it into the party part, right? Inside, girls, everybody talking, they drinking, we talking and everything. And then I just remember we in there, and I look around, and those dudes that I seen, they in there, and they got like, they went to the bar, they got like, not Cristal, but they got Moet. They got like champagne, like they got money. So and it's a bunch of them, but they big. They got their big coats on. And I'm like, so I was like, yo, who them dudes? And I think one of the dudes said, that's them niggas from Freeport. So I'm like, oh, they from Freeport. I'm like, they kind of thick in here, right? So then Whatever. I'm like, man, whatever. Them dudes screwing me, whatever. So I'm like, whatever. Like, right? So we all in our party. So whatever, we chilling, doing our thing. And then all of a sudden, we doing our thing. Then I keep watching them because they keep scoping me because, as I told you guys, I always got jewels on when nobody else got none on, right? So it could be a thing where everybody's regular, but I come in and I got a big chain on and Fendi, like I'm flashy. So you imagine if people don't know, like, yo, who that little dude? Who, you imagine like, oh, he got to be somebody. He all flashy. I'll take that off his neck, that type of thing, right? So I would always have smoke because I dress for the smoke. I ain't want it, but that's just how I carry myself. And I was ready for if you bought it. You know what I mean? It just was what it was, right? So, but at this point, let me explain. I'm off my dean. I'm off my square because we've been smoking so much lace blunts and getting so much money and partying. I'm not firing on all cylinders, and I don't know it. I don't realize it. I don't realize like I'm like cracked out. I don't smoke crack, but pardon me, y'all know what I mean. So I don't realize I'm like smoked out. Like, boy, you can't bust a grape if you wanted to right now. If you look at yourself in the mirror, right? So I don't know it, right? So in my head, I feel like I'm like me now, right? Like what? And these dudes are huge. Everybody big. They all like 6'3" and 4 and big coats. These big grown men, right? And now I'm looking, especially now when I play it back in my head, I must look like all of this big, right? With all that big gold Fendi on, like who this? You know what I mean? Like, right? Now I'm supposed to have a big gun the way I look. So I remember I keep looking over there. So then I looked and I seen this big dude, big. And I looked and I said, oh, that's ARMEL. I wish I could cue my music. Dun, 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 that music I play in my videos. I was like, that's ARMEL. And I looked and ARMEL turned. And he's big. ARMEL's big. He's not little. That's what I said. He don't look like that dude. ARMEL turned with his mean looking face. And he looked right at me. And I was like, ooh. Right? ARMEL sort of chilled through your spine. Right? I was like, ooh. But I ain't gonna let him see it, right? So I'm like, oh, okay. That's ARMEL. That makes sense. That's his crew. Right? So I'm like, okay. So he looked at me, but he know, right? So I'm like, okay. He knew who I am because he know the little God. Right? Now, this is later from all that. So he know, but he never talked to me, never say anything. I know he don't care about that, right? But whatever. But he know who I am, right? So he probably looked like, okay, I know who this is, wearing all that stuff. But he probably ain't gonna stop his boys from setting it, right? So I'm like, okay, that's ARMEL. So I'm like, okay, well, that makes sense. That's these dudes official, right? So whatever. So we go back on. I see who it is. They drink and everything. So their crew comes further into the party. They're probably like 10, 15 deep, like 15 deep. They come further into the party. So we doing something and everything. So then all I remember is I seen Vita Blue. I meant to put that into the I meant to put that into the thumbnail for the Hempstead. That Vita Blue is in this story. So Vita Blue, I showed him last week in the picture of that's funny. I showed him last week in the picture with Blase. He was the one sitting in the wicker chair with the locks, dark skin. I said he wanted like blue black. So Vita Blue was in there. And that's when Vita was getting a little bigger and Vita was getting money. So he's kind of bigger. So I remember Vita was in there, and I just remember it got a whole, like a fight broke out, like a commotion broke out. So, once a commotion breaks out in the little club like that, everybody get on their guard because it's about to be set. Somebody could just pull a gun, start shooting and all that. So, everybody like, and then I look, I'm like, yo, that's Vita. And I'm like, yo, who? And it was them dudes. So those Freeport dudes, they like had Vita like surrounded a little bit. And Vita was like, it was like beef. So I'm like, nah, Vita from Parkside, you know what I mean? Right? Because Vita, even though he's from the Heights, he's from Parkside too. So Vita's from Parks. Just for those on the Heights, y'all don't know, Vita's a Parkside. I know he was on Terrace later too, but Vita's a Parkside legend, right? We adopted Vita. Vita was in Parkside back in the day, all right? I know he went somewhere else, but Vita was in Parkside. I don't know if he lived over there or why he was from there too, but he was there all the time. So Vita was on Parkside for a while. So he a Parkside OG as well. So I'm like, nah, that's Vita. So I remember I went and I told my boys, I'm like, yo, we got beef. So here my little 101 pounds soaking wet little self, not realizing that I'm cracked out, right? Here I go. I'm like, oh, yo, we got beef, right? Now I ain't got no gun. I ain't got no knife. And I weigh 100 pounds soaking wet. And I done told y'all they all about 6'4" grown men. They like, that grown men time, they like big men. And I look like a little boy. I probably look like I'm 15, 12 years old to these grown men, right? So here I go with my little cracked out self, don't realize I'm cracked out. I'm like, yo, Vita got beef with everything. So, yeah, say pow, pow. So we walk, I tell my boys, so we go over to try to, help Vita. I'm like, yo, Vita, what's good? So they scuffling and everything. So we like, so Vita like, yo, and I'm like, yo, you good? He's like, no, these such and such. And then Vita did something where he like, and he like, there's somebody, people, how people grab you and push you away. So the crowd kind of pushed Vita back. And I know, how can I say it? Because I've never disrespect my boy Blue. I know he didn't really want the beef because he's smart. I wouldn't either. It was like 10, 15 deep. They were big. Vita was bigger too. It's not saying he didn't want the beef, but I seen him push him back and he was like, okay with that. Like, well, whatever, forget them, right? Forget them. So after they pushed him back, I seen Vita like turn, like forget them. He wasn't trying to rush them. He like, man, forget them. So he started to walk back towards the party. And then I turn and look, and one of the dudes in the crowd, because now I'm in their crowd. It's like 10 to 20 of them. And one of the dudes, I look, and one of the dudes looked, and he reached over and hit me, snuffed me. And he hit me, boom. So I was like, boom, when he snuffed me, I said, oh, he hit me, right? I'm like, oh, he hit me. So I'm like, and when he hit me, then I reached and tried to hit him, right? So I reached and tried to hit him. And then that's when the others start, like, because I'm in their whole crew. Like, I'm like surrounded with them. Like, I'm in their thing. And they didn't push Vita and them away, right? So I'm like me, and I don't remember who was around me. I just remember me. I'm in the crew with all the Freeport dudes. So the dude hit me, boom. Yeah, I'm a little shrimp. The dude hit me, boom. And I'm like, oh, he stuffed me. I'm like, oh. So I went to swing to hit him, but I'm so little, my arm don't even reach. I went to swing to hit him, and then he swing, and he hit me again, and then I swinged, and another one hit me, and then I hit him. So I'm fighting like three of them, and they hit me, and then the security came. So the security came, and the security like grabbed everybody, right? And they like grab them. So they like grab him. So they grabbed me too, right? So now it's like 15, 20 of them, and security grabbed me. And when they grabbed me, they was like, get him out, take him out, take him out. So they grabbed me and they started pushing me out the door, outside, right? So, and I'm okay, listen, guys, I'm mad because I'm like, how dare somebody punch me? Because in my head, I'm like, I'm Rashawn, right? I'm just giving y'all my reaction. I got to give y'all my mind frame because this what makes it so real. Because, the mind frame of where I'm at in my head, I'm like, how dare somebody, no, security ain't on their payroll. Security don't even know them. This is a Hempstead club. They just, when you fight, they get you out the club. So security is just doing their job. Whenever you fight, they like, get them out the club, right? So that's what that was. So they ain't on their payroll. So I'm in the mind state of, I'm not thinking they putting me out the club. I'm thinking I want to fight them because how dare this dude punch me? Like, how dare you snuff me? You know who I am? That type of thing, right? I'm feeling myself, right? Because of my little status, right? So I'm like, yo, right? So now they pushing me out the club, but as they pushing me out the club, I'm talking to them, right? And they're pushing them out the club. So the whole crew of them is coming out the club and they pushing me out the club. And I'm like, yo, you punk, you stuff me, you, right? And I'm doing like this. And they like, so the dudes, like, so it's like, I guess it's the thugs of their crew. You know what I mean? Like the young thug, whatever, because so the security is pushing me backwards and they're coming. And so once they get me to the door, right? Because I'm so busy pointing at them and talking junk that when the door opened, I look back and I realized, I said, what y'all doing? They're like, oh, you got to go. I said, oh, I try to grab the sides of the door. I'm like, do not put me outside because they all coming. They putting them out too. They all come. So they putting the ones who was fighting me, because there's about 3 or 4 of them trying to jump me. They putting them out. So they ushering them. So security got them. They pushing them out. They got me. And then the whole crew is walking behind them. So I realized I'm about to be outside by myself. And they put, reality hit. I was like, no, I try to grab the door. They're like, you going out. You want to fight, you going out. I'm like, no. And they put me out. So now, when they put me out the door, as soon as they put me out, I'm standing on the street. Now, people outside, right? Remember I told you, it's so crowded. The street is like Broadway. So it's hundreds of people outside, right? And people can't get in. Remember I tell you, they got to wait till 4 people come out. The line is long, the people to come out. So it's a bunch of people outside smoking and just standing outside because it's hot in there, a hot box. You know what I mean? People just outside talking to girls, right? So when they put me out, it's mad people outside. So, and they know it was a fight. So everybody, so now I'm outside and all of a sudden, here they come. I'm outside and like, I can see the dudes who try to jump me, all of them are coming out. And I'm like, and this is where I messed up. I stopped and I turned and I looked at my car. It was right across the street. And my first instincts, which now I know is the RAHSHALLAH, the Holy Spirit, was probably trying to protect me. Not saying that the Holy Spirit would try to make you do no harm to nobody, but it will make you protect yourself so no one can do no harm to you. It's the discerning wisdom. Now I know my instinct. I don't have to put it on the Holy Spirit. My instinct, but I know what it really was. It made me look at my car, and it kind of told me, go get pork chop. And I looked at the car and I thought about it. And I don't know, maybe that was the devil. Maybe it was the good angel on this side, the devil on this side, right? I don't want to speak on the Holy Spirit. Let's say angels, malaks. The good angel on the right shoulder, the devil on the left shoulder. The good angel said, go get pork chop. And the devil said, man, you know who you are. Ha! The devil said, do you know who you are? You don't need, man. You show them who you are. You show them who you are. And my stupid butt, that's why I said between the smoking, the weed, and all that, I was not in my right state of mind. We was cracked out. We was smoking so much lace blunts, cocaine in our blunts. We was just partying so much, living this fast life. Literally, I looked at the car and I knew it was in the trunk. The angel said, go get pork chop out the trunk. I saw myself go across the street and I had time to do it. That's why I want to explain to y'all. So when they first put me out and I realized the door was open, they were still pulling them coming out and I could see them coming out. And I looked at the car and I had time to go across the street, open the trunk and pull it out. And the devil, your God said, and it was at this moment that he knew he done messed up, right? So I looked and the devil said, man, just show them who you are. Do they know? They don't know who they messing with. They don't know who they messing with. Right? So I'm like, I wish I would have told this right from the rip, right? I knew this was going to be a good one tonight for y'all. I said, oh, they're going to enjoy this story tonight. I hate that it's so late that I'm telling it. But anyway, so I turned, right? I listened to the devil, right? Because I was out of my mind. I was not in my right state. I'm feeling myself, right? I think I'm the God RAHSHALLAH. Do y'all know somebody must have been told them wrong, y'all? Somebody must have been told them wrong, right? So I turn around, listen, literally, I'm looking at my car and literally, now if you think about it, I don't want to put it on the Most High, but let's say the Most High gave me a parking space right in front of the thing, like right in front of the thing to know you got access to protect, like you can, I could have gotten the car and left, not leave my boys, but at least, I don't know, went and got a gun and came back or something. I could have did anything. I had pork chop. This devil then told me that I am Billy Bad Butt, right? Now I don't realize I weigh 100 pounds soaking wet. I don't realize nothing, right? So I look at the car, all that play out, and I turn around like somebody must have told them wrong. And when I turn around, here they come. Here they come out the thing. So I backed up into the street because it's a sidewalk. And the street is double ways, and it's a Broadway, and there's all these people out there, girls and everything. So I backed up into the street, and I take my Fendi coat, and here they come, right? So I take the Fendi coat, and I take the zipper, because I got the big chain under it, and I take the zipper, and I zip my coat up. Now, the coat is big, so when you wear, it's a big coat. So it's like, and they be puffy with the Fendi, the gold on the side, the big Fendi, big F here and gold pockets. It got a hood and it's big, puffy and big. Those big, Dapper Dan and Bell coats and stuff, right? The big one. I ain't got the cheap little thin jacket one on. It's like the big coat, right? So I zip the coat up, bang. So now I'm standing there, all of 110 pounds, soaking wet. And I'm in the street and here they come. Now remember, I told y'all, they all like 6'4", 250, 300. These dudes are big men. These are big boys, right? Here my little cracked out butt. I'm standing there. So they came out. So when they came out, the first group of them came out, they was caught off guard. Because, they looking like he must got a gun. You see? They look so they came out and they pushed them out. So it's a big commotion at the door. So and they, so they came out. And so I'm standing in the street. So they was like, and they stopped. The first 4 or 5 of them, they stopped. And I'm standing there like, what? Right? So then the rest of them start coming out. Right? So now they bring the rest of them out. Now here they come. It's like 10 of them. So now they all come out and they out and I'm standing there. And so I'm like, yo, I'm talking junk. Yo, y'all want it? Such, and so they hesitant because they probably thinking, now I'm playing the back of my mind, they probably thinking I got a gun. So then here come Armel and them come out. Armel, the big dog. Armel, the big king. That's why I told you at the beginning of the story, I set up Armel. So once Armel and them came out, Armel had this dude with him. He was a big dude. I forgot his name now. He's from Freeport. Later, I saw him again and found out he was a Freeport like goon. Like he was a Freeport like legend, jail legend, knockout. You know, he's a big, like 6'6", 260 pounds, going to prison and stuff. He probably done been in Attica and sing and hear my little, I'm weighing 100 pounds soaking wet, dripping. I'm like 5'9", and this dude big. Later, I found out who he was. He was a big Freeport like goon. He was the one that they gonna send to get you. You know what I mean? One of those, the enforcer, a goon, you know, and will fight. Like he the one that'll do you a head up. Like he punched cement bricks and stuff. Like, you know what I mean? A prison dude, you know? So Armel comes out and he got him, that dude with him, and some other dudes around. So they come out onto the sidewalk. So most of them, they came out kind of last because the security didn't push them out, right? So I think security know better than to put their hands on them, right? So they come walking out, right, on their own accord, right? So the first crew who was trying to snuff me, they got pushed out. Then the rest of them, they come walking out. And then Armel and them, they came out last. So by the time Armel and the other dude come out and all that, they by the time they came out, all the crew was out. So the main dudes who was out there, they was like hesitant because they didn't know what I have. And I was out there by myself. So then they came out, and then everybody else from the club started to come out, right? So because they like a fight, you know, it's going down outside. So then the people who own the club was like, everybody get out. Now it's over. You know what I mean? Like, everybody get out. So now the club is pouring out, right? So everybody's coming out, right? So some of my crew come out. Then I'm in my scene, Vita and them come out and everything. So I'm like, you know what I mean? So to me, it was Vita's beef, right? So I'm like, you know, whatever. I'm like, whatever. You know, it's a Hempstead thing. They try to set it on Vita, whatever. It's my beef. It's all our beef now. So the dudes, they came out, and so then I remember I seen Armel and them. So I'm watching Armel because Armel's dangerous, right? So I'm like, I don't want no beef with Armel, right? It just is what it is. I ain't trying. I looked up to people, and I would handle my business if I have to, but I was the type, if I looked up to you, I don't want no beef with you. I admire you, even dark. Just, I grew up in the hood. I grew up in the project. So, this ain't healthy stuff. It's just, I'm just telling y'all my reality. If I grew up under you, looking up and respecting you, like a perfect example, like somebody like Lil Bump or somebody, I would never want to try to fight Little Bump or nothing because I grew up respecting him and like looking up to him. So to me, I was the type. Now, if I ever had to protect, like if he ever tried to attack me or something, I got to protect myself, right? So then, but I would never want to, because I look up to you. That's just how I am. I'm just being honest with me. That's just me. And I look up to people, right? So I would never want to fight people like Big H, Leo, RoboCop, Lil Bump. I'm talking to the bad dudes. Like, not even the big, like I wouldn't want to fight no Big Bump or nobody. I look up to them. I'm talking about the dark legends, right? The ones like, I wouldn't want to fight RAHSHALLAH, Shasham. Like, I look up to them. Like, now if they try to attack me or something, then I got no choice but to defend myself. That's different. So I'm just giving y'all my understanding. So, when I look at Armel, I wouldn't want to, I looked up to him. Like, he's a dark. That dude is like the man, right? That's how I looked at it, right? But I would, if he tried to set it, it is what it is, right? You got to defend yourself. But I know I would have to shoot. That's another reason why I would always avoid beef with those ones I looked up to, because I know that they were so official that the only way that I could defend myself is I would have to hurt them, like shoot them, and then you have to kill because they're going to try to kill you. You try, right? And so why would I want to kill somebody I look up to? Like, I don't know, I was just built different, right? So I would make sure I avoid any beef with any, if I can. I never start beef anyway. You know what I mean? Just so y'all know, for those who don't even know that, I would avoid any, confrontations or beef, because I would know that it got to go to the extreme, because they so official that the only way, they're not taking the L. You understand? They're not taking the L. And the only way I won't take an L, I'm going to have to kill them or something, or they're going to kill me. Like, it's to death, right? It's going to be stabbing and shooting and stuff, because I can't beat them with my hands. These people I'm talking about, I can't beat them with my hands. I know that. Like, no, some people can't beat me with their hands. I don't care what you think. You can think what you want. You ain't going to beat me. I already know who you're like. I'm a great judge of, I've always liked that. I can judge. I know who I can beat and can't beat. Now, I probably could surprise myself one time and be like, oh, crap, I won. But for the most part, I'm not stupid. I'm like, man, I don't think I could beat him. You know what I mean? So that means it's going to be a knife or a gunplay. And that's to death, right? So I avoided it all my life. It's just how I survive things. I don't know. Survival is about, real wise wisdom of survival is about also avoiding putting yourself in situations that can end darkly. That's real wisdom survival. It's also about avoiding situations. That's why you have security cameras and stuff like that. You want to avoid somebody running into your house. You want to deter. You might put up, let people know, security cameras, or you might have an alarm on your cars to warn so people could see there's an alarm. You don't want them to break in. Yeah, you pick your battles. It's just wisdom. I'm very wise. That's how I survived. I'm very wise. I didn't go buck fool just starting, and I don't start trouble. So that's why I survived. I mean, I don't know. I just had a lot of wisdom. The Most High packed a lot of wisdom inside of me. Yeah, sharp on all cylinders. So I avoided a lot of, that's why the story on my channel with Big Kev Selly, remember that story when I set up the shootout between me and X-Man from Queens for his little brother? Because I know his little brother, Kev, is, I had to put some fear in his little brother, because I'm trying to avoid Kev, because if I do something to his little brother, then me and Kev is going to the death, because Kev is official. So that means I can't beat Kev. I know I can't beat Kev with my hands, right? So that meant I'm going to have to shoot Kev or stab me. Kev going to try to shoot me, so that means going to the death. Why do I want to shoot Kev? I look up to Kev. I like Kev. Kev Sully, he crazy. That's my boy. But Fam, that's his little brother. Fam is off the chain. And Fam is on my block, so I had to think. It's chess, not checkers. So I'm thinking this through. I'm like, okay, how do I get Fam off the block without having to do something to Fam? Because if I do something to Fam, then Kev. And if me and Kev go, it's to death. And I don't need that, because I got kids. I can either end up in prison for the rest of my life because I didn't kill Kev, or he didn't kill me, right? Or we in ICU, both of us, because we didn't shot each other up or something. And now I got kids. Like, that's stupid. I was always a thinker. So I was like, okay, I came up with the scenario. Okay, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to fake a shootout between me and X-Man, and we're going to be shooting. I set it all up. And now it turned into a hot mess, because X-Man got mad, and then I got mad because he was shooting at me and the bullets was coming too close, and and then we end up really trying to shoot each other. That was a hot mess. Y'all remember that story? That's funny. But that's really happened. That was the truth. And when we did that, we started to try to shoot each other. We literally was trying to shoot each other, because we were supposed to be fake, shooting the gun, but missing on purpose. Now, y'all know that's crazy anyway, right? I was crazy. So missing at each other on purpose, but when he shot, it got too close. It almost shot me. I'm like, bro, you almost shoot me. So I tried to get close to him, and he like, you almost shoot me. So now we trying to shoot each other closer to the point where we got mad. We actually try to shoot each other. So now we having a real shootout where we was trying to fake it. And then fam saw it, and everybody left it like, and fam like, that's crazy, Raj crazy. And then he ain't come back to the block. So it worked. And then I didn't know this, but then he told his brother about Raj shooting out, and then me and Kev came best of friends after that. That's what's funny. So it worked even better than I thought, because I didn't realize that. I wasn't even thinking of that. I just needed to get fam off the block, because fam is like, he was messing my block up, selling fake crack and stuff. He was like, and fam, you know, he's Kev brother, so he can, you know, he had a green pad. He a bully Pete. Fam would be a bully. Fam was another bully. Fam was definitely a bully. Fam was a hot mess. He, under Kevin's, his big brother. Kev was no joke. So Fam was bully. Take people work packages, take people drugs and everything. Fam was a bully. Facts. I mean, y'all know I'm calling truth to power and everybody. Everybody know. I know plenty of people got bullied by Fam. So I'm like, Fam got to go, because you know he's and not only is he a bully, he'll sell crackheads fake crack. And then if they come back to try to complain of money, he'll beat them up. Fam is the worst. He was the worst. And then he get high and stuff. Fam is a hot mess. So he beating up the crackheads because he's selling fake crack, or he got some whack crack, and I got the bells, and he got the crack, and they want mines, right? So they come for me. They like, no, we want Rashawn, we want, and then he bullying my workers. From, you know, they scared. That's Fam. You know, because I come like Fam on the block. They all scared. I'm like, oh, man. I'm like, oh, my goodness. Okay, I got to get Fam out of here. You know, so I go up to the block. He like, yo, what up, bro? I'm like, what up, Fam? He posted right on my corner. I'm like, this dude. And he know what he's doing, right? He know what he's doing. He like, yeah, I see, you know, I heard you running this block. There's all the money on the block, because he used to be at the shacks. He like, all the money right over here, because I had all the money on the block on Elm Street, right? When I was in 92, when I did my time for the crime committed. And so then he testing, right? He gonna post up right on my corner. Remember, that's the same corner Big Jerry White posted up, right? I had to get him out of there too. But so Fam, so I'm like, okay, I gotta get Fam out of there, right? He like, what up, Ra? So he know, like, yeah, what you gonna do, right? So I'm like, so I came up with the plan. So I'm saying it because I always use my mind, right? And so once we had the shootout, he said it. He's like, I'm out of here, Ra. Y'all crazy. This block hot. I'm going back to the shacks. He's like, I'm good. Y'all can keep Elm Street. I'm like, okay, a mission accomplished. So he went to the shacks and he never came back. He made his money at the shacks. But what I didn't know was he ended up telling Kev, like, yo, Ra crazy. Like, they were shooting out. Because he didn't know it was planned, but it ended up being a shootout. We tried, because I got mad. He tried to shoot me. I got too close. Then I tried to shoot him, and now we chasing each other, trying to shoot each other. So anyway, so then after that, Kev, I remember because it was in the gym at Brawley Park when he came up. And he was like, and after that, he said something. I'm like, what? And he was like, and now he became my best friend, I guess, you know, real like real, crazy like crazy. So after that, Kev became my boy. He's still my boy to this day. Shout out to Big Kev Sullivan. Shout out to Big Kev Sullivan. All right, so now let me get back to tell the story so I can close out. So we all right, so I'm outside, and now Armel and them is out there, and everybody's out there. Now the rest of the party is coming out, so everybody's outside, right? So I'm in the street, and so I see the dudes talking to Armel like, yeah, this, you know, he act like he won it. He act like he won something, right? So Armel look at me. So I look at him, and I'm like, okay, I don't want no beef with Armel. And I'm like, so the dudes who snuffed me and stuff, he looking and he like, yo, what you think? I said, what you think? You know what I mean? I'm like, this Hempstead, you know what I mean? This Hempstead. Because they trying to punk you in Hempstead, this Hempstead, bro, you bugging, right? So the dude with Armel, the big dude say something to Armel And Armel go like this. And the dude turns around, and I look, and he starts walking off the sidewalk. I wish I could play the music. Dun, 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 dun. Cue the music, right? He started, I wish I had my sound. I got to start setting my sound effects up in here because I could play it here. I can actually set, that would be dope. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna get it set up. So sometime when I tell some of these type of stories, I can cue that sound effect. So this dude is like 6'5" or something, 6'6", 253. This dude, knuckles like steel. This is a big jail grown man. This dude on grown man penitentiary time. This dude on penitentiary time. This dude looked like he just walked out of Attica. And I don't even think, did I go to jail yet? I don't even think I've did a bid yet, a real bid, a jail sentence. But I'm 100 pounds soaking wet, smoking lace blunts. This dude looked like he just came home probably 2 months ago from doing 7 years in Comstock in Clinton, Maine, in Attica and stuff, right? He been up there with killers and murderers, and he come and he started walking off the step, and I look and I said, you know, when you do this, I look at him and I turn around and I look behind me. I'm like, who you looking at? Like who you? He looking at me. I turn around, I look, and he looking at me right in my eyes, and I'm like, oh my goodness, no, he ain't. I don't know what to do. Now I look and I think pork chop, right? I'm like pork chop. And before I could even say pork chop, this dude in my face, he woke up and I'm like, and he's so big. He like a grown man. Like this dude like grown man time. His head, face, everything big and rough. Everything look rough. So I'm like, pork chop. And I'm like, I look back and he right in my face. He come and I'm like, only thing I could do is throw up my hands, guys. I ain't had time to run. No, I ain't had time to do nothing. I should have ran, right? Honey, y'all said, go get pork chop. Are you about to be a pork chop? Facts. So only thing I could do is throw up my hands because he was right there in my face. If I would have tried to run, he could just grab me. So all I could do, I just threw up my hands. Now, guys, I'm 100 pounds soaking wet. It's like a little baby, a little boy fighting a grown man. That's what it looked like. This dude threw up, and I was like, I don't know what to do. I was like, so I threw up my hands, right? So when I threw up my hands, I'm like, I got to brace myself to fight. And he just came. So it was like he just walked from Armel. He said whatever he said to Armel, and then he just started walking towards me. And I'm like, it was so fast. I looked back to the pork chop, and I turned back because I got to look, and he right there. He coming off the curb, and he right there. So he just walked in all one motion. All I could do was throw up my hands. He walked off the curve, and he put his hands up, and he just, whoo. And when he swung that punch, I was like, oh, right? I'm like, whoo, right? It's like a bat. I was like, and all I could do was like try to block it, and it hit. It hit me so hard. I swear, the weight of it and everything, I blocked it, but the punch was so much momentum and weight behind it from this big monster of a man. He hit all up in here, all up in my head. His fist is probably this big, so his fist went past my arm, and it's like, boom. And when it hit me, it hit so hard that I saw like stars and stuff. You know what I mean? You see stars and stuff. It blank and it get black and then a bright light. It's like your brain shakes in your head, literally. So I blocked it too, but it like boom. It was like a brick. You know, if somebody hit you with a brick, like a big cinder block, not a brick, a big boulder. That's it, a boulder. Somebody just hit you in the head with a boulder. That's what it feel like. Even though I block. So imagine someone hit you with a boulder, but you still block it, but it don't matter. The boulder is coming through your arm, your head. So when it hit me, all I remember is I seen stars. Like it blacked and then the light flashed, right? And I'm like, ooh, it was hard. It hit hard. Like it felt like he hit me with a boulder. And so I caught it, right? And I'm like, ooh. So then I'm like, so then now I got to pay attention because I'm in a fight with this monster. So I'm like, and everybody outside, just so y'all know. So that's why I said, I'm telling the story tonight. And for the people who were there, y'all know what I'm talking about. Y'all seen it. Some people seen it because a lot of people was out there, right? So they, it said, boom. And so then I'm like, okay, after that, I was like, oh my goodness, what am I gonna do with this dude? So then I hit that, and then it stumbled me, and then I try to stand, and he come, and I try to swing, right? Because you gotta fight. So I swung, boom, and I think I hit him. I don't know. It didn't matter. My swing probably felt like this, right? Because he made a steal, and I weigh 100 pounds soaking wet. I'm smoking all these lace blunts. I don't even, like, my head is like, so I think I hit him. I don't know. But I swung. I hit something, right? He probably like, right? So I hit him or something, right? And then he swung again. And when he swung, I saw his face and I heard his grunt. His face, because after I hit, right, I hit him or whatever, I could see through my arms his face. And he said, "Rrr!" Like his face and the grunt. And you could see his face like, and I saw this thing coming and I was like, oh my goodness, do not get hit by that. Don't. And I looked at that punch and I saw it. I saw his face scrunch up and he said, "Rrr!" And that thing started coming and I said, uh-oh, uh-oh. And I like dropped my knees down and I ducked just enough under it and it went right over my head. And that probably would have knocked my head off my shoulders. That thing went over my head and I was like, oh my goodness. It felt like a train went past my head. And then I was like, okay, I got to stop this dude. And so only thing I could do is grab him because I'm trying to stop his arms. I can't let this dude hit me with one of these haymakers, right? And then I look around like, is somebody going to jump in? I'll never forget that. I looked around and literally I looked for Vita because I was like, Vita, this is your fight. Now, Blue don't know this story. But everybody, I meant to title him in the story. Blue don't know this part. So I know he was there. I know he's seen this, but he don't know what I was thinking. Because I remember I looked around and I was like, where's Blue at? Because this is Blue fight. I'm like, Blue is fighting. Now, Blue, you where you at? And honestly, I think I remember seeing Blue over there. Like, Blue was over there like, oh, yeah, I'm not about to get in that. Right? I ain't holding Blue to that or nothing. It is what it is. That's my man, right? Blue, Blue a fighter. He ain't no punk or nothing. But I remember seeing Blue over there. And I remember looking like, this is your fight, Blue. Like, I'm in this because of you, right? And Blue, now that he know this story, he's like, well, you ain't in it because of me. You had all the time in the world to go get pork chop out the car and all that. So you cannot blame me for that. You're right, Blue. I cannot blame you for this. This is my L. This is my fault. All right? That's why I said I'm telling the story tonight where I took an L. Okay? I took an L. So I was like, Blue, I'm looking, Blue. You better help me. This your fight. And but so it was too late. So I grabbed on him. And when I grabbed on him, I tried to grab his arms. I'm trying to stop him. I can't let this person hit me with one of these tree sledgehammers. That's what he's slinging, sledgehammers. I'm like, I cannot get hit by one of these sledgehammers. So when I grabbed onto his arm, he grabbed me. I grabbed him. So he grabbed me. Now remember, I'm 100 pounds. He about 300 pounds, right? Like 6'5" or something. He a big, big monster of a man, right? So I grabbed on him. So he just grabbed me, and I could hear the dudes. I could hear the dudes, the Freeport dudes around them, the ones who try to snub me. Now, I fight one of them. They were a little more my size, but I was ready to fight anybody. But not this monster. This was Armel's right hand, probably enforcer monster. You know what I mean? He's Armel, and after that, I seen him and Armel everywhere. That's why I knew. I found out who he was after this. He one of the most dangerous dudes in prison and Freeport and Armel. I said, my goodness, I had the king of the apes after me. You heard? Is my mic loud? I definitely don't want to be peeking on this story. Let me see. No, it's not peeking. I'm good money. All right. So now I'm telling y'all hindsight and in the moment. Later, I realized who this was, right? I'm like, well, I didn't feel so bad. I took an L from a good one. I took an L from the top of the line. This was the biggest goon in Freeport, the top. Everybody, scared of this dude. This dude is a monster in prison too, right? This dude is a monster. So I'm like, okay. So I took an L from some regular person, you know what I mean? So anyway, so I grab him, right? I'm trying to stop these arms. And so all I remember, I could hear the dudes around like, take the coat. I want the coat. I want the coat. They want the Fendi coat. Of course you do. Guys, y'all know how I dress? And I remember I got this chain under it. I heard somebody say, he got a chain under that coat. I'm like, oh, no. This ain't about to turn into a robbery. No. We can't go out like that. Now, we cannot go out like that. We ain't going out like that. So I don't care if I'm 100 pounds, 90 pounds. We ain't going out like that. I'm about to bite somebody. Somebody about to get bit. Because that's all I got. I'm about to bite somebody, right? So, yeah, unbalanced fight and then a robbery. Oh, no, this ain't happening like this. So I am like, get the coat. The coat. And someone else said, he got a chain. He got a chain under the coat. I'm like, oh, no. So he grabbed me. I grabbed him, and then he took me, and he like shook me and then he grabbed the coat. He grabbed me by the coat. So the back of the Fendi, because it's big and it's loose. So after I grabbed him, he grabbed the coat. I grabbed his arm so he couldn't hit me, and he grabbed the coat. And I'm littler than him, right? I'm little. He could probably just fling me. And he grabbed the coat, and he pulled me by the coat, and he pulled it over my head. This is the worst position you can be in a fight. For somebody to pull your coat over your head. So he pulled, and the coat is so loose and big on me, because this big Fendi coat, right? And he pulled it, and it went over my head. So now I'm stuck in the coat. I'm in the coat, and the coat's over my head. But I'm holding the coat. This is funny. So it's like I'm grabbing him, but I take my elbows, and I'm stopping the coat from pulling off. I guess he's trying to pull it off of me, right? He's trying to pull it off of me so that they can get the coat, right? But I stopped the coat from coming off my head with my elbows, right? So I'm still trying to hold his arms, and I stopped the coat from coming off my head. But now I'm in the coat. Now, he's not slinging me. He ain't slinging me at all. He's just pulling the coat over my head. He could sling me if he wants to, because he's big enough. He's big enough to just pick me up, right? It's like me beating up somebody, one of y'all or something, right? I'm a big dude. Like, I could sling the mess out of somebody. I could beat the brakes off somebody, right? He's a little dude that I could just grab, and I'm strong. You know what I mean? I work out and stuff, so I'm lifting 300-400 pounds all the time. So if you only weigh 150, I could take you and just pick you up and body slam, right? So he could have just did that, but he didn't sling me. But listen, he tried to pull a coat off of my head. So I stopped the coat with my arms, and then he takes his arm and he goes, boom. He like takes his arm, because I had to let go his arm because I'm stopping him from taking my coat, right? I'm like, you ain't getting, this is not about to be a robbery. One thing ain't going to be, I'm not about to get played because I'm going to have to go to Freeport. I'm going to have to shoot anything that move after this. You ain't getting my coat. This is not about to be that. So I had to let go his arm, and I blocked him from taking the coat off, but the coat is over my head, guys. So I can't see anything, right? So it's over my head and I'm down like this, right? And so all I know is he probably takes his arm and he uppercuts. And when he uppercuts, I went, boom! And he hit me in my ribs, and in my ribs and my side and my stomach. And it said, boom! And I was like, and it lifted me up. And I'm like, oh, right? And I'm like, oh my goodness, bro. I felt my bladder. I felt my ribs, my kidney. It was like, that punch was so hard. Like, it hurt my internal organs. You know what I mean? This is a grown man, bro. All right. So, be easy with the jokes, everyone. Now, this ain't something, not this part. This ain't something to really joke at, because I could have got really hurt and it wasn't even. I was young. I was little. It's like me beating up on somebody 12 years old. That ain't something to joke at. So be easy with the jokes right now. All right, let me tell this story because it's not funny. This part is not funny. I can make stuff funny, but this ain't funny. All right. Somebody, a grown man beating up on a young kid is never funny. All right. So I'm just keeping it real. All right. So let me tell the story. No more jokes, guys. All right. I'm lucky Reese ain't here. Reese would probably tell a joke right now. Insert Reese right now. All right. So when he hit me, he's like, so I could see him, it said, boom. And it lifted me up and it hit in here. Like here, his fist is so big that my stomach, my side, like my ribs, like all that. I felt like a squirt and everything. Like I didn't pee on myself or nothing, but you know, I felt my bladder, everything. It was just like everything was hit. It was just like, and my head was covered. So it was another thing is when you get hit, if you see it, you could kind of prepare for it. So my head was covered, so I don't even see it. So it just hit me. At least I was kind of tight from bending over. That's probably what helped me. And it said boom, and it lifted me up, and that hurt so bad. Like I just remember, it felt like somebody hit me with a pipe in my side, in my stomach, and I was just like, like, yo, bro, that hurts so bad. And I came out of the coat, right? Because now I'm like, that hit. So I pulled the coat. I pulled because I need to see, because I can't let him hit me again. So I pulled the coat came out of it, off my head. And when I came out, I saw him, and he was standing, right? Like, and I came out of it, and he kind of had my coat in his hand, but I snatched the coat. So when I came out of it, I snatched the coat and I grabbed it and I took it. And then when I took it, he was standing there and I'm like this, right? So the pain in my side, I'm fighting. So it hurt, but it doesn't matter. When you're in survival mode, like when you're in fight mode, it is, well, you'll hurt later. You know what I mean? I'll hurt later. So the pain, I don't care. So when I came out of it, I snatched the coat and I took the coat and I grabbed it right here and I'm looking at him and I'm like, what am I going to do? You know what I mean? Right. And I just going to have to, if he come again, I'm going to have to drop the coat and just keep trying to fight him. Right. It just is what it is. Right. So, but I grabbed the coat and then I seen the goons, the other ones around, they came off the sidewalk. Right. And it was like, get the coat. And the other was like, I'm going to get the chain. And I'm looking, I'm like, damn. Only thing I was thinking, guys, I was like, damn, I wish I had a gun. Like, if I had my gun, bro. Remember I kept saying I'm not a killer, and I'm not. But I wouldn't have probably shot to kill them, but definitely it could have been some bodies out there. It probably would have been. I'm just being honest. I'm not a killer, but you can make a killer. You can push a person. I would have definitely blasted the mess out of them. Like, and they came off the sidewalk, and one was like, get the coat. I'm gonna get, and the other one was like, I'm gonna get the chain. So I grabbed the coat, and then I'm like, so I took the chain, I stuffed it in my thing. So I'm like, crap. So I'm like, and they were coming. So the big dude, he just stood there. So I dropped the coat because they coming. It's like 3 of them coming, and I gotta fight all 3 of them. So I dropped the coat, and then I threw up my hands, and then I hear someone like, no, mother effer, stop. And I turn and look, and it was RAHSHALLAH, his brother. He said, no, mother effer, stop. And they stopped. And I looked, and RAHSHALLAH was coming across the street, like he was coming across the street. And he said, and then the other 2 more came off. They was like, no, we're going to get the chain. He said, that's the guard. Stop, mother. And they stopped. And then he looked at me. Hold on. Let me stop share. Bang, present. Let me do this correctly. Share screen, window, bang, share. This is the image of RAHSHALLAH and ARMEL, but ARMEL don't look like this. ARMEL was huge, big, monster. But RAHSHALLAH, he looked a little like this. And he came across, and he was like, stop. And they stopped, and he yelled, mother effer, that's the God. So I looked at him, and he walked over to me. And he said, God, you all right? And I was like, yeah, I'm all right. He said, you sure? I said, nah, I'm hurting, bro. He's like, pick your coat up. He said, put your coat on. He's like, this the God. Don't nobody touch the God. Nobody. If I ever see any of y'all touch the God again, y'all got a problem with me. He's like, he's signed by me. And then I looked at ARMEL, and ARMEL, that's his big brother. ARMEL is the goon. Now, I don't know if RAHSHALLAH knew nothing that happened because he was coming across the street. And ARMEL looked, and then the big dude who I was fighting, he looked at ARMEL, and ARMEL said, and he turned around and he started walking to ARMEL. And then they started walking, and they started going to I left another part. I'm gonna bring that out. They started going to the parking lot where Nagasaki is, walking towards the parking lot. And he said, put your coat on. So I put the coat on, and my body was hurting, but I'm still in adrenaline. And, I'm still, and then they started walking across the parking lot. And then he was like, where your car at? I said, it's right there. And I was like, man, I'm going to shoot him, Ra. I'm going to shoot him. He said, let it go. Let it go, Ra. I'm like, nah, man, nah. He said, you're going to have to let this one go. And I'm like, he said, the big dude, he said, that's my brother's right hand. And he said his name. I forgot his name now. He said, you're going to have to let that one go. Just take that one. And I'm like, oh. And I respect Ra. And I knew what he was saying. And I'm like, nah. I'm like, I said, I'm going to get him, Ra. And listen, everyone. He looked at me and he said, I probably just saved your life. So I'm asking you to do this for me. He said, you remember what I did for you in Freeport years ago? He's talking about the party. And I said, yeah. He said, so now I'm asking you, do this for me. Leave it alone. It's really bigger than you. Now later, I know what he's talking about. And because I was young. I was younger then. I was a young boy. And he, I used to watch The Wire. I watched the whole Wire, Drizzy. I remember The Wire when it was first released on TV. We was all watching The Wire. And he said, you gotta take this one. You gotta take this one. And I was like, all right. He said, man, don't worry about it. You ain't lose nothing. He said, that dude is a killer. That dude is a straight, you ain't lose nothing, man. That dude knock out grown big men. Bro, you handled you. I watched it. I saw you. You handled it. So you ain't lose nothing. And I'm like, but I did. My pride was hurt. I was rush on. Like, my pride was really hurt, right? And everybody was out there. I was in front of everybody. I never really took an L. You know what I mean? That little punch with Cimarron, that was a snuff. That wasn't nothing. That was I never took an L. But it was a jump, and that big dude, it wasn't really an L, but whatever. So, but praise the Most High. I don't know what it would have been if RAHSHALLAH wouldn't have stepped in. That would have been really bad. Then I would have been on a war path to get them all. You wouldn't have kept me out of Freeport from trying to kill all of them. I would not have took that like that. And then he was like, here, come on. So he walked me to the car. So I got to the car, I went to the trunk. And I went, and he's like, I thought you was gonna do this for me. And I'm like, wow, man. So I went and I opened the trunk. He said, soon. And I pulled out pork chop. And he said, you got a knife. You can't win this. Just trust me, Ra. It's okay. Let it go. And I'm like, I was hurt. I'm like, so I'm sitting there and I got the knife. And I'm like, and so I started walking. And I started walking towards the parking lot where they going. Because I'm pissed, guys. I'm so livid. I'm red. And he's walking with me. And he said, I understand, God. I know who you are. You're not no punk. I understand. Just do this for me. Just please listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me. And I'm like, I want to, Rob, but I can't. And I'm like, you mother effers, you want to come get me now. Come get me now. I'm like, and so then now I'm out the street. I'm in the parking lot and it's kind of dark in the parking lot. So the main dude, the one who hit me, Armel's right hand dude, he said, oh, you want some more? So he started walking across and I see Armel looking and Armel laughed. And he said, yo, Ra, he's talking to his brother, RAHSHALLAH. He said, Ra, your little man got a lot of heart. He's laughing. I never really see Armel laugh. He's like, your little man got a lot of heart. You better get him, Ra. You better get him, Ra. And Ra was like, yo, no. Yo, and he said that dude's name. I can't remember what his name was. I keep thinking Biz, but that's not the Biz from Freeport. It's another, even more dangerous than that big dude Biz from Freeport, even darker than him. I can't remember his name. And RAHSHALLAH was like, yo, no. And he said to the dude, he was like, yo, nah. And I was like, what? Come. I don't care. Come. And so the big dude was like, he's like, you don't know what you're playing with. You don't want this little homie. You don't, well, not homie, because we didn't say that back then. You don't want this little God. You don't want this little God. And I'm like, what? I do want it. What? So I'm like, I got that, because I don't care. I'm like, you just gonna have to kill me. You're not taking my like pride or my manhood and thinking you could just go off. Even much as I wanted to do it for RAHSHALLAH and not do anything, I just couldn't. So I'm like, what? So then I'm walking to him and Ra is trying to stop me. And I got away from Ra. And he like, yo, Ra, and I'm like, no. So I ran up, right? I ran up and now I'm going deeper in the parking lot and it's dark, right? The parking lot is dark and it's away from all the people. And all of the Freeport dudes are there. So I ran up a little. And when I ran up a little, I was like, what? Come on. And so when I came, he was like, yeah, that's what I want you to do. The big dude, he said, yeah, that's what I want you to do. Come in the dark. Keep coming. So I'm like, what? I don't care. I ain't scared of you. So I started walking up and then he stuck his hand in his pants. And he pulled the gun up and I saw it. And he's looking. He said, yeah, that's right. Yeah, come in the dark so nobody see you. Come in the dark. And I was like, and I stopped. I was like, you lucky I ain't got no gun, mother effer. He said, yeah, you playing the wrong game. I said, yeah, you lucky I ain't got no gun. And then Ra had ran up. RAHSHALLAH, he ran up. He was like, And he stood in front of me like, no, nah, yo, tell him to go back. And then looked and laughed. He's like, you better get him, Ra. He playing the wrong game. And I looked. And I was thinking, I didn't want to say it to but I was thinking, like, you lucky I ain't got no gun. I probably shot him too, but I don't know. Out of RAHSHALLAH, that's his brother. I probably wouldn't have, but I would have definitely lit this dude. We'd have had a shootout. I was never scared to die. I've been in so many gunfights. I'm a gun toter. I've been in plenty shootouts, face-to-face shootouts. I had the gun to my head, all that, pull the trigger and all that. All right. Over and over. I ain't scared of no gun. It's gonna shoot out. We can wild west. And so then Armel laughed and he was like, he said, you playing the wrong game. He's like, whatever his name is, let's go. So the dude, he turned and I was like, what? He's like, I don't like his mouth. I'm like, F you, punk. Faggot, I'm a little dude. I said, you lucky I ain't got my ratchet. You lucky I ain't got no ratchet. He like, let me, he told Armel, he's like, let me blast him. And Armel's like, let's go. And then he just turned around and started walking. And then I'm like, man, F you. So I started walking after him and RAHSHALLAH grabbed me. He grabbed me. He was like, no, Ra, like, calm down, Ra. Calm down. So I'm like, so now I'm mad. You know how you get so mad you want to cry? But I didn't cry. I can't cry, right? I told you I didn't cry when I grew up. No tears. But I'm that mad where I want to cry, but I would never cry. So I'm like, and he's like, grab me. He's like, it's all right, Ra. It's all right. Just let him go. You good. Just let it go. And I was like, I was so mad. He said, come on. I said, let's go. So he started walking me back. So he walked me back, across the parking lot to my car. He was like, I got to tell you, you got a lot of heart, bro. You got a lot of heart. I can tell you're not scared to die. He said, but let this one go. It's too big. And later I knew what he meant by it. because I didn't know what they were really into and who they were and the level of it. And later I know what he meant. He meant that where this is going, I'm gonna definitely have to kill all of them, and they're gonna kill everybody that I know. You know what I mean? Like, this was huge. And he didn't want to see me in that. Like, it's the level of it. I get it afterwards. Afterwards, what went down, when I know who they are and everything that happened, because I found out who everybody is and everything went down for the big dude and ARMEL and them. So I know what he was saying. He was trying to protect me. Like, this ends with either you and all your family members dead, or you doing life in prison, and everybody, like, just let this go. It's not worth it. You know what I mean? Just let it go, you know? So he talked to me at the car for a while, and then I calmed down. And then he's like, all right, I'm about to go, because they had already left. I seen the car pull out. They had a whole caravan, a bunch of cars. They pulled out. He's like, all right, they going. Now, RAHSHALLAH had his whole crew with him too. Like I said, they rolled like 10 deep. He was a king too. And then I got in my car, and I was so embarrassed. And then I left, and I went home, and I had my gun. And then when I got home, somebody came they came to see me to check and make sure I'm all right. And then somebody said, there was like, and I wasn't. So my whole, like, I had practically internal bleeding, like my whole side, like the next day and all that. I was tore up for, like, I stayed in the house for weeks because I couldn't even move. Like, the whole side, like my ribs was almost broken, but praise the Most High, it didn't puncture anything. It just was bruised and blood, like purple, and I couldn't move. And I don't go to hospitals, so I never went. So I know, because nothing's wrong. But I was the type, I don't go, like, I got stuff that healed, like my finger broke and it healed and it's unnaturally crooked, my thumb and stuff. Like, I don't believe in hospitals. I didn't come from that. Like, we stay away from hospitals and police and stuff. So I was for a while with a bandage around me and everything. But when somebody came to see me, I don't remember who it was, and he told me that Jeff, Big Head Jeff, from the picture I showed earlier with me, him, and Biz. Now, Big Head Jeff don't know this. Nobody know this story. I'm telling a Hempstead history story that nobody knew. Big Head Jeff, the person told me that Big Head Jeff was in White Castle after, because everybody go to White Castle parking lot. This is a big fight, and they was joking on me. Like, and remember, I had a reputation. So when the person told me, he said Big Head Jeff was at White Castle, and they was like snapping on me, like cracking on me, like I took an L. And I remember I lost it. And I bandaged myself up, and I got my guns. And Big Head Jeff don't know this, and nobody know this. But I was on my way to White Castle, and I was literally going to shoot Jeff. Yeah, I could play it to Jeff. Facebook. He has no idea. Jeff, you know what I'm talking about, because you know you did it. Whatever you was doing in White Castle, I forgot who it was. They came and told me. And I strapped up. And to save my face, I was going to go to White Castle right then. And I was going to go in front of everybody. And I was going to shoot Jeff up. That was the mind. I was bruised in my ego, in my mind, my pride, my body. I was going to make an example. Oh, you think I'm something to play with? You think somebody can just do something to me and it's like, you think you could just joke on me? And I was going to go to White Castle, and it was to make a statement for everybody. And I was going to shoot him up in the White Castle. Jeff. And I know everybody like, Jeff? Yeah. All the way right into the White Castle. I don't know who it was. I don't know why I keep thinking Knowledge, but it wasn't my little brother Knowledge Bone. It was somebody else. All the way to White Castle, they kept trying to stop me. And I was not hearing it. They was like, no, Rod. It was kept, you going to jail, right? You can't do this in front of everybody. Dude, like, this is Jeff. Like, Jeff ain't no threat. Jeff ain't no, well, he shouldn't have been dissing me in front. Like, come on, bro. In front of everybody at White Castle after what happened to me. And the only thing that saved you, Jeff, and me, because if I would have shot you up, I was going to jail. And the person in the car kept saying, no disrespect. It kept saying, Jeff is police, meaning Jeff worked for the fire department. He was a fireman, and the fire department and the police are close. So Jeff be with the police officers, like he'd be with the police, the black police and stuff, right? Because by this time we had black police in Hempstead, and we from the hood, we don't associate with police. No disrespect to the police. Shout out to all the good police. But so my man was like, Jeff is the police, bro. If you shoot him, Rod, you're gonna have the police all over you. Like you going down, Rod. And I'm like, I did not care. He was, and Jeff, I know you was my man before that and all that, but you had no idea. That's why everyone, guys, be careful who you talk about and joke on. And even in prison, you heard people talk about somebody else, what they did to somebody, or they did this to this girl, and they don't know that their cousin is in that jail, and they cut and said, next they getting stabbed and killed, and they have no idea because they was bragging on how they beat up somebody. Or chatterboxes. This is a tip for everybody. Be very careful running your mouth on somebody. Because even though I'm not a killer, I didn't say I was going to shoot him in the head. I was going to shoot Jeff up. Probably would have killed him. I was distraught. I'm not a killer, but I wasn't in my right mind. What just happened to me? I was going to shoot him. I was going to load him up with at least 4 or 5 bullets all up in. He probably would have died. I don't know, but I was definitely going to shoot him more than once. I was going to shoot him up. I was going to make a statement for that. And willing to go to jail. That's how you know when you are in your right mind, state of mind, and willing to go to jail for it and everything. But I bet you that reputation, I bet you that would have been sealed. I bet you I'd have came home. They'd be like, yeah, you don't want to talk crap because, bro, after what happened, how you going to go to White Castle and try to talk about, like, make me look. And my man told me everything, how he was like, making a big stand in White Castle, and all that. Like, Jeff, I was red, bro. Shame on you, Jeff. Not cool. That wasn't cool, bro. You're supposed to be my man. Not cool. That almost got you wet up, bro. You have no idea. Guys, this is the first time I know, and my man who's in the car with me know. Nobody else knows. Now, what stopped it? He wasn't talking me out of it. We got to White Castle. He trying to stop me, all that. Soon as we got to the White Castle, it was police everywhere. They was shutting White Castle down. You know how the police would come? I guess a big commotion, a fight. And the police blocked this entrance, that entrance. It'd be Nassau County police coming from Lakeview, West Hempstead, the blue and purple. They had Hempstead. It was police everywhere to the point where I couldn't even, I got the gun and my man was like, good. And I was like, this nigga, pardon my language. I said, this nigga is lucky, bro. And then we pulled over. And I sat there, pulled to the side for a while. He's like, wow, you can't sit here, bro. You can't sit here. Nassau County, because, you know, on the side, we on the side of Fulton, on the side by the White Castle. Y'all know what I'm talking about. You can't even park over there. I'm on the side where that eyeglass place or whatever that was. And I'm sitting there like, man, they're going to clear out. He's like, nah, Ra, let's go. You can't sit here, Ra. Let's go. And I'm like, and I sat there for a while, and then he was like, Ra. Nassau County, the cop going past, and they looking at the car, and then they go into White Castle. I'm like, one of them going to pull us over, Ra. And I'm like, wow. And I turned the U-turn, and I left. And I went home, and I was embarrassed. I was ashamed. I was hurt. My pride was damaged. And my whole side was purple. And by the time I went to sleep that night and my adrenaline went down, when I woke up, I couldn't even move. I was bedridden because I couldn't even like inhale. You know how you try to, I couldn't even inhale from the pain of, and I wrapped bandage around me, and it took weeks. I couldn't even move. I stayed in the house because I couldn't even walk. And then I finally healed up. And by the time I healed up, you know, my man's like, let it go, God. Just let it go. And then my other man was like, wow, you know how much stuff we did to people? Look how many people we pistol whipped, how many people we robbed, how many people. I'm like, and they kept saying all the right things. Like, everyone takes an L, right? Like, it wasn't, you don't look bad, right? Come on, bro. Look what happened. They jump you. It was like, and so I had to wear that one. That was the L. That's the only big L I took in my life. And that's the story of RAHSHALLAH and how he saved me twice. One when I was really young, other one when I was a little older. And then later, RAHSHALLAH, he ended up getting like 15 years in prison for something. Maybe he shot somebody or could have killed somebody or something. I don't know. He ended up getting like 15 years in prison. And he went for that long. And I remember he came home and he was big. And fat and everything. Big neck. And he came home. I'm like, dang. Like 15 years or something. I seen him. He's like, what up, God? I'm like, what up, Ra? And he was back. Still RAHSHALLAH. But his brother ARMEL, he ended up getting life. I think they got probably 100 years to life or something. I wish people from Hempstead and it was there that know ARMEL could tell how much time he got. But I think he got a life bid. And it's for some of the darkest stuff y'all could imagine. So I don't say nothing because I don't want to say nothing about, but he's in prison probably for the rest of his life. And that's the story of RAHSHALLAH and ARMEL, my account of the L I took at that bar. I forgot what the name was. Not the Yes Club. It was the something. It used to be a strip club. It was the same strip club. All right, now I'm gonna end with this. Remember the story when I said I came home from jail and whatever our producer, he took me to the strip club and I was from jail and the strippers thought I was a pimp and they had a party and I was eating all the chicken. That's that same bar. But by then, that's her story, that's when it was a strip club. That's where whatever took me there. To the strip club. It was a strip club in that same exact place, the same bar. And that's that same bar with the chickens in the strip club. Yes, so moral of the story, be very careful who you talk about in chatter because we don't know that you could speak your own demise. Be very careful. All that chattering, joking, disrespecting people in public and stuff like that, be very careful because you can push someone over the edge. All right? Be very careful. Another moral of the story, the story when I took that chicken, is the Most High, of course, you see the Most High saving me. The angel and the devil on my shoulder, the angel, oh, this the part I forgot. So when the dude, all right, I'm gonna end with this. So when I was in the street and the big dude from ARMEL, when he started coming off the sidewalk to come get me, and I looked at the car and I was like, pork chop. And then I'm like, hold up, I don't got time to get pork chop. And I turn around, right? I turn around and I got you, Drizzy. I turn around and when I turn around, he right there. So the only thing I could do, I had nothing. So I pulled out my keys. Let me get my keys. Let me show y'all. Hold on, give me 1 second. It's in the door. So I pull out my keys, right? This one went long tonight. That's because I did the crypto stuff at the beginning. And the only thing I could think, because I had nothing, is I took the biggest key I had and I put it in between, like this, in between, because that's all I had. And I'm going to try to punch. That would have, first of all, that would have tore my whole, now I think about it, it would have ripped my whole, if I would have punched him, it probably would have split my web in my, right? So what I would have been better was probably to try to take it and poke his eye or something, but I had nothing. So I took the keys and I put it in between here. And so when I did it, because I had nothing, and they all like all of them are trying to jump me, and then this big monster is stepping off the sidewalk. So I took the keys, and when I did it, I did like this, and he saw it. So when he saw the keys, this is what's funny. When he saw the keys, he said, "Oh, you got a key? You got a key?" And he reached in his pocket, and he pulled out a knife. I forgot this part. I did like this. He reached in his pocket and pulled out a knife, and it was big, like a 007. He pulled out a knife, and when he pulled out the knife, I looked at the key, and I said, "Oh, no." And I put it back. I put it in my pocket. I literally put it in my pocket. I put it back. And he's like, "Oh, okay, I thought so." And he put, "Oh, okay, forget it." And he put the knife back in his pocket, and then he come. I'm like, I forgot that part, because that's all I had. I pulled the key out, and I'm like, "Did he pull out a knife?" I was like, no, I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. It's okay. I'll fight fair. I'm like, I'll fight fair. I put the keys back in my pocket. He put the knife back in his pocket, and then he came. And then that's when all that happened. So I forgot that part. All right, well, at least we're good. We can end with a laughter. I ain't want to end in nothing heavy. All right, that's the story, RAHSHALLAH and ARMEL, and I took an L. So now, when I start telling other stories where somebody else took an L, I told a whole story, and I told the truth, and I took that L. And everybody who was there, y'all remember, y'all seen it. Y'all just ain't know probably all the details of what happened. And Jeff, I don't know if you got a relationship with the Most High, but you need to thank him, because I was definitely going to load you, Jeff. I was going to load you. And it would have been you or anybody else. It was whoever. And what he said, the way you was disrespecting me and all that stuff, I was going to load you. I was out of my mind, right? Like I said, I ain't no killer, but you can push anybody, right? I was out of my mind. All right, guys, another moral. It ain't worth it, street life. All of this danger, drugs, money. Oh, for Drizzy, I didn't run into Puerto Rican Jesus to know him, but I saw him before. I saw him in Harlem with his white Benz, because we all used to go to Harlem back then, and they used to be up at Rutgers Park. So at Rutgers at the basketball game and stuff. So it used to be a car show. So I remember, I just remember the name because that name always stick, Puerto Rican Jesus. So I was always a car dude, right? So I always got a nice Audi or Benz or BMW, something. So I don't remember what I was in at this time, one of my cars or something. And we was up there and I seen that white Benz, man, my goodness. And I'm like, whoa, who that? And somebody, that's Puerto Rican Jesus. And I seen this light-skinned dude, whatever. And so later, after watching YouTube and the stories, I'm like, oh, Puerto Rican Jesus, I seen that, but I didn't know who he was connected to with Tyson and Homicide and what's the name in them too? What's his name? The pretty boy. I can't think of his name now, but yeah. So now I never know him, but I saw him. And I saw Glades before, but I got a story with Pappy Mason and stuff I'm saving. So I got stuff I'm saving. So I got a story with Glades and Pappy Mason and stuff. So I got stuff I'm really saving for the big Larry Yasset. I saw him too at Rutgers. All right. So Drizzy said, I remember my granddad had a 1991 Lexus LS 460 with the body kit. Oh, that was a monster, Drizzy. If he had the 460 with a baby blue with the body kit, yeah, that's what we was rocking back then with the full kit. All right, thank you, Laria. She said this was a beautiful 25 to life, very heartfelt. And the crypto stuff at the beginning, I apologize. It took so long, but that's the fruit that we really need, right? It's all good telling the stories. But again, I got the investor stuff coming for y'all. While y'all be able to sign, some of you will be able to join the investing group if you want to really prepare and learn and get your wallets and be able to get money out of this digital currency, cryptocurrency exchange. So I'll be promoting the Patreon, our investment group, as well as my YouTube channel, my investment YouTube channel for the content. All right. So Zayana said, yes, praise y'all. That crypto stuff was much needed. All right. So another one down. Uncle Yahshua, 25 to Life Testimony TV. Another one down. This one was heartfelt to me because I really got hurt in this story. I really got hurt. I got hurt physically, mentally, and emotionally. Okay, and spirit. My spirit was down. So I had to snap. I went into a depression of it too, right? Because I was so hurt. I couldn't move so long in the bed and thinking that people was talking about me and knowing what Jeff did. And then after I calmed down and I know I can't shoot up Jeff. I'm going to jail. Now I can't do nothing to him, right? I'm like, I shoot Jeff up. I'm going to jail for the rest of my life. Soon, he practically the police, right? He so I'm like, everybody know what I'm talking about in New York. I'm like, man, everybody be mad at me for shooting up Jeff too, right? No matter what. So then I had to battle this depression and just go back on and whatever. Come on, everybody took, whatever. I ain't like I took a L where somebody beat me. I fought the big dude. I mean, man, I can't beat Mike Tyson. You know what I mean? I'll fight him though. You heard? Probably won't win. But I'm sure enough gonna fight. If I gotta bite him, I'll bite too. All right. Protect yourself. Listen to the angel that's on your shoulder, your instincts. It ain't worth it. Make sure you calm down your emotions before you react off emotions. This too shall pass. Anything that happens, don't act in the moment because you'll make a rash, brash, rush decision that could affect the rest of your life. You understand? Always give yourself time to heal and think things through so you're thinking rationally and think of the best decision. Always keep your head on the swivel and watch your surroundings and never lose focus and sight of what could happen. Because honestly, that situation, I could have really got hurt really bad. Even when I went into the parking lot in the dark, when he pulled out, he was trying to usher me deep because a police officer's car was in front of they had called the police. So the police officer's car was in front of the club. And so now he's telling me, come, and RAHSHALLAH like, Rod, no, don't. And I'm like, yeah, what? And then when he pulled, I didn't know I thought he was going to pull out the knife. And then he pulled out a gun. And I'm like, but that's me. Because I'm angry and I'm stupid and I don't care. I'm not scared of guns. Like, you lucky I ain't got no gun. He's like, yeah, just come a little further he's trying so he could shoot me and then run to the car and, be out before the police or whatever. And RAHSHALLAH ran up like, nah. but I was so angry. Don't let your anger supersede your intelligence. Okay? Don't let your anger supersede your intelligence. This too shall pass. Always think in the moment. Think first. React second. Think, everyone, guys. Think. It's your flesh. Whenever you get into a situation, think your way through. Don't get scared. Don't get fearful. Don't get emotional. Don't get rash. Think, okay, what am I going to do to get myself out of this situation? What's the best scenario? Ask the Most High for guidance. Listen, if a spirit speaks to you, the Holy Spirit or if an angel or malak guides you, listen. And always put the Most High first. Another one down. 25 to Life, Testimony TV. See everybody tomorrow on the ministry. It's 2 o'clock. I got some work to do. I got to prepare the thumbnail for tomorrow and all that. I love y'all all. See y'all tomorrow. For everybody else that I don't see tomorrow, that's on the 25 to Life. See y'all next Thursday for another dope story. I'm staying back. I'm about to start telling stories. Telling Bump story. I'm about to start telling stories. Steve Lawrence, it's about to really get good, guys. So I'm about to go back in time now. I'm going back to the beginning in the 80s, the raw beginning crack era, beginning of hip hop. Let's go. Join along for the ride. Everybody, 25 to Life Testimony TV family, thank you all for Mashiach Assembly Ministries for joining me in this story tonight. You heard? Y'all know how we do 25 to Life TV.
Bossy, you know what it is. Bossy, you know what it is.
I love that. Like Lil Man said, everybody keep it functional, keep it real.
Bossy, you know what it is.
We out. I love y'all. 25 to Life Testimony TV. All right, I love y'all.
This is 25 to Life with Uncle Yahshua. You wanna know why they call me Lucky Lucha? They call me Lucha cause I like to tuck that Tucci. All the time on the grind getting that Duce.
This is a little story on 25 to Life with Uncle Yahshua. Like and subscribe for more incredible stories every week.
Police are on the scene of a triple homicide on Long Island. It happened overnight at a home in Hempstead.
I'm from Hempstead, Parkside, the ghetto, the dark side, strong, the wrong, I think I'm supposed to burn. Am I bad, motherfucker?